Colonialism, a force that reshaped the world in unimaginable ways, brought with it not only the establishment of vast empires but also the suppression of cultures, the exploitation of resources, and the silencing of countless voices. While many colonial empires left behind grand legacies of wealth and power, the dark undercurrents of these regimes tell a disturbing story of violence, deception, and the erosion of identity. In this exploration, we will uncover 50 paradoxes that reflect the unsettling truths of colonial history, stories of empires that never truly ended, nations that were stolen and erased, and cultures that vanished under the weight of foreign domination. These paradoxes aren't just tales of the past. They linger, casting shadows over the present, from the colonizer who became the colonized to the promise of freedom that led to further oppression. Each paradox challenges the romanticized narratives often told about colonial expansion. What happens when the wealth of an empire is built on the blood of the oppressed, when justice becomes a tool of destruction? Join us as we dive deep into the disturbing realities of colonial empires, where history was often rewritten, identities were stolen, and future generations were shaped by the scars of empire. The idea of empires is deeply rooted in the history of civilization. Empires rise, expand, and often fall, leaving behind legacies that shape the world for centuries. We've seen the mighty Roman Empire fall to invaders, the Mongol Empire recede into history, and the British Empire, once a global power, diminish as colonies gained independence. However, there's a paradox to the idea of the empire. Some empires never truly end. Even when they disband, break apart, or lose their geographical power, the influence of these empires continues to persist in various forms, forever shaping the world in ways that often go unnoticed. One of the most famous examples of an empire that never truly ended is the Roman Empire. The fall of Rome in 476 AD marked the end of the Western Roman Empire, but the influence of Rome didn't vanish. It lived on through the Byzantine Empire, which considered itself the continuation of the Roman Empire, and through the cultural, legal, and political structures that were directly influenced by Roman governance. The Roman law, architecture, and literature are still foundational to Western civilization today, and even the idea of imperial rule lives on in nations around the world. The paradox is that, despite the physical collapse of the Roman Empire, its influence is omnipresent in modern society. It shapes everything from the structure of governments to the very language we speak. Rome may have fallen, but its empire, in a sense, continues to dominate modern politics, culture, and thought. Similarly, the British Empire offers another example of an empire that didn't truly disappear, despite the formal end of its colonies. The British Empire at its peak controlled large parts of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, spreading the English language, culture, and systems of governance across the globe. Today, we still see the lingering effects of British rule, particularly in countries like India, Canada, Australia, and various African nations. The English language is now one of the most widely spoken languages in the world, and British-influenced systems of common law continue to dominate legal practices in many countries. Even though the British Empire no longer exists in its formal colonial form, its cultural and political legacy remains deeply embedded in these nations. The paradox of the empire that never ended also extends to the Ottoman Empire, which dissolved in the early 20th century after centuries of power. Yet, the cultural, religious, and political influence of the Ottomans is still deeply felt in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and North Africa. Many of the modern-day borders in these regions were drawn after the Ottoman Empire fell, and its influence on art, architecture, and religion is still prevalent in the modern world. Islamic culture, Ottoman architecture, and even the Turkish language are all enduring legacies of this once great empire. Even though the empire ceased to exist after World War I, its impact is still visible today in the ways the modern Middle East functions, both politically and culturally. In more contemporary terms, the United States could be considered a modern empire that has not formally fallen but has continued to expand its influence across the globe. While not an empire in the traditional sense without direct control over colonies, the US has exercised economic, political, and military dominance for over a century. Its influence through global trade, the spread of Western values, and the dominance of the US dollar in international finance demonstrates how a modern empire can extend its reach far beyond territorial conquest. The American military presence and bases across the world, its influence in international organizations like the United Nations, and the global reach of its culture through Hollywood and social media show how the US has managed to maintain a level of imperial influence, even without the formal title of an empire. The Soviet Union, which dissolved in 1991, is yet another example of an empire that didn't entirely vanish. Though the Soviet Union ceased to exist as a political entity, its ideology and legacy continue to affect the regions it once controlled. Russia may no longer have the vast reach it once did, but its political, military, and economic influence remains. Even more significant is how the Cold War rivalry between the US and the Soviet Union shaped the modern geopolitical landscape, particularly in terms of military strategy, global alliances, and the rise of new powers. The paradox is that the end of the Soviet Union didn't necessarily mean the end of its influence. Its ideological battle with the West continues to play out in various forms, including tensions in regions like Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Central Asia. Perhaps the most profound example of an empire that hasn't ended is imperialism itself. Although traditional colonial empires have mostly dissolved, the structures of imperial power and domination continue to affect global relations. The effects of colonization, such as the division of Africa, the imposition of Western values on indigenous cultures, and the establishment of global economic systems designed to benefit former imperial powers, are still visible today. Nations that once were colonized continue to fight the legacies of imperialism in the form of poverty, inequality, and ongoing political struggles. The paradox is that while the formal empire may have disappeared, the system of imperialism remains. Entrenched in global politics, economics, and culture, the paradox of the empire that never ended forces us to reconsider how we view the collapse of empires. These empires may no longer exist in the traditional sense, but their legacies continue to shape the world. The impact of past empires is a living, breathing force that persists in the structures, systems, and cultures that have been influenced by their former power. Their power is not only found in the ruins of ancient buildings or the maps of the past, but in the ways we live our lives today, often without fully understanding the depth of their influence. The concept of colonization has been one of the most defining elements of global history. Throughout the past few centuries, empires expanded, conquering lands and peoples, asserting control through military dominance, and imposing cultural, political, and economic systems. The colonizers, often seen as the victors in these conquests, were the ones who shaped the world's order and dominated other nations. Yet there exists a paradox. Sometimes the colonizers themselves become colonized, not in the traditional sense, but through the forces they unleashed in their expansion. The colonizer, while wielding power over others, can find themselves subject to the very same forces of domination they once imposed on others. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is the British Empire, which at its height controlled vast portions of the globe, from India to Africa, from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The British Empire's cultural, economic, and political systems were imposed on the nations it controlled, often leading to the subjugation and exploitation of local populations. However, the paradox lies in how, despite their dominance over other nations, the British Empire was, in turn, colonized by global forces beyond their control. The two world wars, particularly World War II, strained the empire's resources and weakened its global influence. The economic devastation caused by the wars, combined with rising nationalist movements in colonized territories, led to the decolonization process. What was once the most powerful empire in the world began to lose control over its colonies, and eventually, the empire itself began to unravel. The colonizers, once supreme in their ability to dominate other lands, were forced to relinquish their holdings, giving rise to a new world order. The paradox is that, in the end, the colonizers were themselves subject to forces they had once imposed on others, such as economic collapse and the demand for self-determination. Similarly, the Spanish Empire, which controlled vast territories in the Americas, faced a similar paradox. During the Age of Exploration, Spain's explorers, conquistadors, and colonial officials established a sprawling empire across the Americas. The wealth extracted from the colonies, particularly through the plundering of resources like gold, silver, and sugar, helped Spain maintain its position as a dominant European power. Yet, in the 19th century, Spain found itself unable to maintain control over its vast empire. Revolution after revolution in the colonies, fueled by rising nationalist movements and the ideas of Enlightenment thinkers, led to the independence movements in Latin America. The Spanish, who had once colonized much of the Americas, were now being ousted by the very forces of independence and self-determination they had once suppressed. The paradox here is that the colonizers, who had used force and power to control their colonies, were now facing the same forces of resistance and rebellion that had once been directed at the colonized. Spain, weakened by internal strife and external challenges, eventually lost most of its empire, and its once dominant position in the world was permanently diminished. A more modern example of the colonizer becoming colonized can be found in European colonial powers facing immigration and the impacts of globalization. Many former colonial powers, such as the United Kingdom, France, and Belgium, once controlled vast empires, and their global dominance was built upon the subjugation of other nations. Yet, in the post-colonial world, these nations began to face new forms of colonization from their former colonies. In particular, immigration from former colonies to European countries during the 20th century created a new dynamic. As people from India, Algeria, and various African nations moved to the former colonial powers in search of better economic opportunities, these countries faced cultural, social, and political challenges. The paradox is that, while these nations once dominated others through imperial control, they were now having to contend with the complexities of multiculturalism and the socio-political shifts brought about by these new populations. In some ways, the colonizers were now being colonized by the very people they had once dominated, as they had to adapt to the realities of integration, immigration, and the changing face of national identity. The influence of globalization also exemplifies the paradox of the colonizer becoming colonized. As the world became more interconnected, the power dynamics between nations shifted. The economic and cultural hegemony of Western countries, particularly the US, has been challenged by the rise of China, India, and other emerging economies. In the realm of economics, global trade and global supply chains mean that even the most powerful nations are reliant on others for resources, goods, and services. The paradox is that, while these powerful nations were once at the helm of the global economic system, they now find themselves subject to global forces, making them vulnerable to economic shifts, trade imbalances, and the policies of rising powers. This marks a shift where the former colonizers are no longer the sole controllers of the global economic order. In the cultural realm, the paradox is even more apparent. Hollywood and Western media, once seen as the dominant force in global culture, are now facing challenges from non-Western forms of entertainment and cultural production. The rise of K-pop, Bollywood, and the increasing global influence of other non-Western media forms suggests that the global cultural dominance once held by the colonizers is no longer absolute. The paradox here is that the colonizers, who once shaped global culture through the export of their values, are now being influenced by the very cultures they once sought to control or suppress. The paradox of the colonizer who was colonized challenges the conventional narrative of power and domination. It reveals how, despite the apparent strength of imperial powers, they are often subject to the forces of resistance, change, and globalization. In the end, the colonizers, whether through the forces of war, revolution, immigration, or cultural exchange, find themselves facing the very challenges they once imposed on others. The empire that once ruled the world is ultimately humbled by the forces of change, both within its own borders and in the world beyond. The concept of land is integral to human civilization. It represents not only physical territory but also identity, culture, and heritage. For centuries, ownership of land has defined the rise and fall of empires, the migration of peoples, and the establishment of national borders. Yet, there exists a paradox. Land that was never truly ours, land that we claimed, fought for, and conquered, only to find that it never belonged to us in the first place. This paradox exposes the fragile nature of ownership, especially when it comes to land, and calls into question our relationship with the earth and its original stewards. One of the most powerful examples of this paradox is the colonial expansion of European powers during the 15th to 19th centuries. As European nations sailed across oceans and discovered new lands, they claimed these territories as their own, often with little regard for the indigenous peoples who had lived on those lands for millennia. The paradox here is that while these colonizers laid claim to vast territories such as the Americas, Africa, and parts of Asia, the land they claimed was already inhabited, and the people who lived there had established their own cultures, systems, and histories. Despite the fact that indigenous people had lived on these lands for centuries, Colonial powers treated them as though they had no legitimate claim to the land they had lived on for generations. The idea of ownership, imposed by the colonizers, disregarded the original inhabitants, making it clear that land was often claimed, but never truly theirs in the first place. The American colonization of Native American lands is a striking example of this paradox. European settlers claimed vast areas of land in what would become the United States, pushing Native American tribes off their ancestral lands through treaties, force, and violence. The settlers viewed the land as vacant, unsettled, or wild, overlooking the fact that Native American tribes had been living, farming, and thriving on these lands for centuries. The paradox is that the land, which the colonizers viewed as something to be conquered and owned, was never truly theirs in the first place. Indigenous people had a deep connection to the land, seeing it as sacred and central to their identity. The colonizers' claim to the land was rooted in a false notion of ownership, one that ignored the complex systems of land use, spirituality, and community that had existed long before their arrival. The paradox of land that was never ours is also evident in land dispossession in other parts of the world, such as Australia. The British settlers who arrived in Australia in the late 18th century declared the land terra nullius, meaning land belonging to no one. This legal concept was used to justify the colonization of Australia, ignoring the fact that Aboriginal Australians had lived on the land for tens of thousands of years. Aboriginal communities had rich cultural, spiritual, and social ties to the land, and their relationship with it was central to their way of life. The British settlers, however, saw the land as uninhabited and available for exploitation. The paradox here is that, despite the land being home to the Aboriginal peoples for millennia, the settlers claimed it as their own, denying the rightful owners their connection to it. This misunderstanding of land ownership has had lasting effects on Aboriginal communities, many of whom continue to fight for land rights and recognition today. Another instance of land that was never truly ours can be seen in the African colonial experience. During the 19th and 20th centuries, European powers divided Africa into colonies, often drawing borders with no regard for the diverse ethnic groups, cultures, or societies that had existed for centuries. The borders were drawn arbitrarily by colonial powers, creating nations that often grouped together people with vastly different languages, traditions, and customs. The paradox is that the colonizers, who had no cultural or historical connection to the land, imposed borders and governments on people who had their own systems of governance. The land that was claimed by European powers was, in reality, the ancestral land of millions of Africans who were subjected to colonial rule. The colonial powers took control of vast resources, land, and labor, but left behind a legacy of division, strife, and exploitation that continues to affect African nations today. In the context of modern-day global conflicts, the paradox of land that was never ours continues to manifest itself. Many of the world's current territorial disputes, such as those over Kashmir between India and Pakistan, or the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, are rooted in the legacies of colonialism and territorial claims. In these disputes, various groups claim ownership of the land, but the history of these claims often overlooks or minimizes the voices of the original inhabitants. In Kashmir, for example, the land has been fought over by India and Pakistan, both claiming it as part of their territory, while the local Kashmiri people who have lived there for centuries are often caught in the crossfire. The paradox is that the land, which has been the home of the Kashmiri people for generations, is now being claimed by external powers, leaving the true custodians of the land with little say in the matter. Even in settler colonialism, where descendants of colonizers continue to assert control over indigenous lands, the paradox remains. In countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia, where settler populations continue to dominate politically and economically, the indigenous peoples are often marginalized and denied access to the land they once owned. Though indigenous people may have had historical claims to these lands, their rights are often overshadowed by the legal systems and structures established by the colonizers. The paradox of land that was never ours serves as a reminder of the complexity and injustice of historical claims to land. It shows that ownership is not always as clear-cut as it may seem. Land is not just a commodity to be owned or controlled. It holds cultural, spiritual, and historical significance that cannot be erased by the imposition of foreign powers. The land that was claimed by colonizers, regardless of their efforts to dominate it, never truly belonged to them. The legacy of these contested lands and the people who were displaced from them continues to shape the world today, as questions of land ownership, rights, and justice remain at the heart of political and cultural struggles worldwide. History is often seen as a collection of written accounts, facts, and records that capture the essence of past events. These documents, whether ancient scrolls, books, or digital archives, are considered the foundation of our understanding of the world and its development. However, there exists a paradox. History is frequently written over, erased, or manipulated by those in power, often leaving the true narratives buried beneath layers of rewritten history. The paradox of history that was written over lies in how the official accounts of the past are often shaped by political agendas, cultural biases, and the dominant powers of the time, suppressing alternative voices and perspectives. This paradox challenges the idea of history as an objective record, showing that it is instead a fluid narrative that can be molded and rewritten by those with the authority to do so. One of the most significant examples of history being written over is the colonization of the Americas. When European powers arrived on the shores of the Americas, they began to rewrite the history of the indigenous peoples who had lived there for thousands of years. The European settlers often saw themselves as bringing civilization and enlightenment to what they considered primitive lands. As a result, the rich histories of the Aztecs, Maya, Incas, and countless other indigenous cultures were either ignored or intentionally erased from the historical narrative. The indigenous people's accomplishments in agriculture, astronomy, and governance were downplayed or overlooked, while European narratives of conquest and colonization took center stage. The paradox here is that, while these civilizations were thriving long before European arrival, their histories were systematically written over in favor of the colonial perspective, denying future generations the opportunity to fully appreciate the depth and complexity of indigenous cultures. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, much of the history written by the ruling pharaohs was designed to glorify their reigns and perpetuate their divine status. Many historical records from Egypt are written in the form of monumental inscriptions, royal decrees, and tomb paintings that depict the pharaohs as omnipotent figures. However, these records often ignore or diminish the voices of those who were oppressed or marginalized, such as the laborers who built the pyramids or the slaves who toiled in the fields. The paradox is that, while these written records of Egypt's grandeur have survived for millennia, they have painted an incomplete picture of Egyptian society, erasing the struggles and contributions of lower classes. The official history, written by the elites, has overshadowed the experiences of the majority, making it difficult for us to truly understand the full scope of ancient Egyptian life. The manipulation of history is not confined to the ancient world. In 19th century America, the history of slavery and the treatment of African Americans was actively rewritten to fit a narrative that justified and normalized racial oppression. After the Civil War, many Southern states created a lost cause narrative, which romanticized the Confederacy and downplayed the horrors of slavery. Textbooks, literature, and popular media portrayed the Southern states as noble defenders of states' rights, while the brutal reality of slavery was often minimized or ignored. The paradox here is that, while the reality of slavery was undeniable, the historical narrative created by the victors, the Union, was often shaped to downplay the role of slavery in the conflict. As a result, generations of Americans grew up with a skewed understanding of their nation's past, and the true history of African American suffering and resistance was buried beneath a facade of glorified Southern pride. In World War II, the history of certain events was also rewritten to fit the political needs of the victors. One of the most striking examples is the way the Soviet Union manipulated historical accounts of its involvement in the war. The Soviet Union, under Joseph Stalin, sought to portray the war as a heroic struggle led by the Soviet people, often downplaying or omitting its own atrocities. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, signed between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany in 1939, was kept secret for many years, and the Soviet role in dividing Eastern Europe was not openly discussed. The paradox here is that the Soviet Union, despite being a major player in the defeat of Nazi Germany, created a historical narrative that erased or obscured its darker actions, including the suppression of its own people and the occupation of Eastern Europe. This rewriting of history served the political purpose of bolstering the image of the Soviet Union as a bastion of justice and heroism, while glossing over the realities of Stalinist oppression and the Soviet government's role in contributing to the war's destruction. In modern times, history continues to be rewritten, often in ways that are not immediately apparent. The power of mass media and the internet means that those who control the flow of information have the ability to shape the historical narrative. In the digital age, stories are written and erased at a much faster pace, as governments, corporations, and individuals selectively curate the past. For example, historical events such as the Tiananmen Square massacre in China have been systematically erased from the public consciousness, with censorship and suppression of any related content in the media. The paradox here is that, while the events of 1989 were witnessed by millions and documented in the press, the Chinese government's strict control over information has resulted in a situation where many people, particularly younger generations, are unaware of the full scope of the massacre. The reality of the event has been effectively written over by those in power, leaving a generation without a true understanding of their own history. The paradox of history that was written over challenges us to rethink how history is recorded and whose narratives are given authority. History, far from being an objective record, is often shaped by the perspectives and priorities of those in power. The voices of the oppressed, marginalized, and forgotten are often erased, while the stories of the powerful are glorified. As we move forward, it is important to recognize the gaps in our historical understanding and to seek out the lost or hidden stories that have been written over. Only by doing so can we begin to build a more complete and accurate picture of our past, one that acknowledges the complexity and diversity of human experience. Identity is often regarded as a deeply personal concept, tied to one's name, culture, heritage, and the sense of belonging to a particular place or community. It is the foundation of how we see ourselves and how we are seen by others. Yet, there exists a paradox for many people throughout history. Identity was stolen often by force, violence, or systematic oppression. This theft of identity has far-reaching consequences, leaving individuals and entire groups of people without the connection to their past, culture, or heritage. The paradox lies in how the stolen identity of one group can be imposed upon another, and how the journey to reclaim that identity can sometimes be even more challenging than the original act of theft. One of the most striking examples of identity theft is slavery in the Americas. The transatlantic slave trade, which forcibly took millions of Africans from their homelands and brought them to the Americas, was not only an economic exploitation but also a cultural one. The enslaved Africans were stripped of their names, languages, traditions, and familial ties, forced to adopt the identities imposed on them by their captors. This theft of identity was systematic. Slaves were often given new names, forbidden from speaking their native languages, and disconnected from their ancestral cultures. The paradox here is that while the enslaved Africans were subjected to physical and psychological violence, their identities were also stolen. They were no longer seen as individuals with rich cultural histories. Instead, they were reduced to property, with no history of their own. Even after slavery was abolished, the effects of this theft continued to reverberate through generations as descendants of enslaved people struggled to reclaim their cultural heritage and find their place in a society that had defined them by their oppression. Similarly, the colonization of indigenous peoples around the world represents another example of identity theft. As European powers expanded their empires, they often sought to erase the identities of the native populations by imposing their own cultural, religious, and social systems. In many cases, the colonial powers not only took control of the land and resources but also tried to force indigenous people to abandon their languages, religions, and customs. For example, in Australia, the British colonizers sought to assimilate the Aboriginal people into European society, stripping them of their cultural practices and languages. The paradox is that while these indigenous peoples were the original stewards of their land, their very identity was forcibly erased by those who claimed ownership of it. Even today, many indigenous peoples continue to fight for the preservation and revitalization of their languages and cultural practices, seeking to reclaim their stolen identities. Another example of stolen identity can be found in the forced assimilation of Native Americans in the United States. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, the U.S. government implemented policies that sought to assimilate Native Americans into mainstream white society, often through violent and coercive means. Native children were taken from their families and sent to boarding schools, where they were forbidden to speak their native languages, practice their traditions, or engage in their cultural practices. Their names were changed to English names, and they were forced to adopt Western clothing and religious practices. The paradox here is that, While Native Americans were forced to live on reservations and their land was taken from them, their very identities were also taken. They were expected to abandon their ancestral ties and become something they were not. This theft of identity has had long-lasting effects on Native American communities, leading to a loss of cultural continuity, a sense of dislocation, and the ongoing struggle to reclaim what was taken from them. The paradox of stolen identity is not confined to history. It also manifests in contemporary issues. For example, the immigration crisis in many parts of the world has led to the theft of identity for many migrant populations. In some cases, immigrants and refugees are forced to abandon their former identities. As they are treated as outsiders in the countries they move to, they may face discrimination based on their ethnicity, religion, or language, which can lead to a disconnection from their cultural roots. In extreme cases, such as the forced displacement of Syrian refugees or the Rohingya Muslims from Myanmar, entire populations are stripped of their identities, forced into refugee camps, and denied the basic human dignity that comes with a recognized identity. The paradox here is that, while these people are often seeking safety and stability, their identity, both personal and cultural, becomes lost or erased as they struggle to survive in foreign lands. The paradox extends into the realm of historical amnesia as well, particularly when societies deliberately forget or distort the histories of marginalized groups. For example, the Holocaust, a systematic extermination of 6 million Jews during World War II, has often been minimized or denied in some parts of the world. The paradox here is that the very people who suffered this unimaginable loss are also the ones whose identities are threatened by historical revisionism. The act of denying or erasing the identity of Holocaust survivors and their descendants is a way of stripping them of their history and the memory of their experiences. This same phenomenon is observed in other instances of genocide, where the identity of entire groups is erased, not just through physical violence, but through the denial of their history. The colonial legacy continues to be a driving force behind the paradox of stolen identity in many parts of the world. Post-colonial nations, particularly in Africa and Asia, are still grappling with the long-lasting effects of colonialism on their identities. The borders drawn by European powers during the colonial period, which often ignored ethnic, cultural, and linguistic divides, continue to create divisions in these countries today. The paradox is that these borders, which were imposed on these nations by outside forces, have led to ongoing conflicts, struggles for self-determination, and a sense of national identity that is fractured and uncertain. In personal and collective terms, the paradox of stolen identity challenges us to consider how we define who we are. Our identities are shaped not only by the past, but also by the forces that seek to control, suppress, or erase our histories. The paradox reminds us that identity is not simply about the individual, it is also about the cultural, historical, and social contexts in which we live. The theft of identity, whether by colonization, slavery, or discrimination, leaves lasting scars that are not easily healed. Reclaiming identity, whether through cultural revival, historical acknowledgement, or personal empowerment, is a crucial step toward understanding who we are and how we relate to the world around us. Throughout history, kingdoms and empires have risen and fallen, each leaving behind a mark on the world in the form of culture, language, art, and power. Some kingdoms were remembered as great powers, their stories documented in annals of history. Yet, there exists a paradox. Some kingdoms, despite their once great influence, have been erased from history, physically destroyed, culturally obliterated, or systematically forgotten. These vanished kingdoms leave behind few traces, often only remnants of their legacy. And the paradox is that the very power and glory they once commanded has been swept away, leaving little more than whispers of their existence. One of the most striking examples of a kingdom that was erased is the Kingdom of Kush, located in the region that is now Sudan. For centuries, the Kingdom of Kush was a powerful civilization that rivaled Egypt. It ruled over much of Nubia and even conquered Egypt at one point, establishing the 25th dynasty of Egypt, known as the Kushite dynasty. The Kushites built vast pyramids, advanced cities, and a thriving culture. However, by the 4th century AD, the kingdom's power waned, and it gradually disappeared from the historical record. The paradox is that, despite the grandeur and influence of the Kingdom of Kush, its legacy was largely forgotten for centuries. The Egyptians, who had once been ruled by the Kushites, continued to dominate the narrative, and the cultural achievements of the Kushites were overshadowed by their Egyptian counterparts. Only in recent decades, through archaeological discoveries, have we begun to rediscover the significance of Kush. Yet much of its history remains obscured. Similarly, the kingdom of Aksum in ancient Ethiopia provides another example of a kingdom that was once powerful but has largely been erased from the broader historical narrative. The kingdom of Aksum was one of the most influential civilizations in East Africa, controlling much of the Red Sea trade and establishing Christianity as a major religion in the region in the 4th century. Aksum was known for its monumental obelisks, advanced architecture, and vibrant culture. However, over time, the kingdom declined, and its once great cities were abandoned. The paradox here is that despite Aksum's prominence and its critical role in shaping the early Christian world, the kingdom's history has been forgotten by many, and much of its heritage is no longer celebrated. Its language, Ge'ez, is no longer widely spoken, and its achievements in trade and governance are not as widely acknowledged as those of other ancient civilizations. Aksum's decline and its erasure from the global historical record reveal how even the greatest kingdoms can fade into obscurity. A more recent example of a kingdom that was erased is the Kingdom of Hawaii. Once an independent monarchy, Hawaii was a thriving kingdom with a rich cultural heritage, its own royal family, and a unique system of governance. In the 19th century, however, the Kingdom of Hawaii was overthrown by American businessmen and military forces, leading to its annexation by the United States in 1898. The paradox is that while Hawaii was once a sovereign nation, its history has been largely erased from mainstream American history. The annexation of Hawaii was a direct violation of its sovereignty, yet it was largely accepted by the US government, and the cultural identity of the Hawaiian people was suppressed. The legacy of the Hawaiian kingdom, its monarchy, and its indigenous people's struggle for independence was relegated to the periphery of American history. The paradox lies in how a kingdom that once stood as a powerful and independent entity is now largely forgotten, with its cultural identity often overshadowed by its incorporation into the United States. The Kingdom of Benin, located in what is now Nigeria, also offers a striking example of erasure. The Kingdom of Benin, known for its sophisticated art, governance, and military prowess, flourished in West Africa for centuries. The Benin Empire was renowned for its beautiful bronze sculptures, which depicted scenes of royal life and warfare, and for its strong political organization. However, in 1897, British forces launched a punitive expedition that led to the sacking of Benin City. The kingdom was overthrown, and much of its wealth and cultural artifacts were looted, including the famous Benin bronzes. The paradox here is that while Benin was once a powerful and culturally rich kingdom, its story was erased by colonization. The British not only destroyed the kingdom but also appropriated its art and history, and to this day, many of the Benin bronzes remain in Western museums, far removed from their original cultural context. The erasure of Benin from the historical record reflects how colonization systematically obliterated the identities and legacies of powerful African kingdoms. Another kingdom that has been largely erased from history is the Mayan civilization. The Mayans were an advanced civilization in Central America, known for their intricate calendars, writing system, and architectural achievements, including the construction of towering pyramids and complex cities. However, after the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, the Mayans were subjected to violence, forced labor, and cultural assimilation. Much of Mayan history was lost due to the destruction of their cities, the burning of their codices, and the systematic erasure of their culture by the colonizers. The paradox is that, despite their advanced knowledge and thriving civilization, the Mayans were reduced to a footnote in European history. Their cities were abandoned, their culture was suppressed, and much of their history was lost for centuries. Yet, through modern archaeology and anthropology, we have begun to uncover the incredible achievements of the Mayans, revealing a civilization that was once erased, now slowly being brought back into the light. The paradox of the kingdom that was erased reminds us of the fragility of history and the power of those who control the narrative. Empires rise and fall, and kingdoms are conquered, but the stories of those who were once in power are often forgotten or written over. The erasure of these kingdoms highlights the ways in which the past is shaped by the victors and how the true history of humanity is often buried beneath layers of time, conquest, and cultural imposition. The paradox lies in how kingdoms that were once grand and influential can disappear from the historical record, leaving behind only faint traces of their existence, waiting to be rediscovered by those willing to dig deep into the forgotten corners of history. Throughout history, wealth has often been the driving force behind empires, kingdoms, and civilizations. Nations and individuals have sought riches through trade, conquest, exploration, and labor. Yet there exists a paradox. Much of the wealth that shaped the modern world, especially in colonial and imperial contexts, was built on the bloodshed and suffering of marginalized people. The paradox lies in how the pursuit of wealth, particularly through colonization, slavery, and exploitation, has often come at the cost of human life and dignity. The very riches that propelled empires and created economic prosperity were often derived from violence, oppression, and the exploitation of entire populations. One of the most obvious examples of wealth built on blood is the transatlantic slave trade, which spanned from the 16th to the 19th centuries. During this period, millions of Africans were forcibly captured, transported to the Americas, and sold into slavery. The forced labor of enslaved people was the backbone of the plantation economy in the United States, the Caribbean, and parts of Latin America. Sugar, tobacco, cotton, and other cash crops were cultivated by enslaved laborers, and their forced labor generated vast profits for European colonizers, plantation owners, and traders. The paradox is that, while the wealth created by the labor of enslaved Africans fueled the growth of European empires and industries, it was built on the brutal exploitation and dehumanization of an entire people. The wealth of the plantation economy was derived from the blood of those who had their humanity stripped away for profit. The British Empire, at its height, controlled vast territories around the world, including large parts of Africa, India, and the Caribbean. Much of the wealth of the British Empire was built on the exploitation of these colonies. In India, for example, the British East India Company extracted enormous wealth through the forced cultivation of cash crops, such as cotton and opium, at the expense of local food production. The wealth generated from these crops helped fund Britain's Industrial Revolution and expansion. Yet, this wealth was built on the blood of the Indian people, who were subjected to exploitation, famine, and violence. The Great Bengal Famine of 1943, which resulted in the deaths of millions of people, was largely caused by the British colonial policies that prioritized the export of food and resources to Britain over the well-being of the local population. The paradox here is that, while Britain became one of the wealthiest and most powerful nations in the world, this prosperity came at the cost of suffering, exploitation, and the loss of life in its colonies. Similarly, the Belgian exploitation of the Congo in the late 19th and early 20th centuries is another stark example of wealth built on blood. Under the rule of King Leopold II, the Belgian Congo became a source of immense wealth due to the extraction of rubber and ivory. However, this wealth came at the expense of the indigenous population, who were subjected to forced labor, mutilation, and mass murder. It is estimated that between 10 to 20 million Congolese people died as a result of Belgian colonial policies. The paradox is that Belgium's wealth and power grew exponentially during this period, but it was directly tied to the horrific suffering of the Congolese people. The very profits that fueled the development of modern European capitalism and industry were derived from the bloodshed and terror inflicted upon the people of the Congo. The history of the Dutch colonial empire also illustrates this paradox. In the East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, the Dutch exploited local resources, including spices, coffee, and rubber, which were highly profitable in European markets. The Dutch East India Company was a major player in the global spice trade, and the wealth generated from this trade contributed significantly to the prosperity of the Netherlands. Yet, this wealth was built on the backs of local populations who were subjected to forced labor, exploitation, and violence. One of the most notorious examples is the Java War 1825-1830, where the Dutch brutally suppressed an uprising by the Javanese people. The war resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Javanese civilians and the destruction of their villages. The paradox here is that the wealth derived from the East Indies and the exploitation of its people helped fuel the rise of European economies, yet it was paid for in human lives and suffering. In the context of mining and resource extraction, the paradox of wealth built on blood continues to be relevant today. Many modern mining operations in Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia rely on the exploitation of cheap labor and the destruction of local environments. In countries like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where valuable minerals like cobalt and coltan are mined, workers, including children, are often subjected to dangerous conditions, forced labor, and even death. These minerals are critical components in the production of electronics and electric vehicles, contributing to the wealth of multinational corporations. The paradox is that the technological advancements and economic prosperity driven by these resources are built on the exploitation and suffering of workers who are paid little for their labor and often live in conditions of extreme poverty. That the paradox of wealth that came from blood also extends to the global slave labor market that continues to this day, particularly in industries such as textiles, electronics, and agriculture. Many of the products that we consume daily are made in factories where workers are subjected to poor working conditions, low wages, and sometimes forced labor. The paradox is that, just as wealth was once built on the backs of enslaved people, modern wealth continues to be generated through exploitation and suffering, often hidden behind the walls of factories and supply chains that are far removed from the consumer. The paradox of wealth built on blood reminds us that the economic systems and societies we live in today have been shaped by violence, exploitation, and the suffering of countless individuals. While the wealth and power generated by these systems have benefited many, they have also come at an enormous human cost. The legacy of this blood-stained wealth continues to shape global inequality, and it challenges us to reconsider the true price of prosperity. Wealth, in this context, is not just a reflection of success, but a reminder of the profound injustices that lie beneath it. The concept of freedom has long been celebrated as one of the highest ideals in human societies. It is synonymous with self-determination, autonomy, and liberation from oppression. Throughout history, individuals and nations have fought and sacrificed for the right to be free, whether it's the fight against colonial rule, slavery, or tyranny. However, there exists a paradox. The very pursuit of freedom, while initially liberating, can sometimes lead to new forms of control, restriction, and imprisonment. The pursuit of freedom, for some, can ironically result in the loss of it. This paradox exists when the ideals of freedom become distorted, when freedom is used as a tool of oppression, or when the freedom of one group leads to the subjugation of others. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is the history of slavery and the struggle for freedom in the United States. African Americans fought long and hard for their freedom, culminating in the Civil War and the abolition of slavery through the 13th Amendment in 1865. While the abolition of slavery freed millions of African Americans from the physical bondage of slavery, the paradox is that the freedom they gained was not absolute. Even after emancipation, many African Americans found themselves trapped in systems that were meant to keep them oppressed. Sharecropping, Jim Crow laws, and segregation ensured that African Americans were denied true freedom, as they were still economically subjugated, politically disenfranchised, and socially oppressed. The freedom won through the Civil War was not accompanied by true equality, and the newly free African Americans were, in many ways, still imprisoned by the structures of white supremacy. The paradox is that the very fight for freedom led to new forms of systemic oppression, where individuals were free in name but not in practice. A similar paradox occurred during the French Revolution. The French Revolution of 1789 sought to overthrow the monarchy, abolish feudal privileges, and establish the rights of man and citizen. The revolutionaries sought freedom from the tyranny of the monarchy, and the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity became the rallying cry. Yet, the paradox is that the very pursuit of freedom led to the rise of a new form of tyranny, the Reign of Terror. During this period, thousands of perceived enemies of the revolution were executed, many without fair trials. The revolutionaries, in their quest for freedom, established a regime of fear, control, and violence. The paradox is that the fight for freedom resulted in the imprisonment and execution of many innocent people, as the definition of freedom was manipulated by those in power to suppress dissent and maintain control. What began as a struggle for liberation became a struggle for power, and freedom was sacrificed in the process. In the context of imperialism, the pursuit of freedom has often been distorted to justify oppression. Many European powers, particularly during the 19th and early 20th centuries, justified their imperialist expansions as efforts to bring civilization and freedom to what they considered backward nations. The paradox here is that European empires, in their quest to spread freedom, were actually imposing systems of control and exploitation on colonized nations. British colonization in India, for instance, was justified as a mission to bring stability and civilization to the subcontinent. However, the reality was that millions of Indians were subjugated, their resources plundered, and their autonomy stripped away. The very freedom promised by the colonizers was used as a guise for domination and exploitation. While Europeans claimed they were spreading liberty, their actions resulted in the imprisonment and subjugation of entire populations. The paradox is that freedom, when defined by the colonizer, often becomes the tool through which others are deprived of their autonomy. The paradox of freedom that imprisoned also extends to the modern world, particularly in the context of mass surveillance and the erosion of privacy. In many democratic nations, freedom is championed as a core value, with governments and citizens celebrating the rights to free speech, assembly, and privacy. However, the rise of surveillance technology and data collection has led to a situation where the very freedom enjoyed by citizens is being used to monitor, control, and restrict their actions. Mass surveillance programs, such as those revealed by Edward Snowden in 2013, showed how governments could collect vast amounts of personal data from citizens in the name of security. The paradox is that, while people are free to live their lives, in many respects, their freedom is increasingly compromised by the very systems designed to protect it. Governments, in their desire to maintain control and security, are using surveillance to restrict the very freedom they are supposed to protect, leaving individuals with little privacy or autonomy. The paradox also exists in the realm of consumerism. In modern capitalist societies, people are encouraged to purchase goods, pursue desires, and live freely according to their choices. The promise of freedom through material wealth is a powerful one: freedom to travel, to live in luxury, and to enjoy comfort. Yet, the paradox is that consumerism itself often leads to a form of imprisonment. As people accumulate wealth and possessions, they can become increasingly bound to the systems of capitalism. Debt, for example, has become a form of modern enslavement, where individuals, in their pursuit of the freedom to own homes, cars, or luxury goods, find themselves locked into financial systems that control their lives. The more people acquire, the more they are beholden to financial institutions, and the less freedom they actually possess. The paradox here is that the pursuit of freedom through consumerism can lead to a new form of economic imprisonment, where people are locked into cycles of debt and labor, with little ability to escape. In the context of social media, the pursuit of freedom of expression can also lead to a paradoxical form of imprisonment. Social media platforms promise individuals the freedom to express their opinions, connect with others, and share their lives. However, these platforms also expose individuals to constant surveillance, online harassment, and manipulation through algorithms that control what content people see. The paradox is that while individuals have the freedom to speak and share, they also become prisoners to the very platforms that offer them this freedom. As their data is exploited, their behavior is monitored, and their actions are influenced by algorithms designed to maximize engagement. The freedom to express oneself becomes a tool of control, leading to a form of digital imprisonment that limits true autonomy. The paradox of freedom that imprisoned ultimately challenges our understanding of what it means to be truly free. It asks us to consider how the pursuit of freedom, in its various forms, can sometimes lead to new systems of control, oppression, and restriction, whether through the rise of surveillance, the weight of consumerism, or the distortion of ideals. During revolutionary movements, the quest for freedom can paradoxically result in new forms of imprisonment. It reminds us that true freedom is not just the absence of physical restraint, but also the absence of systems that restrict our autonomy, whether through economic, political, or digital means. Culture is one of the most defining aspects of human societies. It encompasses traditions, languages, art, beliefs, and customs that bind people together, creating a sense of identity and belonging. Over centuries, cultures have thrived, passed down through generations, and shaped the way societies function. Yet, there exists a paradox. Entire cultures, once rich with history, knowledge, and life, have disappeared from the face of the earth, often leaving little more than traces of their existence. These vanished cultures, while gone, continue to impact modern society in ways we may not fully understand. The paradox of culture that disappeared lies in how the absence of these once thriving societies can still influence the present, sometimes in profound and unexpected ways. One of the most striking examples of a culture that disappeared is the Maya civilization of Central America. At its peak, the Maya were one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas, with sophisticated mathematics, astronomy, and architectural achievements. The Maya built sprawling cities, created detailed calendars, and had a complex social and religious structure. However, by the time the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, many of the great Maya cities had already been abandoned. The reasons behind this decline remain debated, with theories ranging from environmental degradation to warfare, but the paradox is that, despite the fall of the Maya civilization, their cultural legacy endures. The Maya language, although no longer spoken by many, still survives in some forms today, and their knowledge of astronomy and mathematics continues to be studied and admired. The disappearance of the Maya culture did not erase its influence. Instead, it left an indelible mark on history, and many aspects of their culture continued to resonate in modern society. Similarly, the ancient Sumerians, who lived in what is now modern-day Iraq, created one of the earliest known civilizations in human history. They developed writing, built impressive cities, and established one of the first legal systems. However, as with the Maya, the Sumerians eventually faded from history. By the time their empire fell, their language had become obsolete, and much of their culture was absorbed by later civilizations such as the Akkadians and Babylonians. The paradox here is that, although the Sumerian culture disappeared, their innovations continue to influence us today. The cuneiform script they developed is considered one of the earliest systems of writing, and it laid the foundation for future systems of communication. The legal code of Hammurabi, inspired by Sumerian laws, is still studied as one of the earliest examples of written justice. The Sumerians may have disappeared, but their contributions to writing, law, and civilization echo throughout history. Disappearance of indigenous cultures around the world, particularly during the colonial era, provides another example of cultures that vanished yet continued to shape the modern world. Colonization, whether through force or coercion, led to the suppression and near erasure of numerous indigenous cultures. The Native American tribes of the United States, for instance, saw their lands stolen, their languages suppressed, and their cultural practices banned. The paradox is that, despite centuries of violence and assimilation policies, Native American culture has not disappeared. In fact, it has experienced a resurgence in recent decades, as Native communities work to reclaim their heritage and revitalize their languages and traditions. The once vanished culture is finding new life, and in doing so, it influences contemporary society, especially in the realms of art, music, and environmentalism. The disappearance of indigenous cultures did not equate to their permanent loss. Rather, these cultures have survived, in part, through the resilience and perseverance of the people who refused to let them vanish. In the realm of ancient civilizations, the Etruscans of Italy offer another example of a culture that disappeared, but left a lasting impact. The Etruscans were one of the major civilizations in pre-Roman Italy, known for their art, architecture, and religious practices. They were the predecessors to the Romans, and many aspects of Roman culture, such as their religious rituals and certain artistic traditions, were heavily influenced by the Etruscans. However, by the 3rd century BCE, the Etruscan civilization was absorbed by the expanding Roman Empire, and their language and culture gradually faded. The paradox is that while the Etruscan civilization no longer exists, their influence is still seen in Roman culture, and by extension, in Western civilization as a whole. The Etruscans' art, architecture, and religious practices were absorbed into Roman culture, and many of their ideas contributed to the foundations of Western thought. Another example of a culture that disappeared is the Celtic cultures of ancient Europe. The Celts were once widespread across much of Europe, from the British Isles to modern-day Turkey. They had a rich cultural tradition with distinct languages, art, and religious practices. However, as the Roman Empire expanded, the Celts were pushed back, and their lands were overtaken. In modern times, the Celts are often seen as a people of the past, their language and traditions largely replaced by the dominant cultures of Europe. The paradox here is that, although the Celtic culture was almost entirely replaced by the Roman Empire, elements of their legacy live on, particularly in areas like Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, where Celtic languages and traditions are still preserved. The Celtic influence can also be seen in modern literature, music, and art, where elements of their mythology and customs continue to inspire. The paradox of culture that disappeared also extends to modern technological and cultural shifts. The rise of globalization has led to the dominance of certain cultures, particularly Western culture across the globe, while many indigenous and local cultures face the risk of disappearing. However, in some instances, the very forces that threaten to erase these cultures are also helping to preserve them. The internet, social media, and digital technology have given voice to marginalized cultures, allowing them to connect, share, and preserve their histories in ways that were not possible before. The paradox is that, While globalization threatens the disappearance of many cultures, it also provides the tools to keep them alive and thriving in the digital age. The paradox of culture that disappeared reminds us that culture is not static. Even when a culture is seemingly lost to time, its legacy endures, influencing future generations in ways we may not fully comprehend, whether through language, art, or shared practices. The cultural roots of vanished societies continue to shape the world, proving that no culture truly disappears. Instead, it transforms and evolves, leaving behind traces of its existence that reverberate through time. The past, while often seen as a source of wisdom, culture, and lessons, is also full of buried truths. Events, stories, and people that once shaped the course of history may be hidden beneath the surface of time, deliberately forgotten or erased from the collective memory. Yet, the paradox of the past that was buried lies in how these hidden histories still have the power to affect the present, even when they are ignored, concealed, or silenced. What was buried, often for the sake of convenience, power, or protection, can rise again, challenging the narratives of the present and forcing society to reckon with its forgotten past. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is the history of slavery in the United States. Although the Civil War ended slavery, the legacy of racial oppression continued to affect African Americans for generations. The paradox here is that, while the physical institution of slavery was abolished, the systemic racism that it created remained deeply embedded in American society. The civil rights movements of the 20th century sought to address these issues, but the past of slavery was buried in the sense that it was not fully acknowledged or reckoned with by mainstream American society for a long time. For decades, the horrors of slavery were swept under the rug, and the true story of African Americans, both their suffering and their resilience, was minimized in the official historical narrative. It was not until later, through efforts such as the civil rights movement and the scholarship of historians, that the true impact of slavery began to be acknowledged and brought to light. The paradox is that even though slavery was legally abolished, its legacy was buried and remained hidden beneath layers of political and social barriers until it was brought into the open once again. A similar paradox can be seen in the treatment of indigenous peoples around the world, from the colonization of the Americas to the colonization of Africa and Australia. Indigenous populations were subjected to violence, land theft, and cultural erasure. These past injustices were often buried beneath the victorious narratives of colonial powers. The paradox here is that, while these actions were buried in the historical accounts of colonizing nations, the impact on indigenous communities has continued to be felt for generations. The forced removal from ancestral lands, the suppression of native languages and cultures, and the imposition of foreign systems of government have left deep scars on indigenous populations. While the colonial powers' official histories may have buried the true story of these atrocities, the indigenous peoples themselves have continued to fight to preserve their cultures and recover their histories. In recent years, there has been a resurgence in indigenous activism, where the past that was buried is now being brought to the forefront in a struggle for recognition, reparations, and healing. Similarly, the Holocaust provides another chilling example of a buried past that continues to shape the present. After the end of World War II, the full scale of the atrocities committed by Nazi Germany was slowly uncovered, but for years, much of the world was reluctant to fully confront the depths of the Holocaust and its implications. The paradox here is that, while the genocide of 6 million Jews and millions of others was a shocking and horrific event, it was often buried in the collective consciousness, both by survivors trying to rebuild their lives and by the global community that wanted to move past the trauma of war. The full acknowledgement and documentation of the Holocaust were delayed, and many individuals who were responsible for the atrocities went unpunished or were allowed to live without facing consequences. The past that was buried continued to haunt the world for decades, as the survivors and their descendants fought to ensure that the horrors of the Holocaust would never be forgotten. The paradox is that even though the world tried to move past the trauma, the buried truth of the Holocaust resurfaced time and time again, demanding justice, remembrance, and acknowledgement. In more recent history, the genocide in Rwanda in 1994 offers another example of the buried past. In just 100 days, an estimated 800,000 people, mostly from the Tutsi ethnic group, were slaughtered by Hutu extremists. The international community, which failed to intervene during the violence, allowed the truth to be buried for years. The paradox is that the world's reluctance to acknowledge the genocide at the time allowed it to remain a hidden wound for many years. In the aftermath, Rwanda had to grapple with the weight of its past, and it was only through national reconciliation and international efforts to uncover the truth that the past began to be addressed. The genocide, which was buried in silence, by many remains a haunting reminder of the consequences of inaction, and it is only through truth and reconciliation that Rwanda has begun the long road to healing. The paradox of the buried past extends to political corruption and injustice. In many parts of the world, regimes have systematically hidden their wrongdoing by rewriting history and suppressing truth. In Argentina, for instance, during the period of military dictatorship from 1976 to 1983, thousands of political dissidents were abducted, tortured, and disappeared by the government. These crimes were covered up, and the true scale of the dirty war was buried beneath layers of official denial and silence. The paradox is that even though these crimes were concealed, the victims' families and human rights organizations continued to fight for truth and justice. As time passed, the truth slowly emerged, with many perpetrators brought to trial years after the dictatorship fell. The buried past of Argentina's military dictatorship was not easily erased, and the country continues to grapple with the legacies of its violent past. The paradox of the past that was buried also manifests in the digital age, where information can be suppressed or erased. While the internet has provided unprecedented access to knowledge, it also has the power to bury truths, whether through censorship, manipulation, or digital erasure. Governments and corporations can control the narrative by suppressing information and rewriting history through the digital landscape. The paradox is that, while the internet has made it possible to uncover hidden truths, it has also created new forms of historical amnesia. What is buried online can be difficult to unearth, and the digital erasure of events or ideas continues to shape modern culture and politics. The paradox of the past that was buried reminds us that history is not just a collection of facts, it is a living narrative that continues to evolve. What is buried today may rise tomorrow, demanding recognition, justice, and understanding. The past may be buried, but it is never truly gone. Its echoes persist, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Nations, as we know them, are built upon shared history, culture, language, and identity. They are often founded by the people who inhabit them, forming governments, creating borders, and shaping a future for themselves. But what happens when a nation is never born, despite all the conditions being in place for it to exist? The paradox of the nation that was never born lies in the idea that, despite having the necessary elements, land, people, culture, and identity, a group may never achieve the status of a nation due to forces beyond its control, such as imperialism, political repression, or global indifference. These peoples and their cultures are often caught in limbo, neither fully part of an established nation nor completely independent, leaving them to navigate a world where their existence is questioned or ignored. One of the most prominent examples of this paradox can be seen in the history of the Kurds. The Kurdish people, who number over 30 million, have a distinct culture, language, and history that spans across several countries, including Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. They have long sought autonomy and recognition as a nation, but despite their efforts, they have never been able to establish a recognized independent Kurdish state. The paradox is that the Kurds have all the hallmarks of a nation, a shared history, a sense of identity, and a cultural heritage. Yet for centuries, the Kurdish people have been denied the right to self-determination. The Kurds have been subjected to political repression, forced assimilation, and violence at the hands of the countries they live in. While Kurdish autonomy movements have succeeded in gaining some degree of self-rule in places like Iraqi Kurdistan, the dream of an independent Kurdish nation remains elusive. Despite their long-standing presence and cultural identity, the Kurdish people live in a world where they are not recognized as a nation, leading to the paradox of a nation that was never born. Similarly, the Palestinian people have faced the paradox of a nation that was never born. The Palestinian territories, comprising the West Bank and Gaza Strip, have long been home to Palestinian Arabs with a distinct cultural and national identity. Throughout the 20th century, Palestinian aspirations for statehood were thwarted by political upheaval, conflict, and the occupation of their lands by Israel. The paradox here is that Palestinians have a clear sense of nationhood, a defined culture, and a history that dates back centuries, but they have never been able to establish a fully recognized independent state. The ongoing Israeli conflict and the refusal of many countries to recognize a Palestinian state have left the Palestinian people without sovereignty. Despite numerous efforts, including the Oslo Accords and various peace talks, the dream of a Palestinian state has not materialized. The paradox is that Palestinians, like the Kurds, have the attributes of a nation, but the political, military, and diplomatic challenges they face have prevented them from achieving recognition as an independent state. Another example of a nation that was never born is Catalonia in Spain. Catalonia has a rich cultural identity, a distinct language, and a long history of self-rule dating back to the Middle Ages. In recent years, there has been a significant push for Catalan independence, with the 2017 Catalan independence referendum highlighting the desire of many Catalans to form their own sovereign state. However, the Spanish government, as well as many other European nations, have opposed Catalonia's independence, arguing that the region's secession would destabilize Spain and the European Union. The paradox here is that Catalonia meets many of the criteria for nationhood: distinct language, culture, and a history of independence, yet it has been unable to secure international recognition as an independent nation. Despite having the political will of a large portion of its population, Catalonia remains an autonomous community within Spain, a nation that was never born despite the efforts and aspirations of its people. The Basque Country in northern Spain and southwestern France provides another example of a region that could have been a nation, but was never allowed to fully establish itself as such. Like Catalonia, the Basque people have a distinct language and culture, and they have long sought independence from Spain and France. The Basque independence movement, led by groups like Ita Euskadi Ta Askatasun, sought to create an independent Basque state. However, the movement was met with violent repression, both from the Spanish and French governments, and the idea of a Basque nation remains unfulfilled. The paradox is that the Basques have a strong sense of national identity and have been fighting for independence for centuries, but the political realities of modern Europe and the resistance of the Spanish and French governments have kept the Basque nation from being born. In Africa, the creation of Nigeria in the mid-20th century led to the paradox of nations that were never truly born. The borders of modern African nations were drawn arbitrarily by colonial powers during the scramble for Africa in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. These borders often ignored ethnic, cultural, and religious divisions, leading to the creation of states where multiple distinct groups were forced to live together. In Nigeria, for example, the Igbo, Hausa Fulani, and Yoruba peoples, each with their own languages, cultures, and identities, were united under the same flag. The paradox is that, while these groups have their own unique identities and histories, the creation of Nigeria as a single nation has often been fraught with conflict and instability. The Nigerian Civil War 1967-1970 was a direct result of these ethnic divisions, as the Biafran secession attempt was driven by the desire of the Igbo people for independence. The paradox is that while Nigeria is a modern nation-state, the divisions within it suggest that it was, in some ways, a nation that was never fully born, as the various groups within the country continue to struggle for recognition, autonomy, and self-determination. The paradox of the nation that was never born forces us to reconsider the traditional definitions of nationhood. It challenges the notion that a nation must be defined by borders or official recognition, and highlights the deep-rooted cultural and historical ties that often define a people's sense of identity. These unrecognized nations, the Kurds, Palestinians, Catalans, Basques, and others, show that nationhood is more than just political independence. It is about cultural preservation, historical memory, and the desire for self-determination. While the political world may not recognize these nations as fully independent, the aspirations of these peoples continue to persist, reminding us that the dream of a nation is often more powerful than its political reality. Language is a vital part of human culture and identity. It is the means through which we communicate, express ideas, preserve histories, and connect with one another. Each language carries the weight of the culture it represents, its customs, beliefs, and worldview. However, there exists a paradox. Many languages, once spoken by millions of people, have been silenced. These languages, despite their richness and depth, have disappeared over time, often due to political, social, or cultural pressures. The paradox lies in how the silencing of a language can lead to the erasure of entire cultures, identities, and ways of life. Yet in many cases, the memory of these languages continues to endure, even when they no longer have a voice. One of the most significant examples of a language that was silenced is Native American languages in the United States. In Canada, For centuries, indigenous peoples across North America spoke hundreds of distinct languages, each with its own grammar, vocabulary, and cultural significance. However, with the arrival of European colonizers and the subsequent colonization of the continent, these languages were increasingly suppressed. Colonial powers sought to erase the indigenous cultures by forcing assimilation, and this often meant the destruction of native languages. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, boarding schools were established for Native American children where they were forbidden to speak their native languages. They were punished for using their mother tongues and forced to learn English as the language of authority. The paradox is that, while these languages were silenced and suppressed, the cultural memory and yearning for these languages continued to live on. Despite the oppressive policies, many indigenous communities are working to revitalize and reclaim their languages today, using modern technology, education, and cultural initiatives to bring them back from the brink of extinction. Similarly, the language of the Welsh people in Britain has faced the paradox of being silenced. Welsh, a Celtic language with a rich literary history, was once widely spoken across Wales. However, over the centuries, English dominance grew, and Welsh was gradually pushed aside. By the 19th century, Welsh speakers were often seen as inferior, or backward, and English was promoted as the language of power, education, and progress. As a result, Welsh-speaking communities began to dwindle, and the language became endangered. The paradox is that, while Welsh was silenced in many areas, its survival is a testament to the resilience of the Welsh people. In recent decades, there has been a strong push to revive the language, with Welsh being taught in schools, used in government, and spoken in cultural contexts. Despite the historical efforts to silence it, Welsh has been revitalized, and today it continues to play an important role in Welsh identity. The silencing of the Irish language provides another example of a language that was suppressed. Irish Gaelic was once the dominant language in Ireland, spoken by the vast majority of the population. However, after centuries of English rule, the language was systematically suppressed. English was enforced as the language of administration, education, and trade, while Irish was relegated to the margins of society. The Great Famine of the 1840s further contributed to the decline of the Irish language, as many speakers died or emigrated. The paradox here is that, while Irish was silenced, it remained a central part of Irish identity and culture. In the 20th century, there was a renewed effort to revive Irish, and it is now recognized as the official language of the Republic of Ireland. Despite the centuries-long suppression, the resilience of the Irish people and their connection to their language have allowed Irish to survive and thrive in modern times. Another example of a silenced language is Hebrew. For centuries, Hebrew was primarily a liturgical language used for religious texts and ceremonies, with Yiddish and other languages spoken by Jewish communities across the world. However, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, efforts were made to revive Hebrew as a spoken language, primarily due to the Zionist movement and the establishment of the State of Israel. The paradox is that Hebrew, once silenced as a vernacular language, became central to the identity of the Jewish people in the modern world. The revitalization of Hebrew as the official language of Israel is a remarkable achievement, showing how a language that was once in danger of disappearing has been resurrected. Yet it highlights the paradox that this revival was born out of the silencing and marginalization of Hebrew in the centuries before. In modern times, the silencing of indigenous languages across the globe continues to be a pressing issue. From the Aboriginal languages in Australia to the Ainu language in Japan, indigenous languages are disappearing at an alarming rate. Many of these languages are spoken by only a few hundred or a few thousand people, and without active efforts to preserve them, they risk extinction. The paradox is that, while these languages were silenced through colonial and modern processes of cultural assimilation, the desire to preserve and revitalize these languages continues to grow. Language revitalization programs, often led by indigenous communities themselves, are working to teach younger generations their ancestral languages and keep their cultural heritage alive. The efforts to revive these languages are a testament to the resilience of indigenous peoples and their commitment to maintaining their identity. Despite centuries of silencing, the paradox of language that was silenced reveals a deeper truth about the power of language in shaping culture, identity, and history. Language is more than just a means of communication. It is the vessel through which culture, knowledge, and values are passed down through generations. When a language is silenced, it's not just the words that disappear. It's the entire worldview, the stories, and the histories tied to that language. The paradox lies in how these silenced languages continue to resonate through time, how they survive in the collective memory of communities and the efforts to reclaim and preserve them. The loss of a language is a profound loss, but it also sparks a renewed sense of identity and purpose in those who fight to bring that language back to life. A legacy is often thought of as something that endures, something that stands the test of time, shaped by the actions and decisions of individuals or societies. It is the inheritance left behind, a legacy of achievements, values, and memories. However, there exists a paradox, a legacy that, while once shining brightly with honor, glory, and influence, is often tarnished by the actions of those who carry it forward. The paradox of a legacy that was tarnished is the idea that the very things we hold dear and admire, our heroes, our institutions, and our accomplishments, are sometimes irrevocably stained by subsequent events or revelations, casting a shadow over the legacy itself. One of the most prominent examples of a tarnished legacy is that of Christopher Columbus. Columbus has long been celebrated as the discoverer of the Americas, a heroic figure who opened the New World to European exploration and colonization. Statues of Columbus stand in many cities, and his name is still commemorated with a national holiday in the United States. However, the paradox lies in how Columbus's legacy has been re-examined in recent decades. While his voyages undoubtedly had a monumental impact on world history, the consequences of his actions, particularly the treatment of indigenous peoples in the Americas, cannot be overlooked. Columbus's arrival led to the exploitation, enslavement, and decimation of millions of indigenous people, and his name is now often associated with the violent colonization of the Americas. The paradox is that a man once regarded as a heroic figure has had his legacy tarnished by the darker truths of his actions and their devastating impact on indigenous populations. Similarly, the legacy of Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of the United States and the author of the Declaration of Independence, has also been tainted by his personal actions. Jefferson is celebrated for his contributions to the founding of the nation, his philosophical writings, and his advocacy for liberty and democracy. However, Jefferson's legacy is complicated by the fact that he was a slave owner and he continued to hold enslaved people throughout his life, even as he publicly championed the principles of freedom and equality. The paradox here is that Jefferson, a man who wrote about the inherent rights of all men, was simultaneously complicit in the oppression of enslaved individuals. His achievements are now shadowed by the hypocrisy of his actions, leading to a re-examination of his legacy. Jefferson's contributions to American democracy cannot be ignored, but his personal contradictions have led to a complex, tarnished legacy that continues to provoke debate. The British Empire offers another example of a legacy that was tarnished. The British Empire was once the largest empire in history, dominating vast swaths of the globe and playing a central role in the spread of Western culture, trade, and technology. For centuries, the British Empire was seen as a symbol of power and success, shaping the modern world in profound ways. However, the empire's legacy has been increasingly scrutinized in recent decades. The empire's expansion was built on the exploitation of colonized peoples, the enslavement of Africans, the extraction of resources, and the imposition of foreign cultural norms. The paradox is that, while the British Empire undoubtedly contributed to the development of modern global trade and infrastructure, it did so at the cost of the cultures and societies it subjugated. The exploitation of India, the brutal treatment of African colonies, and the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade all tarnished the once glorified image of the British Empire. Today, the British Empire's legacy is viewed with a sense of moral reckoning, as the dark side of its power has come to light. The Confederate legacy in the United States is another example of a tarnished legacy. The Confederate States of America, which fought to maintain slavery during the Civil War, has long been seen by some as a symbol of Southern heritage and pride. Statues of Confederate generals like Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson once stood in public spaces, and their names were commemorated in towns and schools across the South. However, in recent years, these symbols of the Confederacy have come under intense scrutiny. The paradox is that these figures, once viewed as heroes by many, are now seen as symbols of oppression and racism, due to their association with the defense of slavery and the fight to maintain a system of white supremacy. The legacy of the Confederacy, once romanticized by some, has been tarnished by a growing recognition of the harm and injustice it caused. Efforts to remove Confederate monuments and rename schools reflect the desire to confront and reckon with This tarnished legacy in the realm of corporate and industrial legacies. Companies that once stood as symbols of progress and innovation often find their legacies tarnished by subsequent revelations of unethical practices. Enron, once one of the most admired companies in America, was celebrated for its innovative approach to energy trading and its rapid growth. However, after the company collapsed in a massive scandal in 2001, it became a symbol of corporate corruption, fraud, and greed. The paradox here is that Enron's legacy, which once symbolized business success and innovation, was forever marred by its unethical practices and the destruction it caused to thousands of employees and investors. Similarly, companies like Union Carbide and BP once held prestigious positions in the business world, only to see their legacies tarnished by catastrophic disasters, the 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy and the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill, respectively. Paradox of legacy that was tarnished is also evident in modern political figures. Many political leaders who once enjoyed great popularity and respect have seen their legacies tainted by scandals, corruption, or controversial actions. Richard Nixon, for instance, was a prominent figure in American politics, serving as both Vice President and President of the United States. However, his involvement in the Watergate scandal, which led to his resignation in 1974, forever tarnished his legacy. The paradox here is that Nixon's achievements in foreign policy, such as opening relations with China, are often overshadowed by the scandal that led to his downfall. His political career, which once seemed destined for greatness, was irreparably damaged by his actions, demonstrating how a single act can tarnish an entire legacy. But the paradox of a legacy that was tarnished reveals that legacies are fragile. What is once seen as a monumental achievement can be undone by later actions, revelations, or perspectives. The history we inherit is often shaped by those who come after us, who may challenge or reassess the narratives of the past. The tarnishing of legacies forces us to confront the complexities of human actions, our capacity for greatness and our capacity for harm. While legacies may be marred, they also provide opportunities for growth, reconciliation, and understanding, reminding us that history is not a static record but a living, evolving story. Throughout history, power has often been achieved and maintained through manipulation, deception, and the construction of false narratives. The paradox of power that was built on lies lies in how leaders, governments, and empires can amass immense influence and control by spreading untruths, rewriting history, and distorting reality. While lies may provide a temporary path to power, the inevitable unraveling of these falsehoods often leads to the collapse of that power, leaving behind a legacy of corruption and deceit. The paradox is that, despite being founded on lies, these systems of power can sometimes function for long periods, controlling and shaping societies, until the truth inevitably comes to light, exposing the fragility of their foundations. One of the most well-known examples of power built on lies is the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Joseph Stalin, who ruled the Soviet Union from the mid-1920s until his death in 1953, is often remembered for his brutal tactics, purges, and widespread suppression of dissent. Stalin's regime was built on the foundation of lies, lies about the success of the Soviet economy, lies about the achievements of collectivization, and lies about the purges and executions of political rivals. The Soviet government spread propaganda that painted Stalin as an infallible leader, a man whose decisions were beyond reproach. Yet, the paradox is that while Stalin's power was built on lies, it was able to endure for decades. The false narratives propagated by the government created a facade of strength and unity that masked the real suffering of the Soviet people. Millions were imprisoned, executed, or starved as a result of Stalin's policies. Yet for many years, the regime remained firmly in control. It was only after Stalin's death and the eventual opening of Soviet archives that the truth about the scale of his crimes became widely known, revealing that the power Stalin built was, in fact, founded on lies. A similar paradox can be seen in Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler. Hitler's rise to power was facilitated by the use of propaganda, manipulation, and lies. The Nazi regime's foundational lies included the scapegoating of Jews, the denial of the atrocities committed against minority groups, and the creation of a narrative of Aryan racial superiority. The Nazi propaganda machine, led by figures like Joseph Goebbels, portrayed Hitler as a charismatic and infallible leader who was leading Germany to greatness. This image of power was built on the lie of racial purity and the belief in the superiority of the German people. The paradox here is that these lies allowed the Nazi regime to consolidate power, leading to the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust. Hitler's power, built on lies, caused widespread suffering, death, and destruction. However, the lies could only hold power for so long. Once the truth about the atrocities of the Nazi regime was revealed to the world, the foundation of Hitler's power crumbled, and the empire he had built fell. The legacy of the Nazi regime, now seen as one of the most deceitful and destructive in history, is a powerful example of how power based on lies ultimately leads to collapse. In colonial empires, the lies that were told to justify the subjugation of entire populations are another example of power built on falsehoods. Colonial powers such as the British Empire and French Empire justified their conquest and domination of lands in Africa, Asia, and the Americas by claiming they were bringing civilization, progress, and Christianity to primitive peoples. The paradox is that these lies allowed the colonial powers to exploit and dominate vast territories for centuries, all while claiming to be benevolent rulers. In reality, the colonial powers were extracting resources, enslaving people, and suppressing indigenous cultures. The lies of the so-called civilizing mission masked the brutality and exploitation at the heart of colonialism. While these empires thrived on these false narratives, their power was ultimately challenged and dismantled as colonized peoples began to demand their independence. The collapse of colonial empires exposed the lies that had been used to justify their control, and the true cost of colonialism: suffering, inequality, and cultural destruction became more apparent. The paradox is that power built on lies can endure for a time, but it is inevitably undermined by the exposure of the truth. The paradox of power built on lies is also evident in corporate scandals. In modern times, many corporations have risen to immense power and influence by hiding the truth about their practices, engaging in deceptive advertising, or downplaying the negative impacts of their products. The case of Enron, the American energy company that collapsed in 2001, is a striking example. Enron was once one of the most respected corporations in the world, with its executives and financial reports touting impressive profits and an innovative business model. However, the reality was that Enron's financial success was based on fraudulent accounting practices and the manipulation of its financial statements. The company's power, built on lies about its profitability and operations, eventually unraveled when the truth came to light, leading to its bankruptcy and the loss of billions of dollars. The paradox is that, while Enron's lies allowed it to gain power and influence in the business world, those same lies led to its eventual downfall, exposing the fragility of a system built on deception. Similarly, the Volkswagen emissions scandal of 2015 demonstrated how corporate power can be built on lies. Volkswagen, a company known for its commitment to environmental sustainability, was found to have intentionally cheated emissions tests on its diesel cars, allowing them to pollute the environment far beyond legal limits. The company's power was built on the lie that it was producing clean and environmentally friendly cars. The paradox here is that, while Volkswagen's deceptive practices allowed it to maintain a competitive edge and increase profits, the truth about its actions eventually came to light, tarnishing the company's reputation and leading to billions of dollars in fines. The scandal exposed the unsustainable nature of a business model built on lies and deception. In modern politics, the paradox of power built on lies continues to unfold. Political leaders and parties often use propaganda, misinformation, and outright lies to manipulate public opinion, secure votes, and maintain power. The paradox is that these lies can help political figures rise to power and dominate their nations, but the eventual exposure of these lies can lead to scandal, loss of trust, and political collapse. In some cases, the lies told by politicians become so entrenched that they create a false narrative that reshapes public perception for generations. However, the truth often emerges, challenging these narratives and forcing societies to confront the impact of the deception. The paradox of power built on lies reminds us that truth and integrity are essential to the stability of any society, empire, or institution. While lies may offer short-term gains, they are inherently unstable and cannot withstand the test of time. Power that is built on deception is fragile, and eventually, the truth will emerge, bringing down even the most powerful structures built on lies. Revolutions are often seen as the ultimate expressions of people's desire for change, a breaking point at which the oppressed rise up against their oppressors. The concept of revolution carries with it the promise of liberation. the restoration of justice, and the creation of a better society. Yet, there exists a paradox. Many revolutions, while initially seen as moments of hope and potential, ultimately failed to deliver the promised transformation. The revolution that fails is not just about the collapse of a political movement. It is about the profound disappointment that comes when the very forces that were meant to bring about change are co-opted or corrupted. The paradox is that the revolution intended to create a better world can often give rise to new forms of oppression, corruption, and failure, leaving the revolutionaries to question whether their efforts were ever truly worthwhile. One of the most prominent examples of a revolution that failed is the Russian Revolution of 1917. The Russian Revolution, led by figures like Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks, promised to overthrow the old Tsarist regime and bring about a society based on equality, workers' rights, and the abolition of the class system. The revolution was celebrated as a victory for the working class, a triumph of the people over the oppressive ruling elite. Yet, within a few years, the revolution began to falter. After Lenin's death, Joseph Stalin rose to power, and instead of the promised egalitarian society, the Soviet Union descended into a totalitarian regime marked by purges, forced labor, camps, and widespread oppression. The very revolution that was meant to free the people from tyranny ended up replacing one form of oppression with another, with Stalin's regime being just as repressive as the Tsarist autocracy that had preceded it. The paradox here is that the revolution, while initially a symbol of hope, ultimately led to a more brutal and dictatorial system, one that betrayed the ideals on which it was founded. Similarly, the Chinese Revolution of 1949, which brought Mao Zedong and the Communist Party to power, promised to rid China of imperialism, feudalism, and corruption. Mao's revolutionary rhetoric appealed to the masses, advocating for the empowerment of peasants, land redistribution, and the establishment of a socialist society. Yet, the aftermath of the revolution revealed another paradox. The very leadership that was meant to represent the people ended up causing immense suffering. The Great Leap Forward, a campaign to rapidly industrialize China, resulted in widespread famine and the deaths of millions. The Cultural Revolution, launched by Mao in 1966, led to mass purges, public executions, and the destruction of cultural heritage. The paradox is that a revolution meant to liberate the people resulted in the brutal suppression of dissent, the destruction of traditional culture, and the deaths of millions. Mao's government became just another form of oppressive rule, and the initial ideals of the revolution were lost in the wave of violence and authoritarianism. The French Revolution, which began in 1789 with cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, is another classic example of a revolution that failed. The revolution sought to overthrow the absolute monarchy of Louis XVI and establish a republic that would give power to the people. The revolution initially resulted in the establishment of the First French Republic and the execution of the king, but soon descended into chaos. The Reign of Terror, led by figures like Maximilien Robespierre, saw thousands of perceived enemies of the revolution executed by guillotine. The paradox here is that a revolution meant to bring about justice and equality became a reign of terror, where those who had once championed the ideals of liberty became the very tyrants they had sought to overthrow. Ultimately, the revolution led to the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, who crowned himself emperor, thus replacing the monarchy with another form of authoritarian rule. The revolution that promised freedom and equality ended with a new empire, showing how the ideals of revolution can often be subverted by the very forces that created them. In the case of the Iranian Revolution of 1979, the overthrow of the Shah, a monarch who was seen as a puppet of the West, promised to create a more just and Islamic society. The revolution, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, promised to rid Iran of imperialist influence, promote social justice, and establish an Islamic republic. However, after the revolution, Iran was transformed into a theocratic state, with Khomeini and the clergy taking control of the government. The paradox is that the revolution, which was meant to liberate the Iranian people from oppression, resulted in a regime that suppressed political freedom, silenced dissent, and imposed strict religious laws. The ideals of the revolution were quickly replaced by a regime that used religion as a means of control. Political purges, executions, and the suppression of women's rights were some of the consequences of the new regime, showing how a revolution, meant to create a better society, could devolve into a system of religious dictatorship. A more contemporary example of a revolution that failed is the Arab Spring. In 2010, a wave of protests swept across the Middle East and North Africa, as people demanded the end of oppressive regimes, greater freedoms, and economic opportunity. Initially, the revolution promised a new era of democracy and human rights, as dictators in countries like Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya were toppled. However, in many cases, the revolutions led to chaos, instability, and the rise of even more oppressive forces. In Egypt, the military quickly regained control after the fall of Hosni Mubarak, leading to a return to authoritarian rule. In Libya, the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi resulted in a power vacuum, leading to civil war and the rise of extremist groups like ISIS. The paradox is that, while these revolutions were sparked by a desire for freedom, they often resulted in greater instability and repression, with the promise of democracy and human rights unfulfilled. In many cases, the revolutionaries were left disillusioned as the power they had fought for was hijacked by new authoritarian figures or extremist factions. The paradox of the revolution that failed forces us to reconsider our understanding of political change. Revolutions are often seen as the ultimate vehicle for justice and reform, a way to overthrow oppressive systems and create a better future. However, history shows that revolutions do not always lead to the desired outcomes. While they may initially bring hope and excitement, revolutions are complex, and their aftermath is often shaped by unforeseen forces. The paradox is that the very power created by revolutions can often turn into a new form of oppression, and the ideals that sparked the revolution can become distorted in the process. Revolutions may fail, not because the ideals they were founded on are flawed, but because the human forces that drive them are often susceptible to corruption, violence, and the pursuit of power. Identity is an intrinsic part of the human experience. It is shaped by a combination of cultural, social, and personal factors, creating a sense of self that connects an individual to their family, community, and history. Yet, throughout history, identity has often been forced upon people by external forces, governments, conquerors, or colonizers, who seek to reshape or suppress native cultures, languages, and traditions. The paradox of identity that was forced lies in how individuals and entire populations are made to adopt identities that do not reflect their true selves, leading to a loss of autonomy, self-expression, and cultural continuity. What happens when people are denied the freedom to define themselves, when their identities are dictated by outside forces? One of the most profound examples of forced identity is the colonization of indigenous peoples across the world. From the Americas to Africa and Asia, colonial powers imposed their cultures, languages, and religions on native populations, often erasing or suppressing indigenous identities in the process. In the United States, for instance, Native American children were taken from their families and placed in boarding schools where they were forbidden from speaking their native languages or practicing their traditions. The forced assimilation policies not only stripped these children of their cultural identities, but also created a generation of Native Americans who struggled with an alienation from both their native heritage and the dominant culture they were forced to adopt. The paradox is that, while the goal was to integrate Native Americans into mainstream society, it often resulted in the destruction of their cultural identity. The attempt to force a new identity upon them left them with a fractured sense of self, disconnected from both their native roots and the mainstream society that rejected their heritage. Similarly, African slaves in the Americas were forced to adopt new identities. When millions of Africans were brought to the Americas through the transatlantic slave trade, they were stripped of their names, languages, and cultural practices. Enslaved Africans were often given English, Spanish, or Portuguese names, and they were forced to abandon their ancestral customs in favor of European-style Christianity and Western ways of life. The paradox here is that, while the enslaved were given a new identity, it was one that was forced upon them through violence and oppression. The identity of the enslaved African was molded by their masters and by the brutal system of slavery, and any attempt to maintain their original cultural identity was punished. The forced identity of the enslaved Africans became deeply ingrained in the social structure of the Americas, shaping racial dynamics that persist to this day. The paradox is that, while African slaves were made to adopt a new identity, their true cultural heritage was buried, and it would take generations for their descendants to reclaim and celebrate their African roots. The Cultural Revolution in China, which took place between 1966 and 1976 under the leadership of Mao Zedong, is another example of forced identity. Mao sought to reshape Chinese society by eradicating what he saw as old cultural practices, traditions, and ideologies. millions of Chinese citizens were forced to conform to the new identity of a socialist, communist state. People were encouraged to abandon traditional Chinese customs, including Confucian practices, and to embrace the principles of Maoism. The paradox is that, while the revolution sought to create a new national identity based on equality and unity, it also led to widespread violence, repression, and the destruction of China's cultural heritage. Countless religious temples, historical sites, and cultural artifacts were destroyed, and millions of people were persecuted for their political beliefs. The forced identity that Mao sought to impose created deep divisions in Chinese society and led to an era of fear and trauma. The paradox is that, while the goal was to create a unified socialist identity, it resulted in cultural and personal destruction for many Chinese people, leaving them with a fractured sense of self. In apartheid-era South Africa, the imposition of racial identity was a powerful tool used to enforce a system of segregation and oppression. The apartheid regime 1948 to 1994 classified South Africans into racial categories such as white, black, colored, and Indian, with each group being subjected to different laws and privileges. The forced categorization of individuals based on their race not only restricted their movements and opportunities but also shaped their entire lives. The paradox is that, while the government sought to maintain a rigid, hierarchical racial identity, individuals were often forced to accept and internalize these imposed labels, regardless of their personal sense of identity. Black South Africans, for example, were required to carry passbooks that defined their racial status and dictated where they could live, work, and travel. The enforced racial identity served as a means of control, reinforcing the apartheid system. Despite the oppressive nature of this forced identity, it also became a source of resistance. Anti-apartheid movements, led by figures like Nelson Mandela, fought against the imposed identities and sought to redefine what it meant to be South African. The paradox here is that, while apartheid sought to control and suppress the identities of non-white South Africans, it also led to the creation of a powerful national identity rooted in resistance and the fight for freedom. The forced assimilation of indigenous cultures in Australia provides another example of a nation's attempt to impose an identity on an entire population. The Stolen Generations refers to the policy in which Aboriginal children were forcibly removed from their families by Australian federal and state government agencies and placed in institutions or with white families. These children were forced to adopt European names, religions, and ways of life, severing their ties to their Aboriginal heritage. The paradox is that while the Australian government sought to assimilate Indigenous people into mainstream society, it effectively erased their cultural identity, leaving many Aboriginal individuals disconnected from their families, traditions, and languages. The policy not only caused psychological harm to the children who were taken but also led to the loss of cultural continuity within Indigenous communities. Today there is a growing movement to reclaim Indigenous identities and cultural practices, but the scars of forced assimilation remain. The paradox of identity that was forced reveals the lasting impact of social, political, and cultural manipulation. Throughout history, governments and powerful entities have sought to control people's identities for their own purposes, whether through colonization, enslavement, or political revolution. These forces of imposed identity can leave individuals and entire communities with fractured senses of self, disconnected from their heritage and traditions. Yet, the paradox lies in how these imposed identities do not completely erase the essence of the people they seek to control. Rather, they often spark a renewed desire to reclaim, preserve, and celebrate the lost cultures, languages, and identities. The struggle to reassert one's true identity in the face of forced assimilation is a central part of the human experience. And the paradox is that, while the imposition of identity may cause harm, it can also fuel resilience and resistance, leading to a reclaiming of agency and self-determination. Memory is the cornerstone of personal and collective identity. It is how we connect to our past, understand our present, and shape our future. Our memories, whether individual or shared, inform our beliefs, values, and perceptions of the world. However, memory is not always a faithful recorder of events. It is malleable and can be rewritten, consciously or unconsciously. This paradox reveals the complex and often dangerous nature of memory. That which we believe to be true, the memories that shape our identity, can sometimes be altered or erased, leaving us to question what is real and what has been distorted. Over time, one of the most striking examples of rewritten memory is found in the aftermath of war. After World War II, many European nations, particularly Germany, faced the challenge of reconciling with the horrors of the Holocaust. The collective memory of the war and its atrocities was heavily influenced by political agendas, cultural shifts, and national identities. In post-war Germany, a concerted effort was made by the government to rewrite the memory of the Nazi era. The paradox here is that, while the nation sought to come to terms with its dark past, many aspects of the true memory of Nazi crimes were suppressed or minimized for decades. Public figures downplayed the extent of the Holocaust, and many Germans were reluctant to confront the atrocities committed by their country during the war. As a result, for a long time, the full scope of the Nazis' crimes was buried beneath a sanitized version of history. It was only in later years, through efforts by historians, survivors, and advocates, that the true memory of the Holocaust began to resurface, revealing how history had been rewritten to protect the national psyche. The Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union offers another powerful example of rewritten memory. Under the rule of Joseph Stalin, history itself was altered to serve the purposes of the government. Stalin sought to erase any trace of opposition to his rule and to present himself as an infallible leader. In this process, the memories of many key figures in Soviet history were rewritten or erased altogether. Leon Trotsky, once one of the leading figures in the Russian Revolution, became a target of Stalin's propaganda machine. After Stalin had Trotsky exiled and later murdered, Trotsky was systematically erased from Soviet memory. His contributions to the revolution were minimized, his image was removed from photographs, and his name was struck from official records. The paradox here is that Stalin's regime, built on the suppression of dissent, altered the collective memory of the Russian Revolution to such an extent that the true role of key figures like Trotsky was obscured, leaving future generations with a skewed version of Soviet history. In China, the Cultural Revolution 1966 to 1976, launched by Mao Zedong, was another episode in which memory was rewritten. The Cultural Revolution sought to eliminate traditional Chinese culture, which Mao saw as a barrier to the development of communist ideals. During this time, much of China's rich cultural heritage, its art, literature, and philosophy was destroyed, and intellectuals were persecuted. Mao and his followers rewrote the cultural memory of China to align with Maoist ideology. The paradox is that, while the Cultural Revolution aimed to reshape China's memory of itself, it also left a legacy of destruction, fear, and trauma. The true history of this period was obscured for many years, and many Chinese citizens, particularly the younger generation, were taught a distorted version of events. It wasn't until the end of Mao's reign that the true impact of the Cultural Revolution began to be acknowledged, revealing how the past had been rewritten to fit the needs of those in power. The phenomenon of historical revisionism, events are deliberately rewritten for political or ideological purposes, can also be seen in the case of colonialism. Colonial powers often distorted the memory of their own actions to justify their imperialist expansion. In the British Empire, for example, the colonization of India was often framed as a civilizing mission, with British colonizers portraying themselves as benevolent rulers who were bringing progress and stability to an otherwise backward society. The paradox is that, while the British narrative painted colonialism as a positive force, the reality for the colonized people was one of exploitation, violence, and cultural erasure. The British rewrote the memory of their colonial rule to mask the brutality of the system they created, and for many years, this version of history prevailed. It wasn't until post-colonial scholars and activists began to reclaim the history of colonialism that the true cost of British imperialism came to light. The denial of indigenous history and memory is yet another example of how memory can be rewritten. Indigenous communities across the world, particularly in the Americas and Australia, have had their histories distorted or erased by colonial powers. For example, the history of the native peoples of the Americas was often rewritten by European settlers who depicted the indigenous population as primitive or savage, thereby justifying their displacement and cultural destruction. The paradox is that, while indigenous peoples were stripped of their land, culture, and sovereignty, their memory was also rewritten to fit the narrative of the colonizers. Indigenous communities are now working to reclaim and preserve their histories, languages, and traditions, often challenging the false narratives that have been imposed on them for centuries. This effort to reclaim the truth and rewrite the memory of colonization is an ongoing struggle. The paradox of memory that was rewritten forces us to question the nature of history itself. History is often presented as a set of facts, but it is More than that, it is a narrative shaped by the perspectives of those who hold power. What we remember and what we choose to forget determines the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and where we come from. The rewriting of memory can be a tool of oppression, allowing those in power to control the narrative and suppress inconvenient truths. But the paradox is that, even when memories are rewritten, the truth often resurfaces. History cannot be completely erased, and the efforts to distort or hide it ultimately lead to its rediscovery. The struggle for historical truth is ongoing, as individuals and communities continue to challenge the official versions of history and seek to reclaim the memories that were stolen or distorted. History is often filled with stories of great leaders, warriors, scholars, and artists who shaped the course of civilization. Their names are written in textbooks, their deeds immortalized in monuments, and their legacies enshrined in national consciousness. Yet, there exists a paradox. People who, despite being central to the narratives of history, may have never existed at all. These individuals, whether born from myth, legend, or deliberate fabrication, serve as symbols or instruments of power, culture, and identity. The paradox lies in how people who never truly lived can still leave a lasting mark on history, shaping the beliefs, actions, and decisions of entire societies. One of the most well-known examples of people who never existed is King Arthur, the legendary ruler of Camelot. For centuries, Arthur has been depicted as a heroic king who united the people of Britain and led them in battles against invaders. The stories of Arthur's knights, his magical sword Excalibur, and his quest for the Holy Grail are central to Western medieval literature. Yet, despite the widespread belief in Arthur's existence, there is no historical evidence that such a king ever lived. Some historians argue that Arthur may have been based on a real historical figure, but the details of his life are wrapped in myth and legend. The paradox is that, despite the lack of evidence for Arthur's existence, his story has become one of the most influential in Western culture. The figure of King Arthur has shaped ideas of chivalry, honor, and kingship, and his legacy continues to inspire literature, film, and popular culture. Even though Arthur may never have existed, the myth surrounding him has had a profound impact on history. Similarly, the figure of Robin Hood, the legendary outlaw who stole from the rich and gave to the poor, exists in a similar paradox. While the story of Robin Hood has been passed down through generations, with countless retellings and adaptations, there is no definitive proof that he was a real person. Some historians believe that Robin Hood may have been inspired by multiple historical figures, or that the legend is a blend of fact and folklore. The paradox here is that, despite the ambiguity surrounding his existence, Robin Hood has become a symbol of resistance against tyranny and injustice. His legacy, rooted in the idea of standing up for the oppressed, continues to resonate in modern social movements and popular culture. The story of Robin Hood has shaped our understanding of heroism and justice, even though it may be based on a completely fictional character. In ancient history, the figure of Hercules, the mighty hero of Greek mythology, provides another example of a person who never existed but had an enormous impact on Western culture. Hercules was a demigod known for his incredible strength and heroic feats, most notably his 12 labors. While Hercules was worshipped as a hero and a symbol of strength, there is no evidence that he was ever a real person. The paradox is that the myth of Hercules, though entirely fictional, has played a significant role in shaping Western ideas of heroism, strength, and moral virtue. His story has been told and retold for thousands of years, influencing art, literature, and even modern entertainment. The myth of Hercules may have been invented to teach moral lessons, but his influence on Western culture is undeniable, even though he was never a real person. In more recent history, the figure of John Doe or Jane Doe has been used in legal and medical contexts to represent individuals whose identities are unknown or have been intentionally hidden. The use of these placeholder names has become so widespread that they are now culturally ingrained. Even though there is no specific John Doe or Jane Doe, these names represent an individual who may never be identified or whose identity has been erased for various reasons, such as anonymity in legal proceedings or the absence of a known identity. The paradox is that while these names represent people who technically never existed as individuals, they are integral to our legal and societal systems. They are used to represent all the unknown and unclaimed individuals who, in a sense, never have their own identity but still exist within the framework of society. In modern history, The notion of a perfect leader or great man who can transcend time and embody the ideals of a society often leads to the creation of figures who never truly existed, or whose actual lives have been heavily A prominent example is the figure of Che Guevara, the Argentine revolutionary who became an icon of rebellion and social justice. While Che was indeed a real person, the image of him as a martyr and revolutionary hero has been shaped and transformed into a symbol far beyond the historical figure he was. The paradox is that, despite Guevara's real-life involvement in revolutionary movements, his image has been so widely reproduced and idealized that it sometimes feels as though the Che Guevara most people know is an invention, a symbol rather than a man. His legacy, both inspiring and controversial, is built not only on the reality of his actions but also on the myth that has been constructed around him, creating a version of Guevara that may be more powerful than the man himself. In political propaganda, figures who never existed or were invented have been used to further specific agendas. For instance, the image of the enemy in various conflicts, whether it's the communists during the Cold War, the terrorists in the War on Terror, or various other invented threats, often serves as a scapegoat for political power. These enemies are often constructed from fabricated stories and exaggerated fears, allowing governments to rally their citizens against a common foe. The paradox is that these invented figures or groups never existed in the way they are portrayed, yet they are used to justify wars, policies, and social changes that have real and devastating consequences. The paradox of people who never existed challenges our understanding of history, identity, and reality. It forces us to confront the ways in which myths, legends, and fabricated personas shape our collective memory, even when they have no basis in fact. While the figures discussed may never have truly existed, their impact on culture, society, and politics is undeniable. They remind us that history is not just about facts and individuals, but also about the stories we create, the identities we construct, and the ways in which imagination can shape reality. The people who never existed continue to shape the world, in ways that real people may never have, proving that sometimes the greatest power comes from the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and who we could be. Land has long been considered one of the most valuable resources in human history. It represents ownership, security, and prosperity, and has been a source of power for civilizations for millennia. The paradox of land that was sold lies in how, despite its immense value and significance, land can be transferred, traded, or sold in ways that undermine its importance, disrupt the lives of its rightful stewards, and sometimes even result in the destruction of cultures, communities, and ecosystems. What happens when land, which is meant to be cherished and protected, is treated as a commodity to be bought and sold? One of the most poignant examples of land being sold, and the paradox that arises from it, can be found in the history of indigenous land dispossession in the Americas. When European settlers arrived on the American continent, they viewed the land as a resource to be exploited for profit and expansion. In many cases, land that had been inhabited by indigenous peoples for thousands of years was sold or seized by colonial governments or corporations, often through deceit, coercion, or manipulation. The paradox is that while the land was sold or ceded by the indigenous people, it was not truly theirs to give away. Many of the treaties that were signed were based on misunderstandings, and the native people often did not fully comprehend the consequences of the deals they were making. The settlers, who saw land as a commodity, ultimately displaced and marginalized the original inhabitants, leaving them with no place to live, no access to their ancestral resources, and no way to sustain their communities. The land was sold, but the very people who had lived on it for generations were left to grapple with the consequences of this forced transfer. In the case of the Trail of Tears, a dark chapter in American history, land was sold under the guise of relocation and treaties, but the ultimate goal was the forced removal of indigenous people from their homelands to make way for European settlers. The Cherokee Nation, among other tribes, was coerced into signing treaties that ceded vast swaths of land in the southeastern United States. Despite their legal rights to the land, they were forcibly relocated to present-day Oklahoma. The paradox here is that the land was sold in exchange for promises of compensation, but the reality was that these promises were never fully honored. The forced relocation resulted in the deaths of thousands of Cherokee people, and their way of life was irrevocably altered. The land, which had been their sacred inheritance, was sold by government officials who had little regard for the people who lived there. The loss of land meant the loss of culture, livelihood, and identity. as the Cherokee and other tribes struggled to adapt to their new environment in the West. Similarly, in Australia, the colonization of the land by the British resulted in the forced displacement of Aboriginal Australians from their traditional territories. The British colonizers claimed the land as terra nullius, or land belonging to no one, even though it had been inhabited by Aboriginal people for tens of thousands of years. The paradox here is that the British settlers sold and developed land that was already home to an ancient culture. Disregarding the Aboriginal people's deep spiritual and cultural connection to the land, the British claim of terra nullius ignored the intricate systems of land, stewardship and resource management that Aboriginal people had developed over thousands of years. As land was sold or seized by the colonizers, the Aboriginal people were driven off their land, and their traditional way of life was irreversibly disrupted. Despite the legal and cultural significance of the land to the indigenous peoples, their ownership was dismissed in favor of European ideas of land ownership and property. In the context of modern land sales, the paradox of land being sold continues to unfold. In many parts of the world, land is still being sold to foreign corporations and governments, often at the expense of local populations. In Africa, for instance, vast tracts of land are being sold to multinational corporations, sometimes through questionable or exploitative deals. These land deals often involve smallholder farmers and local communities, who are pushed off their land in exchange for promises of economic development that rarely materialize. The paradox here is that while the land is sold to multinational companies for agricultural production or resource extraction, the local populations who have lived on and worked the land for generations are left with nothing. They lose their homes, their sources of food, and their cultural connection to the land, while the multinational corporations profit from the land they now own. This form of land grabbing is happening in countries like Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Ghana, where large-scale land deals are made without regard for the local people's rights or needs. In Latin America, similar land sales have led to the displacement of rural communities. In countries like Brazil and Colombia, large-scale agriculture and mining projects have resulted in the sale of vast areas of land that were once inhabited by indigenous and peasant communities. These communities, who have lived on the land for generations, are often forced to leave their homes due to the expansion of plantations or the construction of mining operations. The paradox is that the land is sold for economic development, but the benefits are not felt by the local communities who lose their homes. Instead, it is the multinational corporations that profit, while the displaced populations face poverty, homelessness, and loss of livelihood. The sale of land in these contexts is not just about the transfer of property. It's about the erasure of cultural identities and the marginalization of entire communities. The paradox of land that was sold extends to urban development in many modern cities. As cities grow and expand, developers often purchase large plots of land to build residential complexes, commercial spaces, and infrastructure projects. While these developments can bring economic growth and modernization, they also lead to the displacement of lower-income families and communities who have lived on that land for generations. The paradox is that the sale of land for development, while bringing prosperity to some, often exacerbates inequality and poverty for others. In cities around the world, the cost of land and housing has skyrocketed, making it impossible for many residents to remain in their homes. The sale of land for development may seem like progress, but it often comes at the expense of vulnerable communities who are displaced and left with little choice but to seek refuge in the margins of society. The paradox of land that was sold forces us to reconsider how we view ownership, value, and land itself. While land is often seen as a commodity, it is also a source of identity, culture, and history for many people. The sale of land may provide immediate economic benefits, but the long-term consequences, displacement, loss of culture, and environmental destruction can be profound. The paradox lies in how land, which should be protected and revered, can be treated as a commodity, sold to the highest bidder, leaving behind a legacy of inequality, injustice, and cultural erasure. Heroes are typically revered and celebrated for their acts of bravery, their pursuit of justice, and their contributions to society. From the warriors of ancient civilizations to modern-day activists and leaders, heroes are often viewed as symbols of hope, strength, and resilience. However, there exists a paradox. Some individuals, despite being hailed as heroes by history, were deeply hated or despised by those they sought to help or by the societies they tried to protect. The paradox of the hero who was hated lies in how the very qualities that make someone a hero, courage, conviction, and the willingness to challenge the status quo can often make them a target for hostility, resistance, and even violence. In the end, the hero's legacy is often shaped by the perception of their actions, which can vary dramatically depending on who is telling the story. One of the most striking examples of a hero who was hated is Nelson Mandela, the revolutionary and former president of South Africa. Mandela is widely celebrated today as a global icon of peace, justice, and forgiveness. His efforts to dismantle the system of apartheid, his fight for racial equality, and his promotion of reconciliation in post-apartheid South Africa are considered monumental achievements. However, during the height of his activism, Mandela was deeply hated by many, particularly by the apartheid government and its supporters. He was labeled a terrorist, imprisoned for 27 years, and viewed as a dangerous radical by those in power. The paradox is that, while Mandela's struggle was aimed at securing freedom and equality for all South Africans, he was despised by the very people who benefited from the oppressive apartheid system. His legacy, shaped by decades of resistance and sacrifice, ultimately transformed him into a universally beloved figure, but his journey was marked by widespread hatred and vilification. Similarly, the figure of Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of India's non-violent independence movement against British colonial rule, exemplifies the paradox of the hero who was hated. Gandhi is now regarded as one of the most influential figures in world history, known for his principles of satya, truth, and ahimsa, non-violence, which inspired numerous civil rights movements around the globe. Yet, during his lifetime, Gandhi was often despised by both the British and many within India. The British government saw him as a threat to their imperial control and viewed his methods of peaceful protest as a challenge to their authority. Within India, Gandhi faced criticism from various political factions, including the Muslim League, which opposed his vision for a united India, and the Indian National Congress, which believed his emphasis on non-violence was too conciliatory. The paradox is that Gandhi, a man who sought to achieve justice and independence for his country, was often despised by the very people he was trying to help, as his ideology and methods clashed with the entrenched political interests of his time. In the realm of military heroes, the paradox of the hated hero is also evident. General George Washington, the first president of the United States and a central figure in the American Revolution, is considered one of the greatest military leaders in history. Washington's leadership was instrumental in securing American independence from Britain. However, during the Revolution, Washington was deeply disliked by certain groups. He faced resistance from within his own ranks, with many soldiers and officers questioning his leadership and his decisions. After the war, his role in shaping the new nation was also contentious. The paradox is that, while Washington is now revered as the father of the nation, his leadership was met with criticism and disdain by some of his contemporaries, who believed his methods were flawed or his decisions too conservative. Washington's eventual elevation to the status of a beloved national hero came only after the passage of time, and his initial struggles were forgotten in favor of the more idealized version of his legacy. The paradox of the hero who was hated can also be seen in modern-day activists. Malcolm X, the civil rights leader and advocate for black empowerment, was initially hated by many, even within the black community. Malcolm X was often seen as radical and militant due to his early advocacy for black nationalism and his association with the Nation of Islam. His harsh criticism of the mainstream civil rights movement, particularly the more conciliatory approach taken by Martin Luther King Jr., led to him being viewed as a divisive figure. The paradox is that, while Malcolm X sought to challenge systemic racism and empower African Americans, his methods and rhetoric alienated many people, including those who shared his ultimate goal of achieving equality. However, after his assassination in 1965, Malcolm X's legacy was re-evaluated, and he was celebrated as a visionary leader who advanced the cause of racial justice. In hindsight, the hero who was once hated is now regarded as an important figure in the history of the civil rights movement. Even in art and literature, the paradox of the hero who was hated can be found. One such example is the writer Leo Tolstoy, widely considered one of the greatest novelists of all time. Tolstoy's works, such as War and Peace and Anna Karenina, have had an immense impact on world literature, and his later philosophical and religious writings are still widely read today. However, during his lifetime, Tolstoy was often criticized and rejected by many of his contemporaries. His pacifism and rejection of the Russian Orthodox Church led to tensions with the Russian aristocracy, and his criticism of the state made him a controversial figure. The paradox is that, while Tolstoy's ideas on nonviolence, spirituality, and social justice were revolutionary, they were seen as subversive by many in his time. Despite the opposition he faced, Tolstoy's legacy as a literary and moral giant has endured, and his works continue to inspire readers around the world. The paradox of the hero who was hated challenges the conventional understanding of heroism. Heroes are often seen as figures who rise to prominence through the admiration and support of their people. However, history reveals that some of the greatest heroes were not celebrated during their lifetimes, and their actions were often met with hostility, resistance, and rejection. The paradox is that, in the face of hatred and opposition, these heroes persisted in their efforts, driven by a vision of justice, freedom, and change. Over time, as the impact of their actions became more apparent, the narrative shifted, and they became revered figures. The paradox of the hero who was hated is a reminder that true heroism is not always recognized immediately, and that the fight for justice and change often comes with personal sacrifice and societal resistance. Heroes are not defined by the love they receive but by the courage they show in standing up for what is right, even in the face of adversity. The future is something that humanity constantly looks toward, an unknown, often idealized destination that holds the promise of progress, advancement, and prosperity. It is a space where innovation, societal growth, and personal dreams intersect. However, there exists a paradox. The future, while seen as an open canvas for creativity and possibility, can also be stolen or manipulated by forces that limit or control what lies ahead. The paradox of a future that was stolen lies in how, at times, individuals, communities, and even entire nations are denied their right to shape and control their own destinies. These stolen futures are often a result of war, political oppression, economic exploitation, or environmental destruction, all of which rob people of the opportunities and potential they might otherwise have had. One of the clearest examples of a stolen future can be seen in the aftermath of colonialism. For centuries, colonial powers exploited the resources, labor, and land of colonized nations, often for their own economic gain. Indigenous populations were displaced, and their cultural, economic, and political systems were overrun or suppressed. The paradox here is that, while colonial powers claimed to be bringing civilization and progress, they were, in fact, stealing the future of the people they colonized. Whole generations of indigenous people were denied access to education, economic opportunities, and the freedom to govern themselves. The colonized were systematically deprived of the means to build their own futures, with colonial governments dictating what could and could not be done. Even after the end of colonialism, the legacies of exploitation and oppression continued to impact the future of former colonies, with many nations struggling to recover from the effects of having their futures stolen by colonial rule. Similarly, the Atlantic slave trade offers a powerful example of a stolen future. For hundreds of years, millions of Africans were forcibly taken from their homelands, sold into slavery, and transported to the Americas. These individuals, along with their descendants, were robbed not only of their freedom but also of their potential futures. Slavery, a brutal system that dehumanized and exploited people for economic gain, systematically prevented enslaved Africans from having control over their lives. The paradox is that, while enslaved people were seen as property, they possessed immense potential, talent, and knowledge. However, the institution of slavery crushed these possibilities, denying them the right to shape their own futures. The stolen futures of enslaved people continue to reverberate throughout history, with the legacy of slavery contributing to ongoing racial and economic disparities that persist to this day in more modern times. The paradox of a stolen future can be seen in the effects of war and militarism. The destruction caused by war can disrupt entire generations of people, particularly the young, whose futures are often forever altered by conflict. One of the most tragic examples of this is the aftermath of the Syrian civil war, which began in 2011. Over the course of the conflict, millions of Syrians, including children, have lost their homes, their families, and their futures. The war has forced many to flee as refugees, while others have been caught in the violence, with entire communities destroyed. The paradox is that a country once on the path to progress and development now faces a future defined by displacement, trauma, and uncertainty. The children who have grown up in refugee camps or who have witnessed the horrors of war will have their futures shaped by these experiences, their opportunities for education, employment, and stability stolen by the conflict. Their potential to shape a better world has been disrupted by forces beyond their control, leaving them with little hope for the future they might have had. The paradox of a stolen future can also be seen in the context of economic exploitation. In many parts of the world, the global economy is structured in ways that perpetuate poverty and inequality, preventing people from accessing the resources they need to build better futures. Workers in low-wage industries, often in developing countries, are paid little for their labor, while multinational corporations profit immensely. The paradox is that these workers, despite contributing to the production of goods and services consumed worldwide, have their futures stolen through exploitation. They are trapped in cycles of poverty and often face unsafe working conditions, limited opportunities for advancement, and the inability to break free from the economic system that keeps them in place. The stolen future of these workers, particularly in industries like textiles, agriculture, and mining, continues to have far-reaching effects on global inequality. Another example of a stolen future can be seen in the environmental crisis. As the effects of climate change become more evident, entire ecosystems and communities are being displaced or destroyed. The paradox is that the actions of past and present generations, particularly the industrialization and pollution driven by fossil fuel consumption, are robbing future generations of a habitable world. Young people today, particularly those in vulnerable regions, are inheriting a planet that is increasingly ravaged by environmental disasters, rising sea levels, and extreme weather events. The future that should have been filled with opportunities for growth, innovation, and sustainability is now clouded by the looming threats of ecological collapse. The paradox is that while the actions of previous generations have led to this environmental crisis, it is the younger generation that is left to face the consequences, their futures stolen by the choices made before they were even born. The paradox of a stolen future is also evident in the denial of rights for marginalized groups, particularly in the fight for LGBTQ+ rights. In many countries, the LGBTQ+ community still faces persecution, discrimination, and violence, with individuals being denied their rights to love, marry, and live freely. The paradox is that, while LGBTQ+ individuals are often capable of contributing to society in profound ways, their futures are stolen by the prejudices of those in power. In some regions, the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights is ongoing, and the ability to live authentically and without fear is still denied to many. The future of LGBTQ+ people is often clouded by laws that criminalize their existence or by societal attitudes that reject their identities. This stolen future prevents them from fully participating in society and living lives of dignity and fulfillment. The paradox of the future that was stolen forces us to confront the ways in which power, violence, and exploitation can disrupt the course of history. The people whose futures have been stolen, from colonized nations to displaced refugees, from enslaved individuals to marginalized communities, are often the ones who have the greatest potential for shaping a better world. Yet their opportunities for progress are limited by forces beyond their control. The paradox lies in how the stolen futures of these individuals continue to shape the world in ways that are often unjust, leaving us to question the true cost of progress and the ways in which power can deprive individuals of their chance to determine their own destinies. Justice is a cornerstone of human societies, a principle that is supposed to ensure fairness, equality, and accountability. It is often viewed as a path to resolution, where wrongs are righted and the oppressed are given their due. However, there exists a paradox. In many cases, justice is denied, even when it is most needed. Individuals or groups who have been wronged may never see justice, while the systems designed to uphold justice may instead perpetuate injustice. The paradox of justice that was denied lies in how legal and political systems designed to protect and ensure fairness can sometimes fail, leaving victims without the relief they deserve. The consequences of this denial of justice ripple through societies, leading to mistrust, anger, and further injustices. One of the most prominent examples of justice being denied is the history of racial injustice in the United States, particularly in the case of African Americans. Despite the abolition of slavery in 1865, African Americans have long struggled for justice and equality in a society that continued to systematically deny them their rights. One of the most glaring instances of denied justice is the lynching of African Americans in the South. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, thousands of black men and women were brutally murdered by white mobs, often without any legal repercussions for the perpetrators. The paradox is that, while these acts of violence were acts of clear injustice, they were not only ignored but often sanctioned by local governments and law enforcement. In many cases, lynchings were carried out with the tacit approval of the authorities, and the perpetrators were never brought to justice. The justice that was so desperately needed was denied, leaving victims' families without closure and allowing a culture of racial violence and impunity to persist. Similarly, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s in the United States exposed the systemic denial of justice for African Americans. While laws and policies explicitly discriminated against black people, the struggle for equality was not only a fight against social injustice but also against a legal system that often failed to protect them. Jim Crow laws reinforced racial segregation and inequality, and even after the landmark decision in Brown v. Board of Education 1954 that declared segregation in public schools unconstitutional, the reality of desegregation was slow and uneven. The paradox is that while justice in the form of legal rulings was delivered, its enforcement was often weak or ignored. In many parts of the South, local authorities resisted integration, and black Americans were denied the justice they were promised. The failure to fully implement civil rights legislation and the ongoing systemic discrimination faced by African Americans showed how justice can be denied, even when the law is on the side of the oppressed. In apartheid-era South Africa, the denial of justice was institutionalized. The apartheid system, which lasted from 1948 to 1994, was designed to oppress non-white South Africans, particularly black people, through racial segregation, disenfranchisement, and exploitation. The paradox here is that, despite the clear injustice of apartheid, the system was maintained by a legal framework that justified and normalized racial inequality. Black South Africans were denied basic rights, including the right to vote, own property, or even live in certain areas. The legal system itself was designed to perpetuate this injustice. The struggle for justice was led by figures like Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress (ANC), who were imprisoned and persecuted for their fight against apartheid. The paradox of justice denied is that, while the international community eventually condemned apartheid, the justice South Africans sought came too late for many who suffered under the regime for decades. Despite the eventual dismantling of apartheid, the denial of justice during those years continues to affect South African society, with many individuals still seeking reparations for the wrongs done to them and their families. Latin America, justice was similarly denied during the dirty wars of the 1970s and 1980s, particularly in Argentina. During this period, the military dictatorship engaged in widespread human rights abuses, including forced disappearances, torture, and executions. The paradox is that, while the government was responsible for these crimes, it denied justice to the victims and their families, often covering up the truth. Thousands of people were abducted and disappeared, and their families were left without answers. The justice that was denied during the dictatorship still haunts Argentina today, as many of the perpetrators of these crimes were never held accountable. It wasn't until the 2000s that significant progress was made in prosecuting the military officials responsible for these atrocities, but the denial of justice during those dark years remains a painful legacy for the families of the victims. Another example of denied justice is the genocide in Rwanda in 1994. In just a few months, Hutu extremists killed an estimated 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus in one of the fastest genocides in history. While the international community stood by and failed to intervene during the genocide, the perpetrators were allowed to escape justice for years. After the genocide, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda (ICTR) was established to prosecute those responsible for the atrocities. However, the paradox is that while justice was eventually sought through the ICTR, many of the lower-level perpetrators, those who carried out the violence, were not brought to trial, and justice remained elusive for the survivors who had witnessed the brutal murders of their families. The failure of the international community to intervene in a timely manner and the delayed justice afterward left many victims without the closure and accountability they deserved. The paradox of justice that was denied also extends to modern-day human rights abuses. In many parts of the world, individuals and groups continue to face oppression, discrimination, and violence. yet the justice they seek remains out of reach. The international legal system, while striving to protect human rights, often struggles to hold governments and corporations accountable for their actions. Freedom of speech, press freedoms, and the right to a fair trial continue to be denied to millions of people across the globe, often with little consequence for the perpetrators. The paradox of justice that was denied reminds us of the fragile nature of human rights and the need for vigilance and accountability in ensuring that justice is not only sought but also delivered. When justice is denied, it not only harms the victims but also erodes the very foundations of society. It creates an environment of fear, mistrust, and inequality, making it all the more difficult for societies to heal and progress. Ultimately, the paradox lies in the realization that, while justice is essential to the functioning of any society, it is often elusive, and its denial can have far-reaching and lasting consequences. War, throughout history, has been both a catalyst for change and a destructive force. It is often justified by those in power as a necessary means to protect a nation, secure resources, or uphold justice. Leaders and governments have consistently framed war as a righteous cause, an act of self-defense or moral obligation. However, there exists a paradox. The very wars that are justified as necessary or noble often lead to immense destruction, suffering, and long-term consequences, casting doubt on the legitimacy of the cause. The paradox of war that was justified lies in how the rhetoric of justice, honor, and necessity can mask the true cost of conflict, leading to the devastation of both soldiers and civilians, and raising the question of whether any war can truly be justified. One of the most well-known examples of a war that was justified is World War I. When the war began in 1914, it was framed as a righteous conflict to preserve national sovereignty and protect citizens from external threats. European powers justified their participation by invoking patriotism, honor, and the defense of allies. The war was seen as a noble cause, with soldiers marching off to battle with a sense of duty and heroism. However, the paradox lies in the aftermath of the war. The conflict, which led to the death of over 16 million people, was ultimately a catastrophic event that reshaped the global political landscape. The war caused immense human suffering, both on the battlefield and on the home front. Entire generations of young men were lost, economies were shattered, and the social fabric of many nations was irreparably damaged. Despite the justifications for war, the outcome left the world questioning whether the sacrifices made were truly worth it. The war's legacy contributed to the rise of World War II and the eventual dissolution of empires, showing that even wars that are justified can lead to unintended and disastrous consequences. Similarly, World War II was justified by the Allied powers as a necessary response to the aggression of Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan. The war was framed as a moral crusade to stop the spread of fascism, protect freedom, and defeat the atrocities committed by the Axis powers, including the Holocaust. The paradox here is that, while the war was unquestionably justified as a response to the horrors of the Axis powers, it also led to widespread devastation, the loss of millions of lives, and the displacement of entire populations. The bombings of cities like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which were justified as military necessities, resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians and had lasting health effects for generations. The war caused widespread trauma, and the effects of the conflict are still felt today in the form of political divisions, refugee crises, and nuclear arms proliferation. The paradox is that, while World War II was justified as a fight for justice and freedom, its consequences raised questions about the true cost of war and whether any war can truly be justified when measured against the destruction it causes. The Vietnam War provides another example of a conflict that was justified by the United States as necessary to prevent the spread of communism. In the context of the Cold War, the US government framed the war as a moral obligation to support the South Vietnamese government against communist insurgents and the North Vietnamese army, with the goal of containing the influence of the Soviet Union and China. The paradox, however, lies in the fact that, despite the justification for the war, it led to massive loss of life, environmental devastation, and political disillusionment. The war was heavily criticized by the American public and sparked widespread anti-war protests. Over 58,000 American soldiers lost their lives, and millions of Vietnamese civilians and soldiers died or were injured. The US ultimately withdrew in 1975, and the war was seen as a failure, leaving many to question whether the loss of life and resources could ever have been justified. The US government's justification for the war failed to account for the deep cultural, political, and social complexities of Vietnam, and the conflict left a long-lasting legacy of trauma for both Americans and Vietnamese people. The Iraq War 2003 is another example of a war that was justified on questionable grounds. The US government, led by President George W. Bush, justified the invasion of Iraq by claiming that the regime of Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, WMDs, and had ties to terrorist organizations, particularly Al-Qaeda. War was framed as a necessary action to protect global security and prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. However, the paradox lies in the fact that, after the invasion, no WMDs were found, and the connection between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda was largely disproven. The war led to the destabilization of Iraq, the rise of extremist groups like ISIS, and the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. The conflict also had long-term geopolitical consequences, including the weakening of US influence in the Middle East and the exacerbation of sectarian violence. The justification for the Iraq War primarily based on false intelligence. The question of whether any war can truly be justified when the rationale behind it is later proven to be misleading or false. The paradox of war that was justified also applies to modern military interventions, such as the ongoing civil war in Syria. Various nations, including the United States, Russia, and Turkey, have intervened in Syria under the justification of fighting terrorism, protecting national security, or supporting humanitarian causes. However, these interventions have often led to further violence, civilian casualties, and displacement. The paradox is that, while these interventions are framed as necessary actions to protect innocent lives or defeat terror, they often result in more suffering and instability. The military actions intended to bring about peace or justice have often created more conflict, demonstrating that even wars justified by seemingly noble causes can have unintended and devastating consequences. The paradox of war that was justified reveals the complexities and contradictions inherent in armed conflict. While wars may be presented as necessary for the greater good, their consequences often reveal the dark side of violence. The destruction, loss of life, and long-term trauma caused by war challenge the idea that any war can truly be justified. As history has shown, the price of war both in human terms and in its impact on society often far outweighs the supposed benefits of military action. The paradox is that, in the end, the justification for war may seem increasingly hollow when weighed against the devastation it leaves behind. Promises hold immense power. They represent a commitment, a bond between individuals or groups, often filled with hope and expectation, whether made by leaders, institutions, or personal relationships. Promises are seen as the foundation of trust and integrity. However, there exists a paradox. The very promises that are meant to provide assurance and stability often lead to disappointment and betrayal when they are broken. The paradox of a promise that was broken lies in how promises which are meant to guide and inspire can become sources of resentment and pain when they are left unfulfilled, causing harm to those who placed their trust in them. These broken promises can linger long after the initial disappointment, leaving a lasting impact on relationships, societies, and even entire nations. One of the most prominent examples of a broken promise in modern history is the Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I in 1919. The treaty was meant to bring lasting peace to Europe and prevent further conflict by imposing heavy reparations on Germany, which was blamed for the war. One of the promises of the treaty was the establishment of a new world order, with the League of Nations tasked with ensuring international cooperation and preventing future wars. However, the paradox is that, while the Treaty of Versailles promised peace and stability, it sowed the seeds of future conflict. The harsh conditions placed on Germany, economic reparations, territorial losses, and military restrictions led to widespread resentment and instability within the country. The broken promise of a fair and lasting peace created the conditions that led to World War II just 2 decades later. The Treaty of Versailles, which was meant to secure a stable future, instead set the stage for further war and destruction, showing how promises of peace can be undermined by unrealistic expectations and punitive measures. In American history, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in 1848, which ended the Mexican-American War, is another example of a broken promise. The treaty promised to recognize the land rights of the Mexican citizens who lived in the territories ceded to the United States after the war, including parts of modern-day California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. However, The paradox lies in how the promises made in the treaty were consistently ignored by the US government. Mexican landowners in these newly acquired territories were often dispossessed of their lands by American settlers, and the rights of Mexican citizens were routinely violated. Despite the assurances made in the treaty, many of the former Mexican citizens in the annexed territories were subjected to discrimination, violence, and legal disenfranchisement. The broken promise of protection and justice for these individuals led to a legacy of racial tension and inequality, as the government failed to uphold the terms of the treaty and the rights of the people it was meant to protect. Another example of a broken promise is the Indian Removal Act of 1830 and the subsequent Trail of Tears in the United States. The US government promised that Native American tribes, particularly the Cherokee, would be allowed to retain their land and live peacefully in their ancestral territories. However, the promise was broken when the government forcibly removed thousands of Native Americans from their lands in the southeastern US and relocated them to reservations in what is now Oklahoma. The forced march, known as the Trail of Tears, led to the deaths of thousands of Native Americans due to disease, malnutrition, and exposure. The paradox is that the US government's promise of protection and land security was not only broken, but replaced by a policy of forced relocation, violence, and dispossession. The broken promises of fairness and respect for Native American sovereignty left a deep scar on the relationship between indigenous peoples and the US government, and the legacy of this betrayal continues to affect Native American communities. To this day, in international diplomacy, the promise made to the Palestinian people in the Balfour Declaration of 1917 is another example of a broken promise. The British government promised to support the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine, while also ensuring that the rights of the Arab population living there would not be prejudiced. The paradox is that the promise made by the British government, which was intended to address the competing nationalist aspirations of Jews and Arabs in the region, ultimately led to the conflict that continues to this day. The establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 and the subsequent displacement of Palestinians violated the promises made to Arab communities in Palestine. The Palestinian people, who were promised self-determination and protection of their rights, found themselves dispossessed and displaced. The broken promise has led to decades of conflict, with Palestinian aspirations for statehood and justice continually unmet. In the realm of political promises, many leaders have broken their vows once in power, often with lasting consequences for the trust placed in them by their constituents. One of the most notable examples is Richard Nixon's promise to end the Vietnam War, made during his presidential campaign in 1968. Nixon's campaign promise to bring peace with honor was met with overwhelming support from the American public, who were weary of the war. However, the paradox is that, after taking office, Nixon escalated the war by expanding bombing campaigns in neighboring countries like Cambodia and Laos. The promise of ending the war was broken, and the escalation of violence led to even greater suffering and loss of life. Nixon's actions ultimately eroded public trust in his leadership, culminating in the Watergate scandal and his resignation in 1974. The broken promise of peace in Vietnam was not just a failure of policy, but a betrayal of the public's faith in the political system. That the paradox of a promise that was broken reminds us of the power of words and commitments. Promises are made with the intention of creating trust, building hope, and securing a better future. However, when promises are broken, the consequences can be profound. They not only undermine the trust of those who rely on them, but can also lead to a cascade of negative events, destabilizing relationships, communities, and even entire nations. The paradox lies in how promises, which are meant to provide security and confidence, can instead lead to disappointment, betrayal, and conflict. This paradox challenges us to consider the true value of a promise. Is it just a statement, or is it the foundation of a relationship that holds the potential for transformation and growth? Peace is often regarded as the ultimate goal, the end of conflict and the beginning of a new era of harmony and cooperation. It promises to bring stability, prosperity, and security. However, history reveals a paradox. In some cases, the very peace that was supposed to end war and suffering led to even greater conflicts. The paradox of peace that brought war lies in how the pursuit of peace, when handled poorly or prematurely, can sow the seeds for future violence, instability, and unrest. The very treaties, agreements, or ceasefires designed to stop war can inadvertently create the conditions for new conflicts, as the complexities and injustices that remain unresolved continue to fester beneath the surface. One of the most glaring examples of this paradox is the Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I in 1919. The treaty was designed to bring peace to Europe. After 4 years of devastating conflict, the Allied powers, particularly France and Britain, imposed harsh penalties on Germany, including territorial losses, reparations, and military restrictions. The intention was to weaken Germany and prevent future aggression. However, the paradox lies in the fact that the Treaty of Versailles, in its attempt to secure peace, sowed the seeds for future conflict. The harsh terms of the treaty led to widespread resentment in Germany, where many felt humiliated and betrayed. Economic hardship, political instability, and a sense of injustice created an environment in which extremist ideologies, particularly Nazism, could flourish. The treaty's attempt to ensure peace through punishment and exclusion ultimately set the stage for World War II. Just 2 decades later, the peace that was supposed to end the war gave rise to new conflicts, showing how peace, when built on injustice and unaddressed grievances, can lead to further violence. Another example of the paradox of peace that brought war is the Munich Agreement of 1938, a diplomatic pact between Germany, Britain, France, and Italy, which allowed Nazi Germany to annex the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia. The agreement was reached in the hopes of avoiding a larger war by appeasing Adolf Hitler, who had already begun expanding Germany's territory. The British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, famously declared that the agreement had achieved peace for our time. However, the paradox is that this attempt at peace, built on the concession of land to an aggressive regime, only emboldened Hitler and paved the way for further expansion. The Munich Agreement failed to prevent war. Instead, it allowed Nazi Germany to grow stronger, leading to the outbreak of World War II a year later. The decision to appease Hitler rather than confronting the rising threat of fascism had created the conditions for a much larger and more devastating conflict. The peace that was brokered through appeasement was a fleeting illusion, one that ultimately led to more war in the Middle East. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict illustrates the paradox of peace that brought war. The 1947 United Nations Partition Plan sought to bring peace by dividing the land of Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states, with Jerusalem under international administration. The goal was to resolve the tensions between Jewish and Arab populations and create a lasting peace in the region. However, the plan was met with vehement opposition from the Arab states, and its implementation led to the Arab-Israeli War of 1948, also known as the Nakba or catastrophe for the Palestinians. The paradox is that, while the partition plan was intended to create peace, it instead sparked a violent conflict, leading to the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and the beginning of a long-standing territorial dispute. The conflict has persisted for decades, with numerous failed peace initiatives and negotiations, and the region remains unstable. The efforts to achieve peace through territorial division have not brought the promised stability, but have instead entrenched divisions and fueled further violence. In Africa, the Rwandan genocide of 1994 serves as another example of peace that ultimately led to war. In the early 1990s, the Arusha Accords were signed between the Rwandan government and the Rwandan Patriotic Front (RPF) in an attempt to end the civil war between the Hutu-led government and the Tutsi-led RPF. The accords called for and the integration of the RPF into the government. However, the paradox here is that the peace agreement, instead of bringing lasting peace, acted as a catalyst for the genocide. The political stability promised by the accords never materialized, and extremist elements within the Hutu government used the opportunity to incite violence against the Tutsi population. The assassination of President Juvenal Habyarimana, April 1994, coupled with the failure of international peacekeepers to intervene, led to a mass killing spree in which an estimated 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus were murdered in just 3 months. The attempt to secure peace through a political agreement ultimately failed, and instead of ending the conflict, it led to one of the most horrific genocides in history. The paradox of peace that brought war also manifests in the realm of international diplomacy. In the case of Korea, the Korean War 1950-1953 was a conflict that resulted from the division of the Korean peninsula after World War II. The promise of peace, in the form of a ceasefire, ended the fighting but did not resolve the underlying tensions between the communist North Korea and the democratic South Korea. The ceasefire, signed in 1953, left the two Koreas technically still at war, with a heavily fortified border, the DMZ, separating them. The unresolved conflict and the continuing military and ideological standoff between the two Koreas have led to decades of hostility and periodic flare-ups. The paradox is that, while the ceasefire was meant to bring peace, it merely froze the conflict in place, preventing any real resolution. The long-term division of Korea has created ongoing instability, and the tension between the two nations remains a flashpoint for potential conflict. The paradox of peace that brought war challenges our understanding of conflict resolution. While peace is universally regarded as the ideal solution to conflict, the processes by which peace is achieved are often fraught with complications. The illusion of peace, when built on shaky foundations, can perpetuate conflict rather than resolve it, whether through unjust treaties, political appeasement, or broken promises. Peace can sometimes set the stage for further violence. The paradox is that, in some cases, the pursuit of peace leads to even greater wars, leaving behind a legacy of unresolved grievances, unhealed wounds, and ongoing instability. The true nature of peace is not simply the absence of conflict, but the creation of a just and equitable system where all parties are heard and their grievances addressed. Without this, peace becomes a fragile construct, easily shattered, and capable of giving birth to new wars. Justice is a pillar of society, ensuring that wrongdoers are held accountable, and that victims receive reparation and protection. It is often portrayed as a force that serves the greater good, ensuring fairness and equity in a world that might otherwise be governed by chaos. However, there exists a paradox. Justice, when pursued too zealously or through the wrong means, can lead to the death of what it seeks to protect. The paradox of justice that killed lies in how well-meaning legal systems, when applied rigidly, unfairly, or excessively, can result in the very destruction they are meant to prevent, often leading to loss of life, freedom, and society's moral standing. It forces us to confront the complex relationship between justice and punishment, and whether true justice can ever be served through destructive means. One of the most glaring examples of justice that killed is found in the history of capital punishment. While many societies claim to use the death penalty as a form of ultimate justice, the paradox is that the very act of killing in the name of justice can undermine the moral foundation of a society. The United States, for example, has a long history of capital punishment, with thousands of people executed for a variety of crimes, from murder to drug trafficking. The paradox is that, while society justifies the death penalty as a way to punish the guilty, it often fails to account for the fallibility of the legal system. Innocent people have been executed, later exonerated by new evidence, showing that the pursuit of justice can sometimes lead to irreversible loss of life. The very act of executing someone in the name of justice leads to a loss of trust in the fairness and effectiveness of the legal system. In some cases, the killers themselves may be victims of an unjust system, making the death penalty an irony, a justice system that kills, sometimes unjustly. Similarly, in war, justice is often cited as a reason for the bloodshed. Governments and leaders frequently claim that war is waged to protect national security, defend human rights, or fight tyranny. However, the paradox lies in how war, which is framed as a pursuit of justice and protection of the innocent, often results in the deaths of innocent civilians and the destruction of entire societies. The Iraq War 2003 is one such example, where the justification for military intervention was the removal of Saddam Hussein's regime and the protection of global security. Despite the claims of justice in liberating the Iraqi people, the war resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians, widespread displacement, and the destabilization of the region. The war, framed as an effort to bring justice to Iraq, resulted in destruction far beyond the original objectives, leading to questions about the true cost of pursuing justice through violent means. In the realm of justice, through retribution, one can look at the history of the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror. During this time, the French people sought to overthrow the oppressive monarchy and create a just republic. Yet the result was the execution of thousands, including King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, as well as ordinary citizens accused of being enemies of the revolution. The paradox here is that, while the revolutionaries sought justice for the suffering of the French people, the Reign of Terror, with its widespread use of the guillotine, resulted in mass executions that, in many cases, were unjust or based on flimsy evidence. The quest for justice led to the deaths of individuals who were either innocent or had minor involvement in the Ancien regime, showing how the pursuit of justice through retribution can often create more injustice. The revolution's ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity were marred by the bloodshed of its own people, leading to the eventual collapse of the revolutionary government. The paradox of justice that kills also extends to the justice system's role in systemic oppression. In apartheid-era South Africa, the legal system was used not to promote fairness, but to enforce a racist system of segregation and inequality. The legal system, which should have been the protector of justice, was instead used as a tool of oppression, stripping non-white South Africans of their rights, dignity, and freedom. The paradox here is that the government's justification for apartheid promoting separate development was seen as a legal and moral form of justice by those in power, but it led to the deaths and suffering of countless individuals. The apartheid regime relied on legal structures to enforce racial segregation, which resulted in systemic violence and the destruction of entire communities. The struggle for justice by those oppressed under apartheid ultimately led to the dismantling of the system, but the lives lost during the conflict highlight the paradox that justice, when misused or distorted, can lead to further harm and suffering. Another example of justice that killed is the quest for nationalistic purity in the Balkans during the 1990s, which led to the brutal ethnic cleansing campaigns carried out by various factions during the Yugoslav wars. In these conflicts, ethnic groups like the Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks fought for control and dominance, with each group justifying its actions as a fight for justice and the preservation of its culture. However, the paradox lies in how the pursuit of justice for one group often resulted in the killing of innocent civilians from other ethnic groups. The most horrific example was the Srebrenica massacre, where over 8,000 Bosniak men and boys were killed by Bosnian Serb forces. The massacre was framed as an act of ethnic cleansing in the name of justice for the Serb people, but it was, in fact, a grave injustice. The killing in the name of ethnic purity and national justice highlighted how the pursuit of a perceived just cause can lead to atrocities and long-lasting pain for entire nations. The paradox of justice that killed serves as a reminder of the complexities and dangers inherent in the pursuit of justice. While justice is meant to protect the innocent, uphold fairness, and bring about reconciliation, it can, at times, become a force of destruction, whether through the death penalty, war, retribution, or systemic oppression. The pursuit of justice can sometimes result in the very harm it seeks to prevent. This paradox forces us to question the methods by which we seek justice and whether the ends truly justify the means. It challenges us to seek justice in ways that are truly just, ensuring that the pursuit of fairness and equity does not lead to further harm, but instead to healing, reconciliation, and a more just world for all. Throughout human history, religion and spirituality have been central forces, shaping civilizations, guiding moral principles, and influencing worldviews. Belief in a higher power, often conceptualized as God, has been an enduring element of most cultures. However, there exists a paradox. While many believe in the existence of a divine being as the creator of the universe, there are instances where God has been conceptualized, molded, or created by humans themselves. The paradox of the God who was created lies in the fact that, despite the widespread belief in a transcendent, omnipotent deity, human societies have historically shaped their understanding of God to fit their cultural, political, and social needs. In some cases, the idea of God is less a revelation of divine truth than a human creation, tailored to justify power, control, and ideological narratives. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is seen in the creation of polytheistic gods. In ancient civilizations, in societies like ancient Greece, Rome, and Egypt, gods were often conceived in human terms, with human-like personalities, emotions, and flaws. These deities were created not only to explain the mysteries of nature and existence, but also to validate the authority of rulers and social structures. For instance, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were believed to be divine or semi-divine figures, often directly descended from gods such as Ra or Osiris. The paradox is that these gods were created as a way to justify the power and authority of the pharaohs. In a sense, these gods were invented to maintain the social hierarchy, and the divine status of the rulers was enforced by religion, used their supposed divine connection to create a system of rule where their word was law, and their power was seen as divinely sanctioned. The gods they invoked in support of their reign were less revelations of universal truth than political tools used to control the population and reinforce the social order. Similarly, The Roman Empire exemplifies the creation of gods to serve political and social agendas. Emperors like Augustus were declared divine after their death, a process called imperial deification, where the ruler was posthumously declared a god by the Roman Senate. This deification was meant to solidify the emperor's power and ensure loyalty among the people. The paradox here is that while the Roman Empire was built on the belief in powerful gods who controlled fate and nature, the imperial gods were essentially created to elevate the status of the emperor and legitimize the empire's rule. The gods, in this case, were less about divine spirituality and more about reinforcing the power of the state, showing how the idea of a god can be shaped to support human structures of power and control. In monotheistic religions, the paradox of a created god can also be found in how different cultures have shaped their understanding of the one god. For example, the concept of God in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam has been influenced by the historical and cultural contexts of these religions. The Abrahamic God, while viewed by believers as a supreme, eternal being, has often been conceptualized in ways that align with the values and concerns of the societies that profess belief in him. Early Christian theology was influenced heavily by Roman political structures, particularly the role of the emperor as a supreme ruler. The Roman Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity in the 4th century led to the establishment of Christianity as the official religion of the empire. The concept of a divine ruler was very much aligned with the political structure of the empire, where God was viewed as an omnipotent king, often portrayed as a ruler who exercised supreme authority over both heaven and earth. In this way, God was not only understood as the eternal creator but was also conceptualized in a manner that mirrored the imperial power structure of the time. The paradox lies in how a divine being, thought to transcend earthly politics, was shaped to mirror and support the structures of power on earth. The Protestant Reformation in the 16th century offers another example of how the idea of God can be shaped by human actions. Martin Luther, in his 95 Theses, critiqued the Catholic Church's practices, particularly the sale of indulgences, and called for a return to what he saw as the true, unmediated worship of God. The Reformation was a major shift in the understanding of God, one that sought to emphasize individual access to the divine through personal faith and scripture. The paradox is that, while Luther sought to return to a purer, more authentic relationship with God, his ideas about God were still deeply shaped by the socio-political realities of his time. The Reformation led to the creation of new religious institutions and sects, each with their own interpretation of God and the path to salvation. What began as a return to a more personal relationship with God turned into a fragmentation of the Christian faith, with different denominations each claiming to represent the true understanding of God. In more contemporary times, the concept of God has been influenced by ideologies, including nationalism, capitalism, and even modern political movements. In certain fundamentalist movements, God has been framed as a divine ally in political struggles, used to justify wars, policies, or social structures. For example, during the Iranian Revolution of 1979, the concept of God was appropriated to legitimize the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of an Islamic republic under Ayatollah Khomeini. In this context, God was seen as supporting the revolution, and religious rhetoric was used to galvanize the masses against a secular regime. The paradox here is that, while the God of the revolution was meant to be an eternal, unchanging force, he was simultaneously created and shaped by the political and social circumstances of the revolution. The use of God to support a political agenda shows how divine concepts can be molded to fit human desires for power, control, and justification. The paradox of the God who was created challenges our understanding of divine truth and how humans interact with the sacred. While the concept of God is often seen as an immutable truth, the way that God is understood and represented is influenced by the needs, desires, and power structures of human societies. Whether through the deification of rulers, the formation of religious doctrines, or the politicization of spirituality, the concept of God has often been created to serve human agendas. The paradox is that, while God is viewed as an eternal, transcendent force, human societies have shaped and continue to shape their understanding of God to fit their own needs. Even in the pursuit of the divine, human influence cannot be fully erased, revealing the tension between divine truth and human interpretation. Vision, both literal and metaphorical, is central to human progress and understanding. It is through vision that we dream, plan, and shape the future. Whether it's the visionary ideas of leaders or the personal dreams of individuals, Vision drives ambition and motivates action. However, there exists a paradox. Vision, once it is shattered, can lead to despair, disillusionment, and a sense of futility. The paradox of a vision that was shattered lies in how the dreams and ideals that once guided people can be broken by unforeseen events, societal forces, or personal failure. This shattering of vision, while deeply painful, can also lead to new perspectives, transformations, and even greater resilience. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is the French Revolution. The revolution, which began in 1789, was driven by a powerful vision of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The people of France sought to overthrow the monarchy and establish a republic based on democratic ideals. The vision of a just society, free from the oppression of the old regime, inspired thousands to rise up against their rulers. However, the paradox lies in how the very revolution that sought to establish justice and equality descended into chaos, violence, and repression. The vision of a free and equal society was shattered by the Reign of Terror, during which thousands of people were executed, and political opponents were silenced. The dream of a democratic republic became a nightmare of bloodshed and instability. The paradox is that, while the revolution was intended to create a better society, it led to a period of greater violence and fear. Despite this, the revolution ultimately led to the downfall of the monarchy and the rise of new political ideas that shaped the future of France and the world. A similar paradox of a shattered vision can be seen in the American Civil War. Vision that inspired the Union cause was one of preserving the United States as a unified nation, dedicated to the ideals of liberty and freedom. The Confederacy, on the other hand, sought to preserve the institution of slavery and the way of life that was built on it. The war was fought with the vision of ending slavery and ensuring that the United States would remain a single nation, free from the divisions that had torn it apart. The paradox is that, while the Union victory brought an end to slavery and preserved the nation, the war also shattered the vision of unity. The Civil War led to the loss of more than 600,000 lives, the destruction of the South's economy, and the fracturing of the country along racial and regional lines. The vision of a united nation was marred by deep divisions, and the aftermath of the war created a legacy of racial inequality and resentment. The paradox lies in how the vision of a united free nation was achieved through immense cost, and the struggle for equality continued long after the war had ended. In post-colonial nations, the paradox of a shattered vision is often seen in the aftermath of independence. When nations gain freedom from colonial powers, they do so with visions of self-determination, prosperity, and justice. However, the transition from colonial rule to self-governance is often fraught with challenges, and the vision of a better future can be shattered by internal conflict, political instability, and economic hardship. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is seen in Africa. After gaining independence from European powers, many African nations struggled to realize the visions they had for themselves. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Patrice Lumumba of the Congo had grand visions of African unity, economic development, and self-sufficiency. However, the paradox is that these visions were often shattered by coups, civil wars, and the exploitation of resources by both local elites and foreign powers. The hope for a united and prosperous Africa was replaced by the reality of fragmentation, corruption, and continued dependency on external forces. The paradox is that, while independence was achieved and the vision of a free and prosperous Africa was articulated, the actual process of realizing that vision was far more difficult and tumultuous than anyone had anticipated. The paradox of a shattered vision is also evident in the history of revolutions and movements. The Russian Revolution of 1917, which led to the overthrow of the Romanov monarchy and the rise of communism, is a powerful example of how a visionary ideal can be shattered. The revolutionaries, led by figures like Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky, sought to create a society where the working class would hold power and wealth would be distributed more equally. The paradox is that, while the revolution was successful in overthrowing the old regime, the vision of a just and equitable society was ultimately corrupted by the consolidation of power under Joseph Stalin. The ideal of a workers' paradise became a totalitarian state marked by purges, forced labor camps, and political repression. The original vision of the revolution was shattered by the violence and authoritarianism of the very leaders who had promised to bring about a better world. The paradox here is that the dream of equality and justice, which sparked the revolution, was replaced by a dictatorship that betrayed its own ideals. In the world of technology and innovation, the paradox of a shattered vision can be seen in the rise and fall of utopian ideals. The internet was once envisioned as a democratizing force, giving people access to information and creating a global community where ideas could flow freely. The vision of an interconnected, open society where everyone had equal access to knowledge was inspiring. However, the paradox is that, over time, this vision has been shattered by issues of privacy, invasion, misinformation, and corporate control. The internet, which was supposed to empower individuals and foster a new era of collaboration, has instead become a platform for exploitation, surveillance, and the spread of hate. The vision of a better world through technology was corrupted by the very forces that had once promised progress. The paradox is that, while technology can create opportunities for connection and innovation, it also has the power to shatter the ideals it was meant to uphold. The paradox of vision that was shattered serves as a powerful reminder of the complexity of human aspirations and the unpredictability of the future. While vision is often the driving force behind revolutions, movements, and societal progress, the reality of achieving these visions can be far more complicated than anticipated. The pursuit of a better world, whether through war, revolution, or technological advancement, often brings unforeseen consequences, leaving behind a legacy of disappointment, violence, and division. Yet, even in the aftermath of shattered visions, new possibilities often emerge, leading to redefined goals and renewed efforts to create a better future. The paradox is that, while vision can be shattered, it is never completely always has the potential to rise again in new forms, pushing humanity forward in unexpected ways. Dreams have always been central to the human experience. They represent aspirations, hopes, and the vision of a better future. Dreams can inspire individuals to push boundaries, challenge societal norms, and create new possibilities. They are a driving force for progress, creativity, and transformation. However, there exists a paradox. While dreams are meant to be free and expansive, they are often suppressed by forces that seek to maintain the status quo, control populations, or restrict freedom. The paradox of the dream that was suppressed lies in how, despite efforts to stifle or crush these dreams, the human spirit's desire for a better life cannot be fully extinguished. Even when suppressed, dreams find ways to resurface, often leading to unexpected movements, revolutions, or transformations. One of the most powerful examples of suppressed dreams is seen in the civil rights movement in the United States. For centuries, African Americans had dreamed of freedom, equality, and justice, but these dreams were systematically suppressed by slavery, segregation, and institutionalized racism. The paradox is that, while these dreams were forcibly suppressed by a society determined to maintain white supremacy, the desire for equality and justice could not be completely extinguished. The abolition of slavery in 1865 was a major step forward, but the dreams of African Americans were still suppressed by discriminatory laws and practices, such as Jim Crow segregation. Despite this, the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s was a powerful resurgence of the dream for racial equality. Figures like Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X were central to the movement, fighting for a society where black people could live without fear of discrimination. The paradox here is that, despite the long history of suppression, the dream for justice and equality resurfaced with even greater force, challenging the deeply entrenched structures of power and oppression. Similarly, the women's suffrage movement in the early 20th century illustrates how dreams of gender equality were suppressed, yet ultimately led to widespread social change. For centuries, women's dreams of participating fully in society through voting, owning property, and accessing education were suppressed by patriarchal norms. Women were relegated to the domestic sphere and denied basic rights and freedoms. The paradox is that, while these dreams were suppressed by laws, traditions, and social conventions, the desire for equality could not be completely silenced. Leaders like Suzanne B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Emmeline Pankhurst led the fight for women's suffrage, pushing for a society in which women could exercise the same rights as men. Their efforts, which were often met with fierce resistance and ridicule, eventually led to the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1920, granting women the right to vote. The dream of women's equality was suppressed for decades, but when it finally broke through, it changed the social and political landscape of the United States and many other parts of the world. In the context of colonialism, suppressed dreams of independence and self-determination were the driving forces behind the struggles for freedom in countries like India, Vietnam, and Algeria. For generations, the dreams of these colonized peoples were stifled by the oppressive forces of imperial rule. Colonial powers sought to suppress the cultural, political, and economic aspirations of the people they controlled, viewing them as subjects rather than citizens with agency. The paradox lies in how, despite the efforts to suppress these dreams, through violence, exploitation, and cultural erasure, the colonized people's desire for freedom and sovereignty could not be entirely extinguished. In India, leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru channeled the suppressed dreams of millions into a successful struggle for independence from British colonial rule. In Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh led a nationalist movement that ultimately expelled French colonizers and established a communist state. Algeria's war for independence from France in the 1950s and 1960s also showcased the paradox of suppressed dreams. The dream of self-determination, suppressed by colonialism for centuries, ultimately led to violent liberation movements and the creation of independent nations. The efforts to suppress these dreams only led to their eventual realization, fundamentally altering the course of history. The paradox of suppressed dreams is also evident in the gay rights movement, particularly the Stonewall riots in 1969, which marked the beginning of the modern LGBTQ rights movement. For much of history, the dreams and aspirations of LGBTQ+ individuals were suppressed by societal norms, religious teachings, and legal systems that criminalized homosexuality. The paradox is that, despite this suppression, the LGBTQ+ community's dreams of love, acceptance, and equality could not be eradicated. The Stonewall riots, sparked by a police raid on the Stonewall Inn in New York City, were a direct response to years of harassment and discrimination. The riots became a turning point in the fight for LGBTQ+ rights, and the dreams of equality that had been suppressed for so long began to materialize in movements, legislation, and public visibility. The paradox is that the suppression of LGBTQ dreams only fueled a stronger desire for recognition, leading to the eventual legalization of same-sex marriage in many parts of the world and a significant cultural shift in attitudes toward LGBTQ+ individuals. In more contemporary contexts, the suppression of political dissidents and activists in authoritarian regimes highlights the paradox of suppressed dreams for freedom and justice. In China, for example, the government has long sought to suppress the dreams of those who advocate for democratic reforms or human rights, particularly those involved in the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989. The Chinese Communist Party sought to quash the dreams of a more open, democratic society, and the suppression of these dreams was brutal, with thousands of protesters killed or imprisoned. The paradox is that, despite the violent repression, the dreams of democracy and freedom did not vanish. Instead, they found new forms of expression through the work of underground activists, international solidarity, and the internet, which continues to give voice to those seeking political change. The paradox of the dream that was suppressed underscores the resilience of human aspiration. While societies, governments, and systems of power can attempt to stifle or repress dreams, these dreams rarely fade away completely. Instead, they often resurface in unexpected ways, finding new forms of expression and new means of fulfillment. The very act of suppression often strengthens the desire for freedom, equality, and justice, leading to movements that challenge the status quo and create lasting change. The paradox is that, while dreams can be suppressed, they can never truly be destroyed. They only evolve, adapt, and return with renewed force. Hope is often considered the lifeblood of human existence. It is the force that propels individuals and societies through times of hardship, the belief that something better lies ahead. Without hope, people can become apathetic or resigned, yet with hope, they are capable of extraordinary acts of resilience and transformation. However, there exists a paradox. Despite its power to sustain, hope can be systematically erased by forces beyond an individual's or community's control. Governments, institutions, or oppressive systems can deliberately suppress hope, stripping people of the belief that they have a better future to look forward to. The paradox of hope that was erased lies in how, even when hope is systematically destroyed, it has a way of returning, often in the most unexpected forms, as people continue to strive for a better tomorrow. One of the clearest examples of the paradox of hope erased is found in the concentration camps during World War II, particularly the Holocaust. Jewish people and other minorities were subjected to unimaginable horrors in the Nazi concentration camps, where they were stripped of their basic human rights and dignity. The Nazis aimed to destroy hope by systematically exterminating millions of people and eradicating their culture and identities. The paradox here is that, while the Nazis attempted to erase all hope through violence, fear, and dehumanization, the survivors' stories became a testament to the indomitable nature of hope. Despite the brutality they faced, many survivors held on to a flicker of hope that kept them alive and motivated them to rebuild their lives after liberation. The acts of resilience and survival by Holocaust survivors, as well as their efforts to share their stories, brought a new kind of hope, one rooted in remembrance, justice, and the determination to prevent history from repeating itself. Despite the attempt to erase hope through mass murder, it was through the survivors' perseverance and the collective memory of the atrocities that hope was reignited. Similarly, the history of slavery in the United States is another example of how hope was deliberately erased, yet managed to endure. Enslaved African Americans were deprived not only of their freedom but also of the very idea of a hopeful future. Slavery stripped them of their identities, families, and autonomy, and the legal and social systems reinforced their status as property, perpetuating their despair. The paradox is that, while the system of slavery sought to crush hope and keep enslaved people in a state of constant subjugation, it could not completely extinguish the dreams of freedom. Enslaved individuals continued to harbor the hope of one day being free, and many took great risks to escape slavery through the Underground Railroad or through resistance movements. Even in the face of unimaginable hardship, the desire for freedom and a better future drove enslaved people to fight for their liberation. The Civil War and the eventual abolition of slavery in 1865 marked the realization of that hope. But the story does not end there. The continued struggle for racial equality and justice demonstrates how hope, even when suppressed for generations, cannot be fully erased. It has endured, passed on from generation to generation, influencing the civil rights movement and continuing to inspire the fight for racial justice today. In communist regimes, particularly during the Soviet Union's reign under Joseph Stalin, hope was systematically erased through propaganda, censorship, and violent purges. Stalin's policies sought to eliminate any hope of dissent or resistance to his rule, using terror to instill fear and crush aspirations for a more democratic or open society. The paradox is that, despite Stalin's efforts to erase hope through repression, the dissident movements in the Soviet Union were born out of the very desire for a different future. Underground literature, semistat self-published material, and acts of non-violent resistance became symbols of hope. Dissidents, like Andrei Sakharov and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, dared to challenge the regime and speak out against the injustices they faced. Even as the regime sought to erase hope through violence and silencing, these acts of defiance fueled the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union, proving that hope, even when crushed, finds a way to endure and transform. In South Africa, under the apartheid regime, the government sought to erase hope from the black population by denying them basic rights, including the right to vote, own land, and receive equal education. The system of racial segregation was designed to keep black South Africans in a state of permanent oppression. The paradox, however, is that apartheid's attempts to erase hope led to the rise of a powerful resistance movement, with leaders like Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, and Steve Biko embodying the enduring spirit of hope. The apartheid regime's violent suppression of opposition, including imprisoning Mandela for 27 years, could not extinguish the hope for freedom and equality. The eventual end of apartheid in 1994, after years of non-violent resistance and international pressure, marked the triumph of hope over oppression. The struggle for freedom was ultimately won, not through violent revolution, but through the unyielding hope of millions who refused to accept the status quo and fought for a just society. Another example of hope being suppressed and ultimately resurfacing can be seen in the Arab Spring of 2011. In many countries across the Middle East and North Africa, oppressive regimes had suppressed the hopes of their citizens for decades, denying them political freedom, economic opportunity, and basic human rights. Governments used fear, censorship, and violence to crush dissent, creating a climate of hopelessness. However, the paradox is that, despite the government's efforts to suppress hope, the Arab Spring brought millions of people into the streets, demanding change. It was the dream of a better future, where democracy and freedom would replace dictatorship, that drove these uprisings. While many of the movements resulted in violent repression and political turmoil, they also marked a new chapter in the struggle for freedom in the region. The paradox here is that, while hope was systematically erased through decades of authoritarian rule, it found a way to resurface through grassroots movements that challenged the status quo. The paradox of hope that was erased serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. Even when hope is systematically suppressed or destroyed, it cannot be fully eradicated. Hope is not a fragile sentiment. It is a powerful force that, when denied, often becomes more potent. Throughout history, individuals and communities have fought to reclaim the hope that was taken from them, proving that even in the darkest of times, hope is capable of resurgence, whether through resistance movements, uprisings, or individual acts of defiance. The dream for a better future remains an enduring force, showing that hope cannot be erased, it can only be temporarily suppressed, and it will always find a way to rise again. Truth is often considered the bedrock of trust, justice, and understanding. It is the foundation upon which societies are built, shaping laws, ethics, and the way individuals interact with one another. However, there exists a paradox. Despite its importance, truth is not always accessible or readily accepted. Throughout history, various forces, be it political, social, or institutional, have worked to hide or suppress the truth, often for reasons of power, control, or convenience. The paradox of truth that was hidden lies in how, despite these efforts to conceal it, truth has a remarkable ability to resurface, sometimes in the most unexpected ways, and with even greater force than before. The act of hiding truth may succeed temporarily, but ultimately, the hidden truth finds its way to the surface, challenging the very systems that sought to conceal it. One of the most prominent examples of hidden truths is seen in the history of political repression and censorship in totalitarian regimes. For instance, in the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin, the government actively sought to control the narrative of history by erasing inconvenient truths and creating an official story that glorified the state. Stalin used propaganda, censorship, and purges to hide the truth about his regime's atrocities, including the forced famine in Ukraine, the Great Purge of political opponents, and the repression of minority groups. The paradox is that, while the government worked tirelessly to suppress the truth and control historical memory, these efforts could not entirely erase the reality of Stalin's crimes. Over time, historians, dissidents, and survivors exposed the hidden truths of the Stalin era. The Khrushchev thaw in the 1950s and the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union led to a wider acknowledgement of the atrocities committed under Stalin's rule. The truth that had been hidden for decades came to light, showing that the efforts to suppress history could not fully obscure it. Similarly, the Holocaust is an example of a truth that was hidden for much of World War II. The Nazi regime, led by Adolf Hitler, attempted to systematically erase the Jewish people, along with other marginalized groups, through genocide and forced labor camps. While the truth of the final solution was hidden by the Nazis and not widely known until the war's later years, the paradox is that the efforts to conceal these crimes could not ultimately prevent their exposure. After the war, the Nuremberg trials were held to bring Nazi war criminals to justice, and the stories of Holocaust survivors became integral to uncovering the full scale of the atrocities. The truth of the Holocaust, once hidden behind the veil of propaganda, terror, and wartime secrecy, was eventually revealed to the world. Despite efforts to suppress the truth, the horrors of the Holocaust were documented, memorialized, and became an enduring lesson in history, teaching future generations the importance of remembrance and the danger of unchecked power. In the United States, the Watergate scandal of the 1970s provides another example of a truth that was hidden, yet ultimately revealed, leading to a political revolution. The Nixon administration attempted to hide its role in the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate complex and the subsequent cover-up. The paradox is that, while the government used its influence and resources to conceal the truth, investigative journalists like Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein uncovered the hidden story. The subsequent investigation, led by the Senate Watergate Committee, exposed the extent of the corruption and led to the resignation of President Richard Nixon in 1974. The efforts to keep the truth hidden were ultimately thwarted by the resilience of the press and the legal system that demanded accountability. The Watergate scandal revealed the vulnerability of political systems that tried to hide the truth and highlighted the power of transparency and the pursuit of justice. The Vietnam War also offers an example of hidden truths and their eventual revelation. The US government and military sought to portray the Vietnam War as a justified effort to combat communism and protect South Vietnam. However, the truth of the war, its devastating impact on civilians, the failure of US military strategies, and the growing resistance at home was hidden from the public for much of the conflict. The paradox is that, despite efforts to suppress the realities of the war, the Pentagon Papers were leaked in 1971, revealing the full extent of US deception regarding the war. The papers exposed the government's deliberate attempts to hide the truth from the American people, showing that the war was far more disastrous than the official narrative had led the public to believe. The leak of the Pentagon Papers shifted public opinion and contributed to the eventual end of US involvement. In Vietnam, the hidden truth, once it surfaced, changed the course of history, leading to greater scrutiny of government actions and an enduring demand for transparency. The history of climate change and environmental issues also reflects the paradox of truth that was hidden for decades. Powerful industries, especially those involved in fossil fuels, worked to suppress the scientific truth about the environmental impacts of their actions. Companies like ExxonMobil were found to have known about the dangers of climate change for years, but chose to conceal this information and actively sow doubt in the public mind. The paradox is that, while these industries tried to hide the truth to protect their profits, the scientific community and environmental activists continued to push for awareness and action. Over time, the truth about the consequences of unchecked carbon emissions, deforestation, and pollution became undeniable. The revelation of hidden documents and scientific studies forced governments and industries to face the reality of climate change, and the truth, once obscured by misinformation and denial, is now a central issue of global discourse. The paradox of truth that was hidden reveals how power, control, and self-interest can shape the narratives of history, often to the detriment of justice and progress. Whether through political cover-ups, corporate deceit, or systematic repression, those in power have frequently sought to hide inconvenient truths. However, the paradox is that the truth, no matter how well hidden, eventually surfaces. The persistence of truth, even in the face of suppression, underscores the resilience of human curiosity and the fundamental need for transparency. The struggle to uncover hidden truths, whether in the realm of politics, war, or environmental justice, is an ongoing process that reveals the importance of accountability and honesty in shaping a fairer, more just world. The paradox is that, while the truth may be hidden for a time, it can never be fully erased. It will always find a way to emerge, challenging the systems that sought to bury it and creating opportunities for change and transformation. Home is more than just a physical space. It is a place of belonging, safety, and identity. It is where we find comfort, where we are rooted in our past, and where we can express who we are. The idea of home is deeply tied to our sense of self and community, and it often represents a place where we can be ourselves without fear of judgment. However, there exists a paradox. Home, the place that should be a sanctuary, can sometimes be lost, whether due to war, migration, political conflict, or personal circumstances. The paradox of home that was lost lies in how the loss of a home, while deeply traumatic and life-altering, can also lead to the creation of new homes, new communities, and sometimes even a rediscovery of self. The loss of home does not always signify the end of belonging. It can spark the formation of new bonds, new identities, and new forms of resilience. One of the most profound examples of a lost home can be seen in the experiences of refugees around the world. For millions of people, war, political instability, or environmental disasters have forced them to flee their homes in search of safety and security. The Syrian refugee crisis, which began in 2011, is a stark illustration of how home can be lost in an instant. Over 6 million Syrians have fled their homes, seeking refuge in neighboring countries or across Europe, leaving behind not only their homes but also their communities, livelihoods, and identities. The paradox is that, while the loss of home has caused immense suffering and displacement, it has also led to the creation of new communities and the forging of bonds between people from different backgrounds. In refugee camps and diaspora communities, Syrians have found ways to rebuild their lives, hold on to their cultural identity, and create new homes in foreign lands. However, the trauma of displacement remains, as refugees continue to face challenges in gaining access to basic rights and opportunities. The loss of home has left a permanent mark on their lives, yet their resilience in creating new homes amid adversity speaks to the transformative power of community. In the Palestinian context, the paradox of lost home is perhaps one of the most enduring and painful. The 1948 Arab-Israeli War resulted in the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, who were forced to leave their homes and villages in what became Israel. This event, known as the Nakba catastrophe, marked the beginning of the Palestinian refugee crisis. The paradox is that, while the Palestinian people lost their homes and their right to return to them, they have maintained a collective sense of identity and belonging that transcends the loss of physical space. Over the decades, Palestinian refugees have established new communities in Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and other countries, holding on to their dreams of returning to their ancestral lands. The loss of home did not destroy their identity or hope. It fueled a national movement for justice and self-determination. Despite the absence of a physical home, Palestinians continue to assert their connection to the land and their right to return. The paradox is that the loss of home has not erased the dream of home, and the hope of returning remains a powerful force in the lives of millions of Palestinians, even as the political realities seem to make that dream increasingly difficult to achieve. The experience of displacement and the loss of home is also evident in the history of indigenous peoples around the world, from Native American tribes in the United States to Aboriginal peoples in Australia. Indigenous groups have faced forced relocation from their ancestral lands by colonizing powers. The paradox is that, while colonization sought to erase indigenous peoples' connection to their homes, many indigenous communities have managed to preserve their cultural identity and continue their fight for land and rights. In the United States, for example, the forced relocation of Cherokee and other tribes along the Trail of Tears in the 1830s left thousands dead and displaced from their ancestral lands. Despite this, Native American tribes today continue to reclaim land, preserve their languages, and revive traditional practices. The loss of home for many indigenous peoples was a devastating blow, but the struggle to reclaim what was lost has led to a renewed sense of identity and strength. The paradox is that, while the destruction of home caused immense harm, the efforts to reclaim it have led to resilience and the reaffirmation of indigenous identities, showing that home can be both lost and found in different forms. The loss of home is also evident in the history of immigration and the challenges of creating a new life in a foreign land. Immigrants often leave their homes in search of better opportunities, fleeing poverty, violence, or political instability. For many, the journey to a new country is one of hope, but it is also fraught with difficulties. Immigrants may face cultural assimilation, language barriers, discrimination, and a sense of displacement. The paradox is that, while immigrants often leave behind their homes, they still create new homes in the countries they settle in. They build communities, preserve their cultural practices, and establish roots in their new surroundings over time. These immigrants and their descendants become an integral part of their new homeland, contributing to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of society. The paradox lies in how the loss of home in the original sense can lead to the creation of a new kind of belonging and identity, one that transcends borders and becomes part of the larger narrative of the country they now call home. In the case of personal loss, the paradox of home that was lost also resonates deeply. People who lose their homes due to financial hardship, natural disasters, or personal crises often experience a profound sense of disconnection and grief. Yet the paradox is that even in the face of this loss, people often find new ways to create a sense of home, whether through relationships, new experiences, or a reinvention of self. The loss of a home can lead to self-discovery, resilience, and the creation of new opportunities for growth. People can find solace and belonging in new places, new communities, and even new identities, proving that home is not always a physical space, but a state of mind, shaped by love, memory, and human connection. The paradox of home that was lost serves as a poignant reminder of the fragility of belonging and identity. It challenges the notion that home is something fixed or permanent. Home can be lost, but it can also be rebuilt, redefined, and found again in new forms. While the trauma of losing home is undeniable, it is the resilience of the human spirit and the desire for connection that allow us to create new homes, find new purpose, and, in some cases, reclaim what was once taken from us. Home is not just a place, it is a journey, a constant process of finding meaning, community, and belonging, no matter where we are. Violence is often perceived as an overt, destructive force, visible in wars, conflicts, and acts of brutality that shatter peace and safety. However, there exists a paradox. Much violence occurs in secret, hidden from public view, concealed behind closed doors or institutional walls. The paradox of violence that was concealed lies in how, while the physical act of violence may be hidden or suppressed, its effects reverberate through individuals, families, and societies. Concealed violence can be just as devastating as the most publicized acts of brutality, and its very secrecy often makes it harder to address, heal from, or understand. One of the clearest examples of concealed violence is domestic abuse. For many years, the violence within families, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, was hidden from public view. The paradox here is that, while domestic abuse affects millions of people worldwide, it often occurs behind closed doors, in spaces that are considered private and beyond the scrutiny of the outside world. Victims of domestic violence are often silenced by fear, shame, and the desire to maintain the illusion of a happy family life. The violence, though concealed, leaves deep scars, psychological, emotional, and physical, that persists long after the abuse has ended. The concealment of this violence makes it harder to address, leading to a cycle of suffering that can go unnoticed by society for years. Yet, as public awareness of domestic violence has grown, so too has the willingness of victims to speak out. The paradox lies in how the hidden nature of this violence, while allowing it to persist for so long, has led to greater advocacy and social movements aimed at ending abuse. Organizations, support systems, and legal reforms are now challenging the silence that once surrounded domestic violence, showing that while violence can be concealed, it can also be confronted and eradicated. In the realm of war, violence is often concealed through propaganda and manipulation, hiding the true nature of conflicts and the suffering they cause. Governments at war frequently obscure the realities of their military actions, using censorship, misinformation, and control of media to hide the extent of violence from their citizens and the international community. The Vietnam War, for instance, was initially presented to the American public as a justified conflict to prevent the spread of communism. The paradox is that, while the government concealed the brutal realities of the war, including the widespread devastation and civilian casualties, the truth eventually leaked out through media reports and whistleblowers. The images of wounded soldiers and civilians, the revelation of the My Lai massacre, and the publication of the Pentagon Papers exposed the horrors that had been hidden by the government. Despite efforts to conceal the violence, the truth about the war's devastating impact was eventually revealed, leading to widespread public outrage and calls for an end to the conflict. The paradox is that, while governments may try to hide the violence of war, the truth often emerges through alternative sources, forcing society to confront the uncomfortable realities that had been concealed. The treatment of indigenous peoples in the Americas offers another example of concealed violence. During European colonization, violence against native populations was often hidden or minimized in historical narratives, particularly by those in power. Colonizers justified the displacement, enslavement, and murder of indigenous peoples under the guise of civilization and progress. The paradox is that, while the violence inflicted upon indigenous communities was often concealed by settlers and colonial governments, the suffering endured by these communities has had a lasting, undeniable impact. The violence, including forced removals, massacres, and the spread of diseases that decimated entire populations, was not widely acknowledged or recorded in official histories. The forced assimilation of indigenous children into boarding schools, where they were often subjected to physical and emotional abuse, further concealed the violence they faced. However, in recent years, the truth about this hidden violence has begun to surface through the work of historians, activists, and indigenous communities. The truth about the brutality of colonization, once concealed, is being acknowledged and discussed, leading to calls for reconciliation, reparations, and the recognition of indigenous rights. In modern times, sexual violence has often been concealed, especially in contexts of rape culture and institutional cover-ups. Victims of sexual violence, particularly within families, workplaces, or schools, may be discouraged from reporting their experiences due to fear of retaliation, shame, or the normalization of abuse. The paradox here is that, while the violence remains hidden, it has profound psychological and societal effects. For example, the #MeToo movement exposed the pervasive nature of sexual harassment and assault that had been concealed within powerful institutions, like Hollywood, politics, and the workplace. The concealment of sexual violence had allowed perpetrators to maintain their power and influence for decades. But the movement's emphasis on sharing stories and supporting victims has challenged the silence that once protected abusers. The paradox lies in how the concealment of such violence allowed it to continue. Yet the very act of revealing it has led to cultural shifts and legal reforms that aim to prevent future abuse. The truth, once hidden in shame and silence, has now become a catalyst for change. The paradox of violence that was concealed also extends to state-sponsored violence, such as police brutality or the actions of authoritarian regimes. In many cases, governments and law enforcement agencies seek to hide the extent of violence used against marginalized communities. The paradox is that, while state-sanctioned violence is often hidden through censorship or the manipulation of information, it eventually comes to light through protests, investigations, or international scrutiny. In the United States, the killing of George Floyd in 2020, captured on video by a bystander, exposed the systemic violence and racism within the police force. The concealed violence that had been happening for decades was brought to public attention, sparking nationwide protests and a global movement for racial justice. The paradox is that, while police brutality was concealed by those in power, the act of revealing the violence has galvanized a movement that demands accountability, change, and justice for victims of police violence. The paradox of violence that was concealed highlights the complex relationship between power, truth, and justice. While violence may be hidden in the name of control or protection, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. Whether through public outcry, legal intervention, or historical re-evaluation, hidden violence has a way of surfacing, challenging those who sought to bury it. The process of uncovering concealed violence is often painful and difficult, but it is also a vital step in the pursuit of justice, healing, and reconciliation. The paradox lies in how, while violence can be concealed for a time, its exposure often leads to greater societal awareness and the opportunity for transformation. In revealing what has been hidden, societies have the potential to address the root causes of violence and work toward a more just and equitable future. Sacrifice is a powerful and noble concept that has long been integral to human history, culture, and religion. Whether it's the personal sacrifices individuals make for their families or the larger sacrifices made for the greater good, sacrifice is often seen as a form of selflessness that strengthens communities and societies. However, there exists a paradox. Despite the profound and sometimes transformative nature of sacrifice, the very act of sacrifice can be forgotten, erased, or overlooked by those it was meant to benefit. The paradox of sacrifice that was forgotten lies in how, despite the tremendous costs paid by those who sacrificed, their contributions can be erased by time, politics, or a lack of recognition. What is meant to honor and preserve a legacy can be lost, leaving a void where once there was respect and remembrance. One of the most profound examples of forgotten sacrifice can be found in the aftermath of wars. Veterans who return from combat often endure tremendous sacrifices physically, emotionally, and psychologically. Yet, despite the sacrifices made by soldiers on the battlefield, many veterans are often forgotten or neglected by society once the war is over. The Vietnam War is a striking example of this paradox. Soldiers who fought in Vietnam returned home to a country deeply divided over the war. Rather than being honored for their service, many veterans were met with hostility and disdain from the public, as the war was increasingly seen as unjust. The paradox is that, despite the personal sacrifices made by these soldiers, they were not welcomed back as heroes. Instead, they were forgotten, and their sacrifices were overshadowed by the controversy surrounding the war itself. It was only decades later, through efforts from veterans organizations and public campaigns, that the sacrifices of Vietnam War veterans were fully acknowledged. The public's failure to recognize and honor their service demonstrates how sacrifice can be forgotten when society is unwilling to confront the uncomfortable truths of war. Similarly, the civil rights movement in the United States is a powerful example of sacrifice that was, for a time, forgotten or minimized by mainstream society. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X made enormous personal sacrifices to fight for racial equality and justice. These figures risked their lives, faced violence, and endured imprisonment in their struggle against racial oppression. Yet, the paradox is that, while these leaders and countless ordinary activists gave so much for the cause of civil rights, their sacrifices were not immediately recognized. After King's assassination in 1968, the movement faced backlash, and For years, the sacrifices made by civil rights leaders were underappreciated by mainstream society. The progress achieved by the movement was often overshadowed by the continuing struggles faced by African Americans. The sacrifices of those who fought for equality were, at times, forgotten by the very society they fought to change. Only decades later, with the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and renewed calls for racial justice, have the sacrifices of civil rights leaders been more fully acknowledged and celebrated. The paradox is that, while the fight for racial equality was a monumental sacrifice, it took time for society to fully grasp the magnitude of that sacrifice. The paradox of forgotten sacrifice is also seen in the context of indigenous peoples and the history of colonialism. For centuries, indigenous communities around the world fought to preserve their cultures, lands, and ways of life in the face of colonial oppression. The colonizers' efforts to erase indigenous cultures often involved forced assimilation, violence, and the destruction of indigenous social structures. One of the most poignant examples is the forced removal of Native American tribes from their ancestral lands in the Trail of Tears. During the 1830s, the U.S. government, under President Andrew Jackson, forced thousands of Native Americans to march westward to designated reservations, resulting in the deaths of thousands along the way. The paradox is that, despite the immense suffering and sacrifice endured by indigenous people, their sacrifices were largely forgotten by the broader American public. The U.S. government justified the forced removals, framing them as necessary for the country's expansion and progress, and for many years, the suffering of indigenous people was erased from the national narrative. It was only in the latter half of the 20th century, through the efforts of indigenous activists and legal battles, that the sacrifices of these communities began to be acknowledged, leading to more awareness and the fight for indigenous rights and reparations. The paradox lies in how the sacrifices of indigenous peoples were erased, only to be gradually rediscovered and remembered through ongoing struggles for justice. In more contemporary settings, refugees and immigrants provide yet another example of sacrifices that are often forgotten. Many people flee their homes to escape war, violence, or persecution, sacrificing their comfort, security, and even their families in the process. Once they arrive in new countries, they often face further hardships, including discrimination, exploitation, and the loss of their cultural identity. The paradox here is that, while refugees and immigrants make immense sacrifices for the chance at a better life, their contributions to their new communities are often overlooked or undervalued. In many cases, the sacrifices made by immigrants through labor, cultural exchange, or community building are forgotten or taken for granted. In the United States, for example, the contributions of immigrant communities to the economy and society are often downplayed, despite the fact that immigrants have historically been essential to the development of the country. The paradox is that, while immigrants make sacrifices in search of a better future, their struggles are often erased by those who benefit from their labor or contributions. This lack of recognition undermines the true value of their sacrifices, leading to a sense of invisibility and disempowerment. The paradox of sacrifice that was forgotten raises important questions about how societies remember and honor the contributions of those who have suffered. Often, sacrifices are only recognized long after they have been made, sometimes due to political shifts, societal changes, or the efforts of those who continue to fight for recognition. The danger is that when sacrifices are forgotten, the people who made them are denied the honor and respect they deserve, and their contributions are erased from collective memory. The paradox lies in how the very act of sacrifice, which is often meant to benefit others and society at large, can be overlooked, resulting in a distortion of history. However, the resilience of those who make sacrifices cannot be fully suppressed. In many cases, the truth eventually comes to light, and the sacrifices made are acknowledged, leading to a renewed sense of justice and recognition. The challenge, then, is not just to remember the sacrifices of the past, but to ensure that they are never forgotten again, and that the legacy of those who gave so much continues to inspire future generations. Throughout history, the rise and fall of monarchs have been central to the shaping of societies, politics, and even entire civilizations. Kings, with their power, authority, and symbolic significance, are often seen as the pinnacle of authority. Yet, there exists a paradox. Kings who were once seen as the rulers of all can sometimes find themselves overthrown, their power stripped away in the blink of an eye. The paradox of the king who was overthrown lies in how those who once ruled with absolute authority can be cast down by the very forces they once commanded. In many cases, these kings are not just removed from power, they are humiliated, exiled, or even killed. The fall of a king often reveals the fragility of power and the unpredictable nature of history, as well as the paradox that those who seem most invincible are sometimes the most vulnerable. One of the most famous examples of a king who was overthrown is King Louis XVI of France. Louis, who ruled France during the late 18th century, was once considered one of the most powerful monarchs in Europe. However, his reign saw increasing economic struggles, social unrest, and discontent among the French people, particularly the rising bourgeoisie and working class. The paradox is that, despite his lavish lifestyle, he could not maintain the loyalty of the people or the aristocracy. The French Revolution, which began in 1789, was fueled by resentment against the monarchies, excesses, and the unfair distribution of wealth. The king, who had been seen as an absolute ruler, was overthrown and eventually tried for treason. In 1793, Louis XVI was executed by guillotine, marking the end of the monarchy in France. The paradox here is that, while kings are often perceived as infallible figures of power, Louis's execution demonstrated the vulnerability of even the most powerful monarchs. His overthrow was a symbol of the collapse of an entire system of governance, and the rise of a new political order based on democratic ideals. Similarly, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia, the last emperor of the Russian Empire, offers another example of the paradox of the overthrown king. Nicholas II ruled Russia during a time of great social and political unrest. His failure to address the needs of the working class, his mishandling of the Russo-Japanese War, and the devastating impact of World War I led to widespread discontent. The paradox lies in how, despite the Tsar's absolute authority over the vast Russian Empire, he was unable to prevent the forces of revolution from gaining momentum. In 1917, Nicholas II was forced to abdicate the throne during the February Revolution as Russia's political landscape shifted rapidly. His abdication was followed by the rise of the Bolshevik Revolution, led by Vladimir Lenin, which ultimately resulted in the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of a communist state. In the same year, Nicholas II and his family were executed by Bolshevik forces, marking the end of more than 3 centuries of Romanov rule. The paradox is that the Tsar, who had once ruled over one of the largest and most powerful empires in the world, was brought down by a revolution led by workers and peasants, the very people he had failed to serve. His fall from grace shows that even the most entrenched power structures can collapse when the ruling class is disconnected from the needs of its people. In ancient Egypt, the story of Pharaoh Akhenaten presents another paradox of an overthrown king. Akhenaten, who ruled in the 14th century BCE, is remembered for attempting to revolutionize Egyptian religion by establishing Atonism, a monotheistic belief centered around the sun disk Aten. His decision to move the capital from Thebes to a newly constructed city called Amarna, and his attempts to shift the religious focus of Egypt, alienated powerful priestly classes and traditional elites. The paradox is that, while Akhenaten's vision for a new religious order was radical and ambitious, it eventually led to his downfall. After his death, his successors, including Tutankhamun, reversed his religious reforms and returned to the traditional polytheistic worship of multiple gods. Akhenaten's city was abandoned, and much of his legacy was erased by later rulers. The paradox here is that a king who sought to challenge the established order was overthrown by that very same order, and his vision for religious transformation was forgotten by history, illustrating how the will of the ruler can be swept aside by the power of tradition and institutional resistance. In England, the overthrow of King Charles I in the 17th century marked a significant moment in the country's history. Charles I, who ruled from 1625 to 1649, believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God, and that he was answerable to no one except God. This belief led to conflicts with Parliament, particularly over issues of taxation, religious authority, and royal power. The English Civil War, 1642 to 1651, resulted in a struggle between the monarchy and Parliament, and in 1649, Charles I was executed, making him the first English monarch to be tried and executed by his own people. The paradox is that, while Charles I believed his position as king was unassailable, his refusal to compromise with Parliament and his insistence on absolute rule led to his own downfall. The English Civil War and Charles's execution challenged the notion of divine monarchy and paved a way for a constitutional monarchy and the eventual rise of Parliament as the dominant force in British politics. The paradox lies in how the very institution of monarchy, which seems so entrenched in the fabric of society, was brought down by the actions of one monarch who refused to recognize the changing political landscape of the fall of King Louis XVI, Tsar Nicholas II, Pharaoh Akhenaten, and King Charles I reveals the paradox that even the most powerful and seemingly invincible rulers can be overthrown. Monarchs are often seen as unshakable pillars of authority, but history shows that their power is fragile and dependent on the support of their people, the stability of their systems, and their ability to adapt to changing times. The paradox is that, while these kings were once at the pinnacle of power, they were ultimately brought down by internal strife, revolutions, or the failure to address the needs and concerns of their subjects. The fall of these monarchs marks a turning point in history, where systems of absolute power were replaced by more democratic and accountable forms of governance, challenging the idea that kings and empires are invincible. The paradox of the overthrown king serves as a reminder of the fleeting nature of power and the importance of listening to the voices of the people. Throughout history, there have been countless struggles where lives were sacrificed in the pursuit of noble causes. Whether in the context of wars, revolutions, or movements for freedom, the blood of individuals has been spilled with the belief that it would lead to positive change and a better future. However, there exists a paradox. In some cases, the blood that was spilled for these causes seems to have been in vain. The sacrifices of those who gave their lives in the name of justice, equality, or national liberation often end up being wasted. When the intended change does not occur or is reversed by subsequent forces, the paradox of blood that was spilled in vain lies in how the loss of life in the name of progress, while undeniably tragic, does not always result in the promised outcomes. The sacrifices made in the pursuit of justice can sometimes lead to stagnation, betrayal, or regression, leaving behind only the scars of bloodshed and the haunting question of whether the struggle was worth it. One of the most poignant examples of blood spilled in vain is seen in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, which lasted from 1955 to 1975, was fought with the justification that the United States and its allies were preventing the spread of communism in Southeast Asia. More than 58,000 American soldiers and millions of Vietnamese civilians and soldiers lost their lives in a conflict that was meant to protect freedom and democracy. The paradox is that, despite the immense sacrifice and the promises of victory, the outcome of the war was ultimately a defeat for the US and its allies. After the withdrawal of US forces and the fall of Saigon in 1975, Vietnam was reunified under communist rule, making the bloodshed and sacrifice appear pointless in terms of its original goals. The Vietnam War's tragic loss of life did not prevent the spread of communism in Vietnam, and the dreams of those who fought for a different outcome were left unfulfilled. The paradox here is that the sacrifice of so many seemed in vain, as the war's ultimate result contradicted its initial objectives, leading to disillusionment and regret for the families of those who fought and died. Another example of blood spilled in vain can be seen in the Russian Revolution of 1917. The revolution, which overthrew the Russian Empire and led to the rise of the Soviet Union, was driven by the desire for freedom, equality, and the end of autocratic rule. Millions of people, including soldiers, peasants, and workers, spilled their blood in the streets in the fight against the monarchy and later against the White Army during the Russian Civil War. The paradox, however, lies in how the promises of a better society and the ideals of socialism were ultimately betrayed by those in power. After the revolution, Joseph Stalin rose to power and established a totalitarian regime that engaged in mass purges, forced labor camps, and widespread repression. The sacrifices made by those who fought for justice were used to justify the very kind of oppression they had sought to escape. Stalin's policies created suffering on a massive scale, rendering the bloodshed of the revolution meaningless in terms of the freedom and equality it was supposed to bring. The paradox is that, while millions of lives were sacrificed for a cause that seemed righteous, the outcome was a regime that was just as brutal, if not more so, than the one it replaced. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, provides another example of how blood was spilled in vain. The war, which resulted in the deaths of over 600,000 people, was fought primarily over the issue of slavery and the preservation of the Union. The bloodshed was justified by the belief that it would lead to the abolition of slavery and the establishment of a more just and united nation. The paradox is that, while the war ended slavery, it did not resolve the deep racial inequalities that continued to exist in the United States. The Reconstruction era, which followed the war, was meant to integrate formerly enslaved people into society as equals. However, the paradox lies in how the sacrifices made during the war did not result in the lasting change that many had hoped for. The Jim Crow laws, the rise of racial violence, and the systemic discrimination that continued in the South showed that, while slavery was abolished, racial justice remained elusive. The blood that was spilled in the name of freedom and equality did not fully achieve its goals, and it took another century of struggle through the civil rights movement for the country to begin addressing the racial disparities that had been left unresolved by the war. In colonial struggles, the paradox of blood spilled in vain can also be seen. Algeria's War of Independence against French colonial rule in the 1950s and 1960s saw thousands of Algerians die in the fight for freedom. The war was marked by brutal violence, with both the French military and Algerian fighters committing atrocities. The paradox is that, while the bloodshed eventually led to the independence of Algeria in 1962, the new government was not able to deliver on many of the promises of freedom, justice, and economic prosperity. Post-colonial Algeria was marred by political instability, authoritarian rule, and economic hardships. The sacrifices made by those who fought for independence seemed to have been in vain, as the country struggled to achieve the democratic ideals for which so many had sacrificed their lives. The paradox is that, while Algeria gained its freedom from France, the challenges of building a stable and just society were far more complicated than the vision of independence had suggested. In the case of revolutionary movements, the paradox of blood spilled in vain is also evident. The Arab Spring of 2011, which saw widespread uprisings across the Middle East and North Africa, was driven by dreams of democracy, justice, and the end of authoritarian regimes. In countries like Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya, people took to the streets, risking their lives to challenge decades of oppressive rule. The paradox lies in how, despite the blood spilled and the hopes for change, the aftermath of the Arab Spring was marked by political instability, civil war, and the rise of extremist groups in several of these countries. The overthrow of long-standing dictators, while initially seen as a victory for the people, led to chaos and violence that undermined the original goals of the revolution. The paradox here is that, while the dream of freedom and democracy was achieved in some sense, the realities of post-revolutionary politics often led to worse conditions, leaving the sacrifices made by the revolutionaries feeling futile. The paradox of blood that was spilled in vain forces us to confront the complex nature of sacrifice, idealism, and the pursuit of justice. While many struggles throughout history have been justified by the hope for a better world, the outcomes are not always as expected. Sacrifices made in the name of freedom, equality, and justice often fail to achieve their intended goals, leaving behind the painful question of whether the bloodshed was worth it. The paradox is that, while the ideals that motivate these sacrifices are noble, the reality of achieving them is often far more complex, leading to unintended consequences and disillusionment. Yet, even in the face of failure, these struggles have the potential to inspire future generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made are never entirely in vain, but are instead part of an ongoing process of striving for a better world. Land, in both a literal and metaphorical sense, is central to human identity, history, and culture. It represents not only physical space, but also ownership, legacy, and belonging. The fight for land has been one of the driving forces behind countless conflicts, revolutions, and movements. Yet there exists a paradox. Sometimes, land that was lost or taken is eventually reclaimed, but this reclamation does not always bring the expected peace or resolution. The paradox of land that was reclaimed lies in how the very act of reclaiming land can, at times, create new divisions, exacerbate tensions, or lead to unforeseen consequences. The process of reclaiming land, whether through legal, political, or violent means, often fails to deliver the full resolution that those who fight for it expect. What is gained in terms of territory can be overshadowed by the costs of that reclamation, whether in human lives, social stability, or political strife. One of the most significant examples of land that was reclaimed is the return of Hong Kong to China in 1997. Hong Kong, a former British colony, had been under British rule for over 150 years. When the British agreed to return the territory to China, a handover took place. and Hong Kong became a special administrative region SAR of China under the principle of one country, two systems. The vision was that Hong Kong would retain its political and economic freedoms for 50 years after the handover, while still being part of China. The paradox is that, while Hong Kong had technically reclaimed its land, the autonomy it once enjoyed was slowly eroded. Over time, China began to exert more control over the region, leading to protests and unrest. The 2019 protests against a proposed extradition bill were a clear example of how the reclamation of land did not lead to the fulfillment of promised freedoms. The paradox is that, while the land was legally returned to China, the reclamation created new tensions and unresolved issues related to governance, autonomy, and individual freedoms. What was meant to be a peaceful transition of power instead became a struggle for democratic rights, illustrating how reclaiming land does not always result in the restoration of peace and stability. Similarly, the Palestinian territories are an example of how the idea of reclaiming land can be fraught with difficulties and paradoxes. After the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel gained control of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem territories that were previously under Jordanian and Egyptian control. For many Palestinians, the loss of these territories marked a profound loss of home, identity, and sovereignty. The paradox is that while Palestinians have fought for the reclamation of this land for decades, the process of reclaiming it has been hindered by political, religious, and territorial disputes. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict continues to be one of the most intractable conflicts in modern history, with both sides claiming the same land. The paradox here is that, while the desire to reclaim land is central to the Palestinian cause, the very act of reclaiming it has been complicated by the reality of Israeli settlements, the security concerns of both sides, and international political pressure. The land that was once the heart of Palestinian identity remains disputed and contested, with little hope of resolution in sight. The land, while reclaimed by Israel in a military sense, remains an ongoing battleground for justice and peace. The idea of land reclamation is also evident in Native American struggles for ancestral land in the United States. For centuries, Native American tribes were forcibly removed from their lands by the U.S. government. The Trail of Tears, which involved the forced relocation of thousands of Cherokee people, is a tragic example of how Native Americans lost their land and were displaced from their homes. Over time, however, many Native American tribes began to reclaim their land through legal battles, negotiations, and activism. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act 1988 allowed tribes to establish casinos on their land, providing a financial basis for land reclamation and tribal sovereignty. The paradox here is that, while many Native American tribes have successfully reclaimed land, the process has not been without its challenges. The land that was reclaimed has sometimes led to tensions between tribes and state governments, issues of environmental degradation, and internal conflicts over how to use the land. Additionally, the economic benefits of land reclamation, such as the profits from casinos, have led to complex questions about the long-term sustainability of these efforts. While the reclamation of land has provided a sense of justice and restoration, for many tribes it has also introduced new issues that complicate the idea of reclaiming land as a means of healing and progress. In Israel and Palestine, the reclamation of land has taken on different forms over the course of history. After the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, many Palestinians were forced to leave their homes, and the land they once inhabited became part of the newly established State of Israel. The paradox is that, while Israel's founding was seen as a reclamation of land for the Jewish people after centuries of exile, this very reclamation led to the displacement of Palestinians, leaving them without a homeland. The ongoing conflict over land, borders, and sovereignty in the region remains one of the most divisive and painful legacies of the 20th century. Efforts to reclaim land through international law, such as the Oslo Accords and the two-state solution, have failed to provide a lasting resolution, highlighting the complexity and difficulty of resolving territorial disputes that span generations. The paradox is that, while land was reclaimed by both Israelis and Palestinians, the process has been marked by violence, trauma, and division, making it unclear whether true peace can ever be achieved. Another example of land that was reclaimed is the struggle of Hong Kong and its relations with China, which have raised significant debates on autonomy and sovereignty. Hong Kong, once a British colony, returned to Chinese rule in 1997. The paradox here is that, although Hong Kong regained its land and became part of China, the promise of one country, two systems has been increasingly undermined. The very act of reclamation has created new tensions and resistance, particularly over issues such as political freedom, freedom of speech, and democratic rights. Despite reclaiming the physical land, Hong Kong's people have found their autonomy diminishing, illustrating how the act of reclaiming land does not always lead to the desired outcome of peace and stability. The paradox of land that was reclaimed serves as a reminder that the reclamation of land is not just about regaining territory, it is also about identity, justice, and the power to shape the future. While the act of reclaiming land can bring hope and a sense of justice, it does not always result in the peaceful resolution or restoration that is expected. The complex political, social, and economic dynamics involved in land reclamation often lead to new struggles, highlighting the challenges of restoring what was lost and the ongoing fight for justice and sovereignty. Trust is one of the most fundamental elements of human relationships and society. It is the foundation upon which everything from personal relationships to global diplomacy is built. Trust allows individuals to cooperate, share resources, and rely on one another for support and protection. Yet, there exists a paradox. Trust, once broken, can be incredibly difficult to rebuild, if it can be rebuilt at all. The paradox of trust that was broken lies in how, despite its importance, trust is fragile. Even a single act of betrayal, dishonesty, or failure can shatter the foundation of trust, leaving behind long-lasting damage. The process of rebuilding trust is a slow and difficult one, often requiring significant time and effort. And sometimes it may not be fully restored. What was once a source of connection and cooperation can, after betrayal, become a source of division and suspicion. One of the most glaring examples of broken trust in history can be found in the Watergate scandal in the 1970s. In 1972, members of the Nixon administration were caught attempting to break into the Democratic National Committee's headquarters at the Watergate complex, leading to a cover-up attempt that eventually involved the president himself. The paradox is that, while President Richard Nixon had built his career on trust and loyalty, particularly as a staunch anti-communist and leader during the Cold War, the scandal revealed how deeply his trust had been violated by those closest to him. Nixon's administration had violated the trust of the American people, engaging in illegal activities and conspiring to cover them up. Despite his earlier promises of integrity, the broken trust led to Nixon's eventual resignation in 1974. The paradox here is that, while Nixon had once been viewed as a figure of authority and trust, his actions shattered that trust irreparably, leading to his downfall. The broken trust not only led to Nixon's resignation but also set in motion a broader shift in American political culture, with greater scrutiny placed on government transparency and accountability. The paradox of broken trust is that, while it led to a change in governance, the damage caused by the scandal still reverberates today, as public trust in political institutions remains fragile. Similarly, corporate scandals often illustrate the paradox of broken trust. One of the most well-known examples is the Enron scandal in 2001. Enron, once a highly respected energy company, was revealed to have been engaged in widespread accounting fraud, hiding billions of dollars in debt and inflating its profits. The paradox is that, while Enron had earned the trust of its investors, employees, and the public, its leadership's lies and manipulations caused that trust to crumble. The collapse of Enron led to the loss of jobs for thousands of employees, the loss of retirement savings for investors, and the destruction of the company's reputation. The scandal also led to greater skepticism about the integrity of corporations and the regulatory systems in place to protect the public. In the wake of Enron's fall, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act was passed to increase corporate transparency and prevent similar abuses in the future. However, the paradox remains. While the scandal led to reforms in corporate governance, it also demonstrated how difficult it is to rebuild trust once it has been broken, especially in an institution that was once seen as a pillar of reliability. Financial crisis of 2008 is another example of the paradox of broken trust on a global scale. In the years leading up to the crisis, many financial institutions and their executives had gained the trust of investors, clients, and governments. However, the crisis was triggered by the collapse of the subprime mortgage market, with banks and financial firms engaging in risky and unethical lending practices. The paradox is that the very institutions that had been trusted with the global economy were found to have misled investors, manipulated markets, and taken actions that ultimately led to widespread economic devastation. The global financial system, built on trust and the idea that institutions would act in the best interest of the public, collapsed, leading to job losses, foreclosures, and a deep recession. The government's responses, such as bailing out banks and financial institutions, were seen by many as further betrayal, as they seemed to reward those responsible for the crisis while leaving ordinary citizens to bear the brunt of the fallout. The paradox is that the very entities trusted to maintain economic stability were the ones that caused the crisis, and the recovery from the event has been slow and difficult, with the public's trust in financial institutions still shaken to this day. In personal relationships, the paradox of broken trust is often experienced on a deeply individual level, whether in romantic relationships, friendships, or family dynamics. Trust is an essential component of any healthy connection. The paradox is that, while relationships are built on mutual trust, even a single act of betrayal can shatter that foundation. Infidelity, dishonesty, or broken promises can result in deep emotional pain and the eventual dissolution of the relationship. However, the paradox lies in how, after trust is broken, individuals may attempt to rebuild or repair their relationships, even when the damage seems irreparable. Some may find it possible to forgive and rebuild trust over time, while others may struggle to let go of the hurt and betrayal. In some cases, the process of rebuilding trust is successful, leading to stronger, more resilient relationships. In other cases, the betrayal leads to permanent fractures, leaving both parties scarred and unable to reconnect in the same way. The paradox here is that, while trust is the cornerstone of relationships, its fragility means that it can be broken in an instant, and the process of rebuilding it may be longer and more complex than originally anticipated. The paradox of trust that was broken speaks to the complex and fragile nature of human relationships, both on a personal and societal level. While trust is an essential element of functioning societies and communities, it is also easily shattered by betrayal, dishonesty, and failure. Whether in political systems, corporations, or personal relationships, the consequences of broken trust are far-reaching, leading to disillusionment, division, and skepticism. However, the paradox lies in how the very act of breaking trust can lead to efforts to rebuild, restore, and recover. The aftermath of broken trust may result in changes in systems, greater scrutiny, or deeper personal growth. While the damage caused by broken trust is undeniable, the human capacity for resilience and forgiveness means that, even in the face of betrayal, the possibility for healing and reconstruction remains. The paradox is that, while trust can be shattered, it can also be rebuilt, leading to a new understanding of what it means to trust and how to protect that trust in the future. Empires have been central to human history for millennia. They are vast networks of territory, influence, and power, built through conquest, trade, or diplomacy. Empires leave indelible marks on the world, shaping culture, language, religion, and politics. Yet there exists a paradox. Some empires, despite their grand ambitions and vast reach, are never fully realized. These empires might exist in the form of dreams, ideologies, or incomplete conquests. The paradox of the empire that was never seen lies in how, despite the vast efforts to create and expand an empire, it may not come into existence in the way the rulers envisioned, or it may fade into history before it achieves its full potential. The empire, in this sense, exists in the realm of possibility, never fully realized but still shaping the world in subtle ways. One of the most striking examples of an empire that was never seen is the Mongol Empire during the reign of Kublai Khan in the 13th century. The Mongol Empire, under the leadership of Genghis Khan, expanded across vast stretches of Asia and Europe, becoming the largest contiguous empire in history. However, after Genghis Khan's death, his descendants struggled to maintain unity and control over the empire's vast territory. The empire was divided into several khanates, each ruled by different members of the Mongol family. The paradox is that, while the Mongols had the potential to create an empire that could dominate the entire Eurasian continent, the unity required to create such a unified empire was never fully achieved. Kublai Khan, despite his success in establishing the Yuan dynasty in China, failed to extend Mongol rule across all of Asia and Europe, particularly in Japan, where the Mongols' invasion was repelled by fierce resistance and weather conditions. The Mongol Empire, though it had the military might to dominate, never reached the totality of control that its leaders envisioned. The empire that could have been a world-spanning force remained fragmented, showing how empires, despite their ambitions, can fall short of their grand designs. Another example of the empire that was never seen is the Napoleonic Empire under Napoleon Bonaparte in the early 19th century. Napoleon's dream was to create a European empire dominated by France, extending its influence over nearly the entire continent. His conquests and military strategies led to the establishment of a vast empire that stretched from Spain to Russia. But the paradox is that this empire, despite its vastness, was never fully realized. Napoleon's empire was marked by constant warfare, and his attempt to create a stable European order was undermined by the rising resistance of nationalistic movements and coalitions of other European powers. In 1812, Napoleon's disastrous invasion of Russia and the subsequent loss of his Grande Armée marked the beginning of the end for his empire. While Napoleon had created an empire in his image, one built on military dominance and revolutionary ideals, it was ultimately his eventual defeat at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815 led to the collapse of the empire, and the Congress of Vienna restored the old order. The paradox here is that, despite Napoleon's successes, his empire was never the enduring power he envisioned. It crumbled under the weight of its own ambition, and what could have been a dominant European empire faded into history as a fleeting moment of military triumph. In the history of the Roman Empire, the idea of an empire that was never fully realized is evident in the reigns of emperors like Hadrian. Hadrian, who ruled from 117 to 138 AD, is often remembered for his efforts to consolidate the Roman Empire and strengthen its borders. His most famous project was the construction of Hadrian's Wall in Britain, which marked the northernmost boundary of Roman territory. The paradox is that, while Hadrian aimed to solidify the empire's borders and maintain stability, his reign highlighted the limitations of Roman imperial expansion. The Roman Empire, which had once conquered vast territories from Britain to Mesopotamia, began to realize the challenges of maintaining control over such vast lands. Hadrian's decision to focus on defense and consolidation, rather than further expansion, reflected the empire's growing recognition that it could not sustain further conquests. The empire that Hadrian envisioned, one that maintained its borders, without endless expansion, was never fully realized in the way earlier emperors might have dreamed. Instead, the Roman Empire eventually declined, unable to maintain its vast holdings, a fate that mirrored the limitations of many empires throughout history. The Aztec Empire in Mesoamerica provides another example of an empire that existed for a short time but never fully achieved the grandeur its leaders envisioned. The Aztecs, who established their empire in the early 15th century, ruled over a vast network of city-states in central Mexico. Their empire was built on military conquest, tribute systems, and a complex political organization. However, the paradox is that, despite the Aztecs' remarkable achievements in architecture, agriculture, and warfare, their empire was ultimately In 1519, the Spanish conquistadors, led by Hernán Cortés, arrived in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, and through a combination of military tactics, alliances with rival tribes, and the devastating impact of disease, overthrew the Aztec empire in a matter of years. The empire that had seemed invincible, with its grand temples, thriving marketplaces, and powerful rulers, was undone by a few hundred soldiers and the invisible force of disease. The paradox is that the Aztec Empire, which had the potential to dominate the region, was overthrown by an external force that could not have been foreseen, leading to the destruction of their civilization and the erasure of their once empire. The paradox of the empire that was never seen speaks to the fragility of power and the unpredictability of history. Even the most ambitious and well-equipped empires often fail to achieve the totality of control they seek, as they are subject to forces beyond their control, whether internal divisions, external resistance, or unforeseen circumstances. The paradox lies in how empires, despite their dreams of global or regional dominance, are often unable to fully realize their ambitions, and their legacies are marked by both their grandeur and their limitations. The empire that was never seen may have the potential to shape history, but its unrealized goals remind us that even the most powerful forces are vulnerable to the vagaries of time and circumstance. Culture is the essence of identity, shaping the way people live, think, and interact with the world around them. It encompasses everything from language, traditions, and beliefs to art, music, and societal norms. Throughout history, cultures have been exchanged, modified, and sometimes even erased. The paradox of culture that was replaced lies in how, despite the vibrancy and resilience of cultural traditions, they can be systematically destroyed or overshadowed by outside forces. their conquerors, colonizers, or political regimes. What is particularly paradoxical is that, while one culture may be replaced by another, remnants of the original culture often survive and re-emerge in unexpected ways, leading to the creation of hybrid identities that blend the old and the new. The act of replacing a culture does not always eliminate its influence. It can lead to its transformation and adaptation in new contexts. A glaring example of culture that was replaced can be found in the colonial history of the Americas, when European powers, such as Spain, Portugal, France, and Britain, colonized the Americas. They imposed their own cultures, languages, and religions on the indigenous populations. Indigenous peoples were forcibly assimilated into European ways of life, often through violence, enslavement, and the destruction of their cultural practices. The paradox is that, while European colonization sought to erase indigenous cultures and replace them with Western ideals, these cultures did not disappear entirely. Despite centuries of oppression, indigenous languages, traditions, and spiritual practices have survived, often in a hidden or altered form. In many parts of Latin America, indigenous languages and cultural practices have been incorporated into mainstream society, forming a unique blend of indigenous and European cultures. The paradox lies in how the dominant European culture sought to replace indigenous cultures, but instead, it was the blending of both cultures that emerged, creating a hybrid cultural identity that continues to shape the region's cultural landscape. Today, similarly, the colonization of Africa by European powers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries provides a vivid example of culture being replaced. When European countries carved up Africa during the scramble for Africa, they imposed new political, social, and economic systems on African societies. Traditional African customs, governance systems, and religions were often replaced by European colonial structures and Christianity. The paradox here is that, while European colonizers sought to replace African culture with their own, many African traditions and cultural practices were not entirely lost. In fact, African culture has undergone a process of reassertion and revival. In the post-colonial era, African music, art, literature, and religious practices have flourished in the years following independence, with many African nations reclaiming and celebrating their cultural heritage. The paradox is that while colonialism sought to erase indigenous African cultures, it inadvertently created the conditions for a renewed cultural pride and the formation of national identities that are rooted in both pre-colonial traditions and the influences of European contact. In the Middle East, the spread of Islam during the 7th and 8th centuries presents another example of how one culture can replace another, yet still leave traces of the original culture behind. When the Arab caliphates spread Islam across vast regions, they replaced many of the indigenous religious practices and traditions with Islamic beliefs and customs. The rise of Islamic empires, such as the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, led to the widespread adoption of Arabic as a lingua franca, the building of mosques, and the spread of Islamic art, architecture, and scholarship. The paradox, however, is that, while Islam replaced many pre-Islamic traditions, the influence of earlier cultures, such as Persian, Greek, and Roman, did not disappear. Instead, these influences were absorbed into the Islamic cultural framework, leading to the development of a unique syncretic culture that blended Islamic teachings with pre-existing traditions. This is evident in the Persian influence on Islamic art and architecture, as well as the incorporation of pre-Islamic Persian political structures and administration systems in the early Islamic empires. The paradox is that, while one culture, Islam, replaced another pre-Islamic traditions, the result was not the total erasure of the original culture, but rather its integration and transformation into the dominant culture. In China, the replacement of traditional Confucianism by communist ideology under Mao Zedong presents another paradox. Confucianism had been the dominant cultural and philosophical system in China for centuries, shaping social hierarchy, family structures, and governance. However, after the rise of the People's Republic of China in 1949, Communist Party leaders, led by Mao, sought to replace Confucian values with Marxist-Leninist ideology. The Cultural Revolution 1966 to 1976 was specifically aimed at eradicating old traditions, including Confucian teachings, and replacing them with revolutionary principles. The paradox lies in how, despite the Cultural Revolution's attempts to replace Confucianism with socialist ideology, the core values of Confucian thought never completely disappeared. In fact, after Mao's death, there was a resurgence of Confucian ideas in Chinese society, especially in the 21st century, where they have been integrated into the official narrative of Chinese identity. The paradox is that the attempt to replace one cultural system led to the return of the very system it sought to eliminate, demonstrating how deeply ingrained cultural values can never be fully erased, even by force. The Native American experience offers another example of culture replaced through forced assimilation. In the United States and Canada, government policies such as forced removals and the establishment of residential schools aimed at erasing Native American culture and replacing it with European Christian values and Western-style education. The paradox here is that, while these policies sought to replace native cultures, they were ultimately unsuccessful in completely eradicating them. Native American languages, traditions, and spiritual practices were suppressed, but many have survived and been revitalized in the contemporary era. The cultural resurgence among Native American communities, including the revival of native languages and customs, is a testament to the resilience of indigenous culture and the difficulty of fully replacing a deeply ingrained way of life. The paradox of culture that was replaced highlights the resilience and adaptability of cultures throughout history. While powerful forces, whether colonizers, governments, or ideologies, may attempt to replace one culture with another, the essence of the original culture often endures, albeit in altered or hidden forms. The blending, adaptation, and reinterpretation of cultures often create new identities, showing that cultures are not static but dynamic forces that can withstand attempts to erase them. The paradox lies in how cultures that are seemingly replaced can be reborn in new ways, defying efforts to erase them and ensuring their survival in unexpected forms. The roles of victim and villain are often seen as polar opposites in the narratives of justice, morality, and power. The victim is typically seen as someone wronged, oppressed, or harmed, while the villain is the perpetrator of injustice, someone who inflicts harm or suffering on others. However, there exists a paradox: the victim who, over time, becomes the villain. This transformation occurs when those who have suffered great wrongs turn their pain into destructive actions, perpetuating the cycle of harm they once experienced. The paradox lies in how the very individuals who were once oppressed, marginalized, or victimized, in their quest for justice or revenge, become perpetrators of the same violence they suffered, thus challenging our traditional notions of good and evil. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is seen in the aftermath of World War I and the rise of Nazi Germany. Following the war, Germany was left devastated both physically and economically by the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. The treaty imposed harsh reparations on Germany, which led to economic hardship, political instability, and national humiliation. The German people were, in a sense, victims of the peace settlement, subjected to crushing debts, hyperinflation, and widespread unemployment. The paradox, however, is that this victimization led to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, whose ideology of vengeance and nationalism transformed Germany into an aggressor that would inflict suffering on millions during World War II. The Nazis, who saw themselves as victims of unfair treatment, ultimately became the villains of history, perpetrating genocide, war, and the systematic extermination of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. The paradox is that the experience of victimization, in this case, did not lead to healing or justice, but rather to a thirst for power, retribution, and domination, resulting in an even greater cycle of suffering. A similar paradox can be seen in the aftermath of colonization. Many colonial empires, such as the British Empire, systematically exploited and oppressed indigenous populations in their colonies. Indigenous peoples across the world, from India to Africa, were victims of brutal colonial rule, facing violence, forced labor, cultural erasure, and economic exploitation. However, after gaining independence, many former colonies, in their pursuit of power and retribution, adopted policies and practices that mirrored the violence and oppression they had suffered. In some post-colonial nations, the ruling elite, who had once been oppressed, turned into tyrants themselves, suppressing dissent, curtailing freedoms, and engaging in corruption. A notable example is post-colonial Africa, where leaders such as Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, exploited their own people after overthrowing colonial powers. Mobutu's regime, which began with promises of nationalism and reform, became one of corruption and brutality, mirroring the same exploitation that the colonizers had once imposed. The paradox is that the very individuals who had been victims of colonialism transformed into authoritarian figures who perpetuated a new form of oppression, creating a cycle where the oppressed became the oppressors. In revolutionary movements, the paradox of the victim who became the villain often emerges as well. The French Revolution of 1789 was fueled by the desire of the French people to overthrow the monarchy and aristocracy, who were seen as oppressive and unjust. The revolutionaries, who were victims of royal tyranny and inequality, sought to create a society based on liberty, equality, and fraternity. However, the revolution quickly turned violent, leading to the Reign of Terror, in which thousands were executed, including perceived enemies of the revolution. Figures like Maximilien Robespierre, once a champion of revolutionary ideals, became the very kind of tyrants they had sought to overthrow. The paradox is that the revolution, which began with the aim of freeing the people from oppression, eventually became a vehicle for widespread violence and fear. The leaders of the revolution, once victims of the old regime, became the perpetrators of a new kind of tyranny, showing how the thirst for justice and revenge can often lead to the repetition of the very injustice one once suffered. In the context of personal relationships, the victim who becomes the villain can be seen in cycles of abuse. In some cases, individuals who have experienced emotional, physical, or psychological abuse may, later in life, become abusers themselves. The paradox lies in how the victim, who once suffered from mistreatment, may, as they grow older, adopt harmful behaviors and perpetuate the cycle of abuse. This phenomenon is often seen in families or communities where generational trauma leads to a perpetuation of violence. For example, children who grow up in abusive households may grow up to become perpetrators of violence, even though they were once victims of the same behavior. This paradox speaks to the complexity of trauma and how it can shape individuals' actions and behaviors, sometimes leading them to repeat the harm they once endured. It shows how victims of violence can internalize pain and, rather than healing, end up inflicting that pain on others, creating a vicious cycle of harm. The Israel-Palestinian conflict also illustrates the paradox of the victim who became the villain. Palestinians, who have long suffered under Israeli occupation, have been victims of displacement, violence, and oppression. However, the rise of Hamas as a militant group in the 1980s marked a shift in the nature of the conflict. While Hamas was founded with the goal of resisting occupation and advocating for Palestinian rights, its tactics such as suicide bombings and attacks on civilians have led to the suffering of innocent people, including those within Israel. The paradox is that the Palestinian people, once victims of Israeli occupation, found themselves facing criticism for the violence perpetuated by their own leaders. In the pursuit of liberation, the line between victim and perpetrator blurred, and the violence that was once inflicted on them was, in some cases, mirrored by their own actions. This paradox highlights the complexities of identity and justice in situations of occupation and resistance, where the quest for liberation can lead to unintended consequences. The paradox of the victim who became the villain challenges our understanding of morality, justice, and revenge. It forces us to confront the cyclical nature of violence and power. While it is easy to categorize people into clear roles of victim and villain, real-life situations are far more complicated. The very individuals who are oppressed can, over time, become the very forces of oppression they once fought against. The paradox lies in the transformation of pain and suffering into power and domination, showing how the cycle of violence can perpetuate itself across generations and conflicts. While the desire for justice and revenge is natural, the paradox reminds us that true change and healing require breaking the cycle of harm and embracing a path of reconciliation and forgiveness. Only by confronting and understanding this paradox can societies move toward lasting peace and justice. A nation, in its ideal form, is a unified entity, a collective of people bound by shared history, culture, and common values. Nations rise and fall based on the strength of their unity, and it is through unity that societies thrive and prosper. However, there exists a paradox. A nation that is divided, despite being comprised of a people who, on the surface, may share common interests and identities. The paradox of the nation that was divided lies in how divisions, whether they are political, social, ethnic, or ideological, can fracture the very foundation of a nation, leading to internal conflict, disunity, and a loss of national identity. Even when a nation is deeply divided, it can still maintain its existence in some form, but at what cost? The division may fester, often leading to long-lasting consequences, yet the nation persists, struggling to find a way to heal its wounds. stark example of the nation that was divided is the United States during the Civil War, 1861 to 1865. The country, which had once been united in its fight for independence and the expansion of its ideals, became divided over the issue of slavery and states' rights. The paradox is that, while the United States had a shared foundation in its Declaration of Independence and Constitution, the disagreement over slavery created an irreparable rift between the North and South. The Civil War, fought between the Union Northern states and the Confederacy's Southern states, resulted in over 600,000 deaths and a nation left deeply scarred. The country, once united, became fragmented, torn apart by differing views on morality, economic interests, and the future of the nation. After the war, even though the Union was preserved, the division left a lasting legacy of bitterness, racial inequality, and regional tensions that would continue for generations. The paradox is that, while the United States survived as a nation, the price of that survival was immense suffering, and the division between North and South would continue to manifest in social, political, and economic disparities. Similarly, the division of Germany after World War II presents another example of the paradox of a nation divided. Following the war, Germany was split into East Germany, under Soviet control, and West Germany, which was influenced by the Western Allies. The Berlin Wall, built in 1961, symbolized the physical and ideological divide between the two parts of the country. The paradox here is that, while Germany remained one nation, it was divided both physically and ideologically for over 4 decades. East Germany, with its communist government, and West Germany, with its capitalist and democratic system, represented two competing visions of governance, leading to a deeply polarized society. Despite the division, both sides continued to identify as German, and there were strong cultural, economic, and familial ties that crossed the boundary of the war. The eventual reunification of Germany in 1990, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, was a momentous occasion, yet the scars of division remain. The paradox is that, while Germany emerged from the Cold War as a unified nation, the years of division left deep societal and economic gaps between East and West, and the reunification process has been far from smooth. The nation, though restored, in physical form, has had to contend with the complex legacies of its division. The case of Yugoslavia, in the 1990s, presents another poignant example of the nation that was divided. Yugoslavia, once a unified socialist federation in Eastern Europe, broke apart into several independent countries following a series of ethnic conflicts, nationalism, and political upheaval. The wars that accompanied the breakup, particularly in Bosnia, Croatia, and Kosovo, resulted in mass atrocities, including ethnic cleansing, and caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. The paradox here is that, while Yugoslavia had once been a unified nation under the leadership of Josip Broz Tito, the underlying ethnic, religious, and cultural tensions between its various peoples had been suppressed for decades. Once Tito's death in 1980 removed the central unifying force, those divisions re-emerged violently. The wars that followed the breakup of Yugoslavia not only led to the destruction of the one strong nation, but also created new borders and new identities that have yet to heal fully. The paradox is that, while Yugoslavia as a unified entity ceased to exist, the memory of it as a unified nation persisted in the hearts of many who still long for the days before the country was torn apart. In this case, the division of the nation did not bring peace or clarity, but instead bred new conflicts, as the very act of division created a different kind of suffering for the people involved. In Korea, the division of the peninsula after World War II has led to a similar paradox of a nation divided. North Korea and South Korea emerged as separate entities in 1948. After the end of Japanese occupation and the withdrawal of Soviet and American forces, the subsequent Korean War 1950 to 1953 deepened the divide, and the two Koreas have remained at odds ever since. Despite having once been a single unified country, the paradox is that, while the two Koreas share a common language, culture, and history, their political systems, one communist and the other capitalist, have created a permanent rift. The existence of the Demilitarized Zone (DMZ), one of the most heavily fortified borders in the world, symbolizes the ongoing division between the two nations. The dream of reunification has persisted for many in South Korea, but the realities of governance, ideology, and international relations make it an elusive goal. The paradox is that the two nations, though divided for over 7 decades, continue to define themselves in relation to one another. with the legacy of their shared history shaping their future. The paradox of the nation that was divided is ultimately a reflection of the complexity of identity, culture, and power. Nations that were once united can be torn apart by internal divisions, whether they are ideological, ethnic, or political in nature. The efforts to heal these divisions can take generations, and the scars of the past often remain long after the division has ended. However, the paradox is that, even in the face of division, nations can endure, and new identities can emerge from the fractured pieces. The very act of division does not necessarily spell the end of a nation. It often marks the beginning of a new chapter, one where the struggles of the past give rise to new possibilities, challenges, and opportunities for reconciliation. Identity, whether personal or collective, is integral to how individuals and communities understand their place in the world. It is shaped by history, culture, language, and experiences, and provides a sense of belonging, purpose, and meaning. Yet, there exists a paradox. Identity can be destroyed, erased, or undermined, often by external forces, leaving individuals or entire communities lost, confused, or disoriented. The paradox of identity that was destroyed lies in how, even when an identity is dismantled or wiped out, the remnants of that identity can persist in unexpected ways. In some cases, the destruction of identity may lead to a painful void, while in others, it can spark new forms of self-discovery, resistance, and cultural renewal. One of the clearest examples of identity that was destroyed is seen in the forced assimilation of Native American peoples in the United States. Beginning in the 19th century, the US government adopted policies aimed at eradicating Native American cultures, languages, and ways of life through forced removals, like the Trail of Tears, and the establishment of boarding schools. Native children were stripped of their cultural heritage and forced to adopt Western ways of life. The paradox here is that, while the government sought to destroy Native American identity by forcing assimilation, these efforts only deepened the cultural resilience of many Native communities. In the face of repression, indigenous peoples found ways to maintain their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices, even when they were actively suppressed. The forced destruction of Native American identity did not result in its complete erasure. Instead, it led to a revitalization of indigenous culture in the modern era, with many tribes and communities rediscovering their heritage and fighting for cultural preservation. The paradox lies in how the attempt to destroy identity actually led to its reassertion, even as the initial efforts caused immense harm. Similarly, the Holocaust represents one of the most extreme examples of identity destruction in modern history. During World War II, Nazi Germany systematically targeted Jews, Roma, disabled individuals, and others they deemed undesirable. The Nazis sought not only to exterminate these groups physically, but to erase their very identity. The identity of Jews, for instance, was dehumanized, reducing them to numbers and stripping them of their cultural, religious, and familial connections. The paradox is that, while the Nazis aimed to destroy Jewish identity completely, the survivors of the Holocaust fought to preserve and rebuild their identities in the aftermath. The destruction of Jewish communities across Europe could not erase the cultural and religious identity of Jews who survived and rebuilt their communities worldwide. The Holocaust may have destroyed the lives of millions, but it did not destroy the enduring cultural and religious identity of the Jewish people. The paradox is that the efforts to obliterate Jewish identity led to its strengthening and preservation in the face of unimaginable trauma and loss. In colonial history, the suppression and destruction of indigenous identities are widespread. When European powers colonized the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Oceania, they sought to replace the cultures of the native peoples with their own Western ideals and structures. Indigenous peoples were often forced to abandon their languages, religious practices, and social systems in favor of European norms. The paradox here is that, while colonial powers sought to destroy indigenous identities, the colonial encounter led to the development of new hybrid identities that incorporated both indigenous traditions and European influences. In places like India, Nigeria, and Brazil, colonialism led to the creation of complex cultural identities that blended traditional and colonial elements. These hybrid identities, though born from colonial oppression, became sources of cultural pride and resistance. In the post-colonial era, the paradox is that the destruction of indigenous identity during colonization gave rise to new forms of identity, shaped by the tension between the old and the new. In more recent history, Forced migrations and refugee crises often result in the destruction of identity. One of the most tragic examples of this is the Syrian refugee crisis that began in 2011. As millions of Syrians fled their homes due to the ongoing civil war, they were forced to leave behind not just their homes but their sense of self. Many refugees faced a complete rupture from their past lives, losing their homes, communities, and, for some, even their families. The paradox is that, while the destruction of their lives in Syria caused the loss of their personal and collective identities, many refugees have rebuilt their lives in host countries, adapting to new environments while maintaining a strong sense of their cultural identity. The refugees' journey of survival and adaptation has led to new identities being forged in exile, even as the original sense of self has been profoundly altered by displacement. The paradox is that, while the trauma of displacement destroyed their old identities, it has also created the possibility for the creation of new, resilient identities that transcend national borders. In the case of dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, the destruction of identity is often a tool of control. Leaders like Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, and Pol Pot sought to eliminate any competing identities that could challenge their absolute power. Under their regimes, people were forced to conform to a single state-imposed identity, one that suppressed individuality, ethnic diversity, and political dissent. The paradox is that, while the state tried to eliminate all forms of identity that were not aligned with its goals, resistance movements, underground cultures, and subversive identities often thrived in secret. The effort to erase dissenting identities led to their preservation and even the formation of new movements that actively resisted the regime. The Solidarity movement in Poland during the 1980s, for example, was a direct response to the attempt to suppress Polish national identity under communist rule. The paradox is that the oppression and destruction of identity can lead to the creation of new forms of resistance and renewal, often stronger and more determined than before. The paradox of identity that was destroyed speaks to the complexity of human resilience and the enduring nature of culture and identity. While external forces, whether through war, colonization, dictatorship, or displacement, may seek to erase identities, the inherent need for people to define themselves and connect to their heritage ensures that destruction is rarely complete. Even in the darkest of circumstances, people find ways to preserve, adapt, and rebuild their identities, often leading to new forms of self-expression and cultural pride. The paradox is that, while identities can be dismantled and erased, the human spirit's need to reclaim and redefine itself ensures that identities, though altered, are never fully destroyed. Instead, they emerge in unexpected forms, bearing the scars of history while also looking toward the future. Memory is the foundation upon which we build our understanding of the past. It shapes our identities, informs our actions, and guides the decisions of future generations. Memory, both personal and collective, is essential for learning from history and for preserving the lessons of the past. However, there exists a paradox. Memory can be censored, suppressed, or distorted. Those in power may attempt to control the narrative by erasing or altering collective memories, but the paradox lies in how, despite efforts to silence or manipulate memory, it often resurfaces, sometimes in even more powerful and unexpected ways. The act of censoring memory does not erase it, it merely transforms it into something that resists control. One of the clearest examples of memory being censored is the history of totalitarian regimes, where governments actively suppress or alter the historical record to serve their own interests. In the case of Stalinist Russia, Joseph Stalin sought to control not only the present but also the past, through a combination of purges, rewritings of history, and the destruction of evidence. Stalin and his regime tried to erase memories of political rivals and undesirable events. One of the most infamous examples of this censorship was the disappearance of people from photographs. Political rivals, who were arrested, executed, or exiled, were often removed from public images, as if they had never existed. The paradox here is that, while Stalin's efforts to censor memories sought to create a version of history that painted him as the unchallenged leader, the erased memories of his victims did not vanish. After Stalin's death, many of the suppressed stories and truths resurfaced. The Khrushchev thaw in the 1950s allowed for the revelation of many of Stalin's atrocities, including the Great Purge and the forced famine in Ukraine. Despite the regime's efforts to control memory, the truth ultimately came to light, showing that efforts to censor history only create a deeper desire to uncover the hidden truths. A similar example of censored memory can be found in Nazi Germany. During World War II, the Nazis actively manipulated memory through propaganda, portraying themselves as the defenders of the German people while erasing the experiences of the victims they oppressed and murdered. After the war, many Germans were reluctant to confront the full extent of their involvement in the Holocaust and the war crimes committed by the Nazi regime. The paradox is that, while there was a concerted effort to suppress the full understanding of the atrocities, the memories of the victims, especially those who survived, could not be erased. Over time, Holocaust survivors, historians, and activists worked to preserve the memory of the victims and to ensure that the horrors of the Holocaust were not forgotten. Despite the efforts to suppress this painful memory, it became an essential part of global historical consciousness, reminding the world of the consequences of unchecked hatred and authoritarianism. In the context of colonialism, memory has been deliberately censored in many colonized nations. The colonizers often sought to erase the cultures, languages, and histories of the indigenous peoples they subjugated. In many cases, the colonial powers wrote the history of their conquests in ways that justified their actions, often portraying indigenous peoples as primitive, barbaric, or unworthy of the land they inhabited. The paradox is that, while colonial powers attempted to erase the memory of indigenous cultures and replace them with their own narratives, these histories and cultures persisted. In many countries, the fight for post-colonial independence became a fight to reclaim memory, rekindling forgotten or suppressed histories and reasserting indigenous identities. In India, for example, the legacy of British colonialism led to the creation of a national identity centered around the struggle for independence. Even as the British sought to erase or manipulate the memory of India's pre-colonial cultural richness, after independence, efforts were made to reclaim and celebrate India's diverse cultural heritage, despite the centuries of memory manipulation by the British. The paradox here is that the colonial powers attempted to suppress memory, but the very act of suppression led to a resurgence of those memories. Now central to national identity. In South Africa, the period of apartheid left a legacy of divided memories, as the government sought to suppress the histories of black South Africans, relegating them to the margins of society. The apartheid regime's censorship extended to schools, media, and cultural institutions, where the history of racial injustice was erased or downplayed. The paradox is that, despite apartheid's efforts to create a version of history that justified segregation and racism, the memories of black South Africans survived. In the post-apartheid era, South Africa went through a process of truth and reconciliation, during which the government officially acknowledged the crimes of apartheid, and victims of apartheid-era violence were given a platform to share their stories. The truth, which had been hidden or ignored for decades, was finally allowed to be heard. The paradox is that, while the regime sought to control the national memory, it was ultimately the stories of those whose voices had been silenced that became the most powerful. These suppressed memories helped to shape the new South Africa and its commitment to healing and reconciliation. The Cultural Revolution in China, under Mao Zedong, provides another example of how memory was deliberately censored. Mao's regime sought to erase traditional Chinese culture and history, labeling anything associated with pre-revolutionary China as old and reactionary. Intellectuals, artists, and scholars were persecuted, and historical artifacts were destroyed. The paradox is that, while the Cultural Revolution sought to create a new Chinese identity by erasing the old, the very act of destruction led to the preservation of many aspects of traditional Chinese culture. After Mao's death, China's leaders sought to restore and preserve traditional culture, and many of the cultural practices that had been suppressed during the Cultural Revolution were revived. The paradox is that, while the regime tried to erase memory through violence and suppression, the desire to remember and preserve that which was lost led to its eventual reclamation. The paradox of memory that was censored speaks to the power of history and culture, and how attempts to erase or suppress memory can ultimately lead to its resurgence. The very act of trying to silence the past often strengthens the resolve to remember it, and suppressed memories have a way of resurfacing in unexpected ways. Censorship of memory may create a temporary sense of control, but it can never fully erase the truths of history. Memory, like the truth itself, has a way of breaking free, finding its voice, and shaping the future. Whether through resistance, activism, or collective action, censored memories are often the most resilient, and their reclamation can lead to profound social and cultural change. Honor is often seen as a cornerstone of moral and social identity. It is the principle that drives individuals and societies to act with integrity, courage, and respect. Honor shapes our decisions, guiding us toward actions that align with our values and commitments. Yet, there exists a paradox. Despite the importance of honor, it can be betrayed, either through actions that directly violate its tenets or through the failure to uphold it in moments of crisis. The paradox of honor that was betrayed lies in how betrayal can sometimes originate from the very individuals or institutions that should uphold and protect honor. When honor is betrayed, it can lead to deep personal or societal wounds, challenging our beliefs in integrity, justice, and loyalty. And yet, the betrayal itself can sometimes reveal deeper truths about human nature, power structures, and the cost of maintaining honor. One of the most well-known examples of honor betrayed can be found in the story of Julius Caesar and his assassination. In 44 BCE, Caesar, the leader of the Roman Republic, was considered a man of great honor by his supporters. He had led Rome to victory in various campaigns, expanded the empire, and reformed its political system. However, his growing power and his decision to appoint himself dictator for life threatened the established political order, leading to a conspiracy against him. The paradox here is that the conspirators, including close associates like Brutus and Cassius, justified their betrayal of Caesar by claiming that they were acting in defense of Roman honor. They believed that Caesar's rise to absolute power would destroy the Republic and the principles of Roman liberty, despite their belief in the righteousness of their actions. The assassination of Caesar led to chaos, civil war, and the eventual rise of the Roman Empire under Augustus, which marked the end of the Republic. The paradox is that the betrayal of Caesar, which was intended to protect Roman honor, led to the very destruction of the system that the conspirators had hoped to preserve. The action, though driven by an ideal of honor, resulted in a betrayal of the very values they sought to protect. Similarly, in medieval Europe, the concept of chivalric honor was central to the codes of knighthood. Knights swore oaths to protect the weak, uphold justice, and fight for the honor of their lords and ladies. However, the paradox lies in how these knights, often celebrated for their sense of honor, could also betray their codes in moments of greed, ambition, or revenge. One of the most infamous examples of this betrayal can be seen in the Wars of the Roses, a series of civil wars fought between rival factions of the English nobility in the 15th century. The conflict was driven in part by a desire for power and the betrayal of trust between factions that were once united. The House of Lancaster and the House of York both claimed the English throne, and members of each house violated the codes of honor in their pursuit of power. The betrayal of honor by individuals like Richard III, who famously killed his nephews in order to secure his claim to the throne, illustrates how the pursuit of personal gain can destroy the very principles of loyalty and honor. The paradox is that, while the characters involved in these power struggles were often celebrated as knights and honorable figures, their actions led to the erosion of honor itself, and the conflict further destabilized the country, leaving a legacy of distrust and dishonor. In modern history, political betrayal often comes in the form of leaders who promise one thing to the people and then act contrary to those promises once in power. One example is the story of Vladimir Putin and the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s. During the final years of the USSR, many citizens believed in the promise of a more democratic, open, and prosperous Russia. The glasnost and policies introduced by Mikhail Gorbachev were meant to bring reform and transparency to the Soviet system. However, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the leadership that followed, including Putin, engaged in actions that betrayed the ideals of reform and democracy. Putin's return to power in 2000 and his subsequent consolidation of authority led to a re-emergence of authoritarianism, political repression, and curbed freedoms, betraying the hopes of many who sought a different future. The paradox is that Putin, who initially presented himself as a reformer, became a leader who would suppress dissent and undermine the democratic processes that he had once promised to uphold. The betrayal of the hope for democratic reforms and the return to authoritarian rule highlights the paradox that those who are entrusted with honor can sometimes become the very source of its betrayal. In the context of personal relationships, honor that was betrayed is often seen when one partner breaks the trust of the other. This can take the form of infidelity, dishonesty, or the breaking of promises. The paradox is that, while trust and honor are the bedrock of many relationships, A betrayal of that honor often leads to irreparable damage. The emotional scars caused by such betrayals can linger for years, and the individual who was betrayed may find themselves struggling to rebuild their sense of self and their ability to trust again. The paradox here is that, while honor in relationships is vital for connection and intimacy, its betrayal can lead to an unraveling of not just the relationship, but the very sense of identity and security that the individuals involved once shared. Even when forgiveness is sought and healing is attempted, the damage of a betrayed honor can be lasting, leaving behind the question of whether true reconciliation is possible. The paradox of honor that was betrayed highlights the delicate balance between power, integrity, and morality. The betrayal of honor is not always a straightforward act of wrongdoing. It often arises from conflicting interests, misguided actions, or the complexities of human nature, whether in political systems, personal relationships, or historical conflicts. The betrayal of honor can lead to unintended consequences, chaos, and the erosion of trust. Yet, it also reveals the vulnerability of honor itself, showing how it can be undermined by personal ambition, fear, or betrayal. The paradox lies in how, even when honor is betrayed, the concept itself remains resilient, continuing to shape the course of history and the actions of individuals long after the betrayal has occurred. The challenge is not to avoid betrayal, but to learn from it, to understand the forces that drive it, and to rebuild honor in ways that can withstand the trials of time. Wealth is often seen as the ultimate marker of success, security, and power. It is something many people strive for, hoping it will bring comfort, freedom, and opportunities for themselves and future generations. However, there exists a paradox: wealth that never stayed. This paradox refers to the fleeting nature of wealth, how it can be gained quickly, only to slip away just as fast. Whether due to poor financial decisions, economic collapse, or societal factors, wealth that once seemed permanent can vanish, leaving behind individuals and communities struggling to rebuild. The paradox is that while wealth has the potential to provide lasting security and prosperity, it often fails to stay, leaving people with the realization that wealth is more transient and uncertain than they had initially believed. One striking example of wealth that never stayed is the story of petroleum-rich nations in the Middle East, where massive oil wealth has been both a blessing and a curse. Countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Venezuela have experienced tremendous wealth due to their vast oil reserves. The paradox is that, despite the immense profits generated by oil, these nations often face economic instability, political unrest, and income inequality. Venezuela, for instance, was once one of the richest countries in Latin America, thanks to its oil wealth. However, the wealth generated by oil has not been effectively managed, leading to a devastating economic crisis. Poor governance, corruption, and falling oil prices have led to hyperinflation, widespread poverty, and the collapse of the country's once booming economy. The paradox is that, while Venezuela's wealth from oil made it one of the most prosperous countries in the region for a time, that very wealth disappeared when the country failed to invest wisely and diversify its economy. Wealth that had seemed permanent was suddenly gone, leaving Venezuela in a state of crisis and leaving its people to struggle with the loss of what once appeared to be lasting prosperity. In the United States, the paradox of wealth that doesn't stay can be seen in the context of lottery winners. Many individuals who win huge sums of money through the lottery believe they have secured a future of financial freedom. However, studies show that the majority of lottery winners end up bankrupt within a few years of their big win. The paradox lies in how sudden wealth, often achieved without the wisdom and experience that comes with earning and managing money, leads to poor financial decisions and a loss of wealth. Some winners overspend, make bad investments, or become targets for scams, leading to the rapid disappearance of their newfound wealth. Despite their initial belief that the wealth would bring lasting security, many lottery winners find themselves back in financial ruin. The paradox here is that wealth, when it is acquired quickly and without the necessary foundation of financial education, often fails to stay. The sudden accumulation of wealth is often not enough to overcome the lack of a sustainable financial strategy, and the result is the eventual loss of that wealth. The collapse of the American dream provides another example of wealth that never stayed. For much of the 20th century, the United States was seen as a land of opportunity, where hard work could lead to prosperity. The notion that anyone could rise from humble beginnings to achieve financial success became central to the American identity. However, in recent decades, the promise of upward mobility has increasingly become a myth for many, as economic inequality has widened. Many people who worked hard, invested in education, and played by the rules found that their wealth was fleeting. The paradox is that, despite the appearance of a robust economy and the potential for success, many working-class individuals and middle-class families have seen their wealth disappear due to factors like wage stagnation, rising living costs, and the erosion of benefits. In the 2008 financial crisis, many families lost their homes, savings, and investments. And in the years that followed, the American dream seemed to slip further out of reach for many. The paradox is that, while the dream of financial success was once within grasp for many, systemic issues and economic forces have made wealth increasingly elusive for large swaths of the population. The wealth they once thought would be sustained proved to be fleeting, leaving many disillusioned and struggling. The dot-com bubble of the late 1990s and early 2000s provides another example of wealth that was quickly gained and just as quickly lost. During this period, the stock market was flooded with tech companies that were overvalued and not yet profitable. Investors believed that these companies would lead to a future of unparalleled prosperity, and many individuals made vast fortunes by investing in tech stocks. However, the paradox is that, once the bubble burst in 2000, many of these tech companies collapsed, and vast amounts of wealth evaporated almost overnight. Investors who had once seen their portfolios skyrocket suddenly found themselves with little to show for their investments. The wealth that had been gained in a period of euphoria and speculation was lost due to overconfidence, unsustainable business practices, and a lack of genuine value. The paradox is that wealth, in this case, was not built on solid foundations but rather on speculative promises of future success. When those promises proved to be unfounded, the wealth disappeared, leaving investors scrambling to recover. In family dynasties, we can also observe the paradox of wealth that never stayed. Many family businesses, especially those that have existed for generations, face the challenge of maintaining wealth and success across multiple generations. The paradox lies in how, while the first generation may work tirelessly to build wealth, subsequent generations may lack the same drive, discipline, and work ethic, leading to the eventual depletion of the family fortune. The famous saying, "shirt sleeves 2 shirt sleeves in 3 generations," reflects this paradox. The first generation builds the wealth, the second generation maintains it, but by the third generation the wealth is often gone. In some cases, the original wealth is squandered on bad investments, lavish lifestyles, or mismanagement. Despite the initial success, the wealth that once seemed secure is gone, illustrating the fragile nature of inheritance and the difficulty of sustaining wealth across generations. The paradox of wealth that never stayed speaks to the inherent instability of financial success and the challenges of maintaining prosperity over time. Whether through bad investments, economic shifts, or poor personal decisions, wealth often proves to be fleeting, slipping away just as quickly as it is gained. This paradox serves as a reminder that true wealth, be it financial or otherwise, not only the accumulation of resources but also wisdom, sustainability, and a long-term vision. The fleeting nature of material wealth calls into question what constitutes true success and fulfillment, urging individuals to focus not only on accumulating riches but on creating lasting value that endures beyond the immediate pursuit of wealth. History is often seen as a powerful tool for understanding the past and shaping the future. It offers lessons, warnings, and insights into how societies have evolved and how individuals have responded to moments of crisis and change. Yet there exists a paradox: history that was ignored. Despite the wealth of knowledge available to us, many societies and individuals overlook or actively ignore key moments from the past. These events, when ignored, can repeat themselves or shape the future in unforeseen ways, leading to the question, what are the consequences of ignoring history? The paradox of history that was ignored is not just about forgetting the past. It is about how the failure to acknowledge or learn from history can perpetuate the same mistakes, injustices, and cycles that could have been avoided. One of the clearest examples of history that was ignored is seen in the failure to prevent World War II. Despite the lessons of World War I, the Treaty of Versailles, which was signed in 1919 to officially end World War I, placed harsh reparations and punitive conditions on Germany, which many historians argue contributed to the conditions that led to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. The world, still reeling from the devastation of the First World War, ignored the warnings and lessons from the aftermath of the treaty. The harsh treatment of Germany, combined with economic turmoil and political instability, created the fertile ground for a new, even more devastating conflict. The paradox is that, despite the catastrophic consequences of World War I, the failure to acknowledge and address the underlying causes of the war led to the rise of another global conflict just a few decades later. The lessons of the past were ignored, and the world was plunged into a Second World War, one that claimed millions of lives and caused even greater destruction. Similarly, colonial history provides another example of history that was ignored, particularly in the case of European imperialism. For centuries, European powers colonized vast swaths of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, extracting resources, enslaving populations, and imposing their cultures on indigenous peoples. While the exploitation and violence of colonialism are well documented, many former colonial powers have either downplayed or ignored their colonial histories, particularly in how they shaped the modern world. The paradox lies in how the legacy of colonialism continues to affect the post-colonial world today, from political instability to economic inequality, and yet many former colonial powers fail to confront this reality. In countries like Britain and France, there has been reluctance to fully acknowledge the lasting damage caused by their colonial empires, often minimizing the atrocities committed or focusing solely on the civilizing mission of colonial rule. This ignorance of history has led to continued tension between former colonies and their colonizers, as well as ongoing struggles for reparations and justice in the post-colonial world. The paradox is that the failure to address the wrongs of the past continues to shape international relations and perpetuate inequalities in the present. Another example of history ignored can be found in the failure to prevent genocides after the events of World War II, the Holocaust. The systematic extermination of 6 million Jews by Nazi Germany was a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked hatred, racism, and authoritarianism. The Nuremberg trials, which took place after the war, sought to hold Nazi war criminals accountable and ensure that such atrocities would never be repeated. However, despite the lessons of the Holocaust, genocides continued to occur in the decades that followed. In Rwanda in 1994, for example, over 800,000 people, mostly Tutsis, were killed in a brutal genocide carried out by extremist Hutus. The international community, despite the warnings and lessons from World War II, failed to intervene in time to prevent the mass killings. The paradox here is that, despite the world having witnessed the horrors of the Holocaust and vowed never again, history was ignored, and another genocide occurred, demonstrating how easily history's lessons can be forgotten or dismissed when political will is lacking. The Vietnam War provides another example of history ignored, specifically the failure of the United States to learn from the lessons of earlier conflicts. The US entered the Vietnam War with the belief that communism needed to be contained at all costs. Following the doctrine of domino theory, however, the United States ignored the lessons of French colonialism in Indochina, as well as the historical and cultural context of Vietnam itself. The French had been defeated in their attempt to control Vietnam, and the US did not fully understand or appreciate the nationalist elements of the Vietnamese resistance. The paradox is that, while Vietnam's resistance to foreign powers had been ongoing for centuries, the US ignored these lessons and became embroiled in a conflict that lasted over a decade, ultimately resulting in defeat. The Vietnam War was a costly failure for the US, and the paradox lies in how history, particularly the experiences of the French and the lessons from other historical conflicts, was ignored, leading to a catastrophic result in modern-day politics. The paradox of history ignored is still evident in many countries. The ongoing struggle for racial justice in the United States, for example, demonstrates how the history of slavery, segregation, and racial violence continues to shape contemporary society. The civil rights movement of the 1960s was a pivotal moment in US history, but the paradox is that many of the issues that the movement sought to address, police brutality, racial discrimination, and inequality, remain unresolved today. The failure to fully address and confront the historical injustices of slavery and segregation has led to a continuing cycle of racial inequality. The paradox is that, while the country made strides in the 1960s, the history of racial oppression was not fully reckoned with, allowing systemic racism to persist and resurface in new forms. The paradox of history that was ignored underscores the danger of not confronting the past. While it is easy to forget or overlook the lessons of history, especially when those lessons are uncomfortable, ignoring history only leads to the repetition of its mistakes. Whether in the context of war, colonialism, genocide, or civil rights, the failure to remember and learn from history perpetuates cycles of injustice, violence, and inequality. The paradox is that history, despite being ignored, continues to shape our present and future in profound ways. The very act of ignoring the past does not prevent it from affecting the future. Instead, it leaves us vulnerable to the same mistakes, ensuring that the lessons of history are never fully learned, and the past continues to haunt us. Truth is often considered the foundation of justice, understanding, and personal growth. It serves as the light that guides decisions, shapes societies, and builds trust. Yet, there exists a paradox: truth that was denied. Throughout history, the truth has been suppressed, ignored, or deliberately hidden by those in power, whether in political contexts, personal relationships, or societal movements. The truth can be denied for various reasons, from self-interest to fear, and its denial often leads to dire consequences. The paradox of truth that is denied lies in how the very act of suppressing the truth can create a more intense desire to uncover it, leading to eventual revelations that can be far more disruptive than if the truth had been acknowledged from the beginning. In denying the truth, societies and individuals often create the conditions for their own undoing, as the truth, once it finds its way to the surface, has the power to disrupt and challenge the status quo. A prominent example of truth denied is seen in the context of the Watergate scandal in the 1970s. President Richard Nixon and his administration tried to suppress the truth about the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C., believing that keeping the truth hidden would protect their power and ensure political success. The paradox, however, is that the more Nixon's administration worked to conceal the truth, the more it came to light. The efforts to cover up the scandal, including the firing of key figures and the destruction of evidence, eventually led to a broader investigation and the discovery of widespread corruption and illegal activities. The truth, once denied and concealed, ultimately emerged through the courage of whistleblowers, investigative journalists, and public hearings. Nixon was forced to resign in 1974 to avoid impeachment. The paradox is that the attempt to suppress the truth led not to the protection of power, but to its complete collapse. The very act of denial escalated the scandal, turning it into a historical moment that reshaped American politics and governance. In colonial history, the truth about the exploitation and violence inflicted upon indigenous populations has often been denied or minimized by colonial powers. The colonization of the Americas, Africa, and Asia was justified by the belief that indigenous peoples were inferior and needed to be civilized. The historical truth about the brutality of colonialism, the destruction of native cultures, and the enslavement of millions was often suppressed in favor of glorified narratives that portrayed colonizers as bringers of progress. The paradox here is that, while colonial powers sought to deny the truth of their actions, the stories of resistance, survival, and resilience among indigenous peoples have persisted and gained recognition in the modern era. Truths about genocide, forced labor, and cultural erasure, long ignored, have surfaced in the works of historians, activists, and descendants of the oppressed. These revelations have led to movements for reparations and reconciliation, demanding that the full history of colonization be acknowledged and addressed. The paradox is that, while colonial powers tried to erase the truth of their actions, the very act of denial has led to an even greater uncovering of these truths, forcing former colonial powers to confront their histories in ways that they had previously sought to suppress. In the gender equality movement, the truth about sexual harassment and gender-based violence has long been denied or dismissed in many societies. For centuries, women's voices were silenced, and the truth about their suffering was ignored. The paradox here is that, by denying the truth of gender inequality and dismissing women's experiences, society allowed these issues to fester and grow. The Me Too movement, which gained momentum in 2017, revealed the pervasive nature of sexual harassment and assault, particularly in the workplace. The truth that had been denied for so long was finally brought to light, and the world was forced to reckon with the realities of power, abuse, and misogyny. The paradox is that, while the truth was denied by institutions and individuals for years, once it emerged, it led to a powerful and transformative global conversation about women's rights, justice, and equality. The denial of the truth did not prevent the reckoning, it only delayed it, ultimately giving rise to an even more widespread movement for change. The climate crisis also exemplifies the paradox of truth denied. For decades, scientists have been warning about the dangers of climate change, offering clear evidence about the impact of human activity on the environment. Yet, political leaders, corporations, and even some media outlets have denied or downplayed the truth about climate change, often for economic or ideological reasons. The paradox here is that the denial of climate science, rather than halting action, has created a greater sense of urgency. The longer the truth was denied, the more severe the environmental consequences have become. Rising global temperatures, extreme weather events, and widespread ecological damage are now undeniable. The truth, once suppressed, has now become a central issue of global policy. The paradox is that, by attempting to deny or ignore the truth about climate change, the world is now faced with a crisis of unprecedented proportions that could have been mitigated with earlier action. The denial of truth has made the eventual confrontation with reality far more difficult. But the rising movement to address climate change shows that the truth, once acknowledged, can still spark change, albeit too late for many ecosystems and communities. In personal relationships, the truth about betrayal or infidelity is often denied, ignored, or suppressed to avoid conflict or protect one's own interests. When one partner betrays the trust of the other, the truth may be hidden or minimized, leaving the victim in a state of uncertainty and confusion. The paradox is that, while the truth is denied in the short term, it inevitably comes to light, often causing more harm than if it had been confronted earlier. The revelation of the truth can lead to the breakdown of relationships, but it can also provide the opportunity for healing, forgiveness, and growth. The paradox here is that, while denying the truth may seem like a way to protect a relationship, it ultimately undermines trust and integrity, leading to greater pain in the long run. The paradox of truth that was denied illustrates the power of reality and how the truth, even when suppressed or ignored, ultimately denial may delay or obscure the truth, but it cannot prevent it from coming to light. In fact, the act of denying the truth often makes it more potent, more urgent, and more transformative. The paradox is that, while denial might appear to protect the status quo, it ultimately leads to greater disruption and change. The truth, once revealed, has the power to challenge established systems, redefine power dynamics, and shape the future in ways that were once unimaginable. Whether in politics, culture, or personal relationships, the denial of truth is a fleeting attempt to suppress what cannot be hidden forever. Ultimately, the truth will find a way to break free, forcing society or individuals to confront what has been ignored or concealed for far too long. Freedom is one of humanity's most cherished ideals. It is the notion that individuals have the right to make their own choices, live according to their values, and pursue happiness without undue interference. Yet, there exists a paradox: man, who was never free. While many people in the modern world may enjoy legal freedoms, personal autonomy, and the opportunity to shape their own destinies, the paradox is that true freedom is often elusive. Individuals can be physically free but still be bound by invisible chains, be it societal expectations, psychological limitations, or the complexities of power and control. The paradox of man who is never free lies in how the absence of freedom is not always immediately obvious, and how, even in environments that seem free, individuals can still be confined by circumstances, beliefs, or external pressures. One of the most profound examples of man who was never free is seen in the context of slavery in the United States. Enslaved African Americans, brought to the country during the 18th and 19th centuries, were physically confined and denied the basic rights of citizenship, including the freedom to make their own choices. They lived under brutal systems of control, forced into labor and subjected to violence, with no legal protections. The paradox here, however, is that while these individuals were physically imprisoned by the institution of slavery, they maintained their humanity, dignity, and agency in ways that were often unseen. Enslaved people resisted in countless ways, from running away to participating in acts of rebellion and resistance. Some managed to create rich cultural identities, preserving African traditions and languages despite being forcibly removed from their homeland. The paradox is that, while these individuals were clearly not free, they nevertheless found ways to assert their agency, fighting for their right to be free in spirit, even when their bodies were bound by chains. The history of slavery, though horrific, reveals how freedom can be denied yet still fought for, even under the most oppressive conditions. Similarly, in totalitarian regimes, individuals may appear to be physically free but are constrained by The lack of political and social freedoms. The Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin is a prime example of this paradox. While citizens were not physically imprisoned in most cases, they lived in constant fear of surveillance, persecution, and arrest. The government's control over all aspects of life, education, media, the arts, and even private thought restricted any semblance of personal freedom. The paradox is that, while these citizens were not chained in the traditional sense, they were psychologically and politically confined. Many lived their entire lives under this psychological imprisonment, where the fear of betrayal or punishment outweighed any sense of personal freedom. The Stalinist purges and forced labor camps exemplify the extreme lengths to which a totalitarian government will go to suppress the freedoms of its people. The paradox is that freedom in the physical sense was available, but the people of the Soviet Union were denied the freedom of thought, expression, and autonomy that would have allowed them to truly flourish. The concept of man who was never free can also be explored through the lens of economic systems. Class systems and economic inequality often trap individuals in cycles of poverty and oppression, even in societies that promote the idea of social mobility. In many capitalist societies, individuals may appear to be free to choose their careers, live where they want, or pursue their desires. But the paradox is that their choices are often limited by their economic circumstances. Those born into poverty, for example, may face systemic barriers that make it nearly impossible to escape their economic situation, regardless of their talents or ambitions. Even in societies where laws guarantee freedom, the weight of economic inequality can prevent individuals from ever feeling truly free. In this context, people are physically free to move about the world, but they are often bound by financial constraints, making it difficult for them to live without fear or uncertainty. The paradox is that economic freedom is often more illusory than it appears, as the structural inequalities in wealth and opportunity trap people in a cycle of poverty and limited choice. In modern societies, where individuals are often encouraged to pursue personal freedom and independence, the paradox of man who was never free also emerges through the power of societal norms and expectations. People are free to live their lives, but these freedoms can be constrained by the invisible force of cultural expectations. The pressure to conform to certain roles, be it in terms of gender, appearance, career, or lifestyle, often dictates how individuals live their lives. For example, many people feel compelled to follow a traditional career path, marry, and have children, even if they do not desire these things. The paradox is that, while these individuals are free to choose their own paths, their choices are often shaped and limited by what society expects of them. In many cases, the fear of judgment or rejection leads people to suppress their true desires, adopting roles and behaviors that align with societal norms rather than personal aspirations. This hidden constraint often goes unrecognized, as people may not even realize that their freedoms are restricted by these external pressures. The paradox of man who was never free is also evident in personal relationships, particularly when individuals experience emotional or psychological imprisonment. In some relationships, one partner may feel trapped by emotional manipulation, control, or abuse. The paradox is that, while the person may not be physically restrained, their freedom to think, act, or feel as they wish is severely compromised by the emotional dominance of the other person. The fear of conflict, the need for validation, or the dependency on the other person can limit their autonomy and make them feel like they are living under constant surveillance or in a prison of their own emotions. Despite the appearance of freedom, the emotional chains that bind them make it impossible to fully embrace their autonomy. In political contexts, a similar paradox arises when freedom of speech and freedom of expression are guaranteed by law, but individuals find themselves silenced by the prevailing power structures. The Whistleblower Protection Act in the United States, for instance, guarantees the rights of whistleblowers to report governmental or corporate misconduct without fear of retaliation. However, many whistleblowers face extreme personal consequences, battles, job loss, and social stigma that make them feel anything but free. The paradox is that, despite legal protections, the fear of retaliation and the system's response often make the individual feel powerless and constrained, undermining the freedom that was supposed to be theirs. The paradox of man who was never free reveals the complex and multifaceted nature of freedom. Freedom is not just about physical liberty, it involves the freedom of thought, choice, and action. Even when the external constraints of slavery, oppression, or authoritarianism are lifted, the internal forces that shape our choices, be it societal expectations, economic constraints, or emotional manipulation can continue to bind us. The paradox lies in how people, despite having physical freedom, may still feel as though they are never truly free, trapped by the invisible forces of their environment. True freedom, it seems, is not just about escaping external chains, but also about liberating oneself from the psychological, emotional, and societal forces that limit our ability to fully realize our potential. The future is often a realm of hope, innovation, and possibilities. It's where humanity imagines progress, change, and better outcomes for the next generation. We plan, dream, and work toward a future we believe will be better than the present. Yet, there exists a paradox, future that was never born. Despite our best efforts and aspirations, sometimes the future we imagine never comes to fruition. It is lost to circumstances beyond our control, hindered by unforeseen events, or altered in ways we couldn't predict. The paradox is that the future, despite being full of potential, can remain unrealized, leaving us to grapple with disappointment, unrealized dreams, or the painful recognition that what we once hoped for is no longer possible. This paradox serves as a reminder that not all plans for the future come to fruition, and even the best laid schemes can be thwarted by factors we cannot control. One of the most significant examples of a future that was never born is seen in the aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union. In the late 1980s, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union, introduced reforms like glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring in an effort to transform the Soviet system into something more democratic and open. These reforms led to the hope of a future where the Soviet Union could evolve into a more inclusive, transparent, and peaceful society, potentially reconciling its ideological rigidity with the needs of its people. However, the paradox is that, instead of evolving into the brighter future that Gorbachev envisioned, the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, and the promised reforms led to economic chaos, political instability, and the dissolution of the Soviet bloc. The future of a transformed, stable Soviet Union was never realized, and instead, it was replaced by a period of upheaval and uncertainty. The paradox is that, despite the genuine efforts to create a better future, the unintended consequences of reform led to a different and far more tumultuous reality. Similarly, the American dream, which for generations has symbolized a future of upward mobility, prosperity, and personal success, exemplifies the paradox of the future that was never born. Throughout much of the 20th century, the American dream was synonymous with the idea that anyone, regardless of background, could achieve success through hard work and perseverance. However, in recent decades, rising income inequality, the erosion of the middle class, and the concentration of wealth among the elite have led many to question whether this dream is still attainable. The paradox is that, while the American dream continues to inspire individuals around the world, the future that it promised of equal opportunities and social mobility seems increasingly out of reach for many people in the United States. The widening wealth gap, combined with the stagnation of wages and the rising cost of living, has made it difficult for many to achieve the kind of success that was once seen as inevitable. The dream of a better future, fueled by hard work and ambition, remains unfulfilled for large segments of society, leaving many to question whether the American dream was ever truly attainable in the first place. The Vietnam War presents another example of a future that was never born. In the 1960s, the United States entered the Vietnam War with the goal of preventing the spread of communism in Southeast Asia. The US government, and many of its citizens, believed that victory in Vietnam would ensure a future of stability and the spread of democracy in the region. However, the paradox is that, despite the immense sacrifice and the thousands of lives lost in the war, the future that was hoped for, a stable, democratic Vietnam, was never realized. The war ended in 1975 with the fall of Saigon and the reunification of Vietnam under communist rule. The US was unable to prevent the spread of communism in Vietnam, and the war, which had been justified by the need to safeguard freedom, ultimately resulted in a devastating defeat. The future that had been imagined by US policymakers and the public was never born, and instead, the war left a legacy of division, trauma, and uncertainty both in Vietnam and the United States. The paradox is that, while the war was fought, For the promise of a better future, the outcome was a tragic and painful reminder that the future is often unpredictable and beyond our control. The space race of the 1960s and 1970s, which culminated in the Apollo 11 moon landing in 1969, represented humanity's belief in a future of exploration, scientific discovery, and the expansion of human civilization beyond Earth. The paradox is that, despite the success of the moon landing, the future that was imagined, a future where humanity would colonize other planets and explore the cosmos, has not materialized. After the initial excitement of the space race, funding for space exploration dwindled, and the focus shifted to other priorities. While space exploration has continued, the grand future of interplanetary travel and human colonies on Mars, once considered achievable, now seems distant and uncertain. The paradox is that the future of space exploration, once seen as a certainty, remains unfulfilled. Despite the incredible advances that were made in the mid-20th century, the dream of space colonies and space travel has not yet become a reality, showing how even the most ambitious dreams of the future can be delayed, altered, or lost to changing priorities and resources. The Arab Spring of 2011 provides another example of a future that was never born. The uprisings that swept across the Middle East and North Africa were driven by the hope of democracy, justice, and freedom from authoritarian regimes. People believed that the overthrow of dictators like Hosni Mubarak in Egypt and Muammar Gaddafi in Libya would lead to a brighter future for the region, one where human rights and political freedoms would be realized. The paradox is that, while these leaders were removed from power, the future that was envisioned did not materialize. In many cases, the uprisings led to chaos, civil war, and the rise of extremist groups. In Egypt, for example, the military reasserted control, and the promise of democracy has been replaced by political repression. In Libya, the overthrow of Gaddafi led to a power vacuum and ongoing conflict. The future that was hoped for, a region of freedom and democratic governance, was never realized. And the paradox is that the very acts of revolution, meant to create a better future, instead created new forms of instability and suffering. The paradox of future that was never born reflects the complexities of human aspiration and the unpredictability of the world. While we often look to the future with hope and ambition, the reality is that not all dreams come to fruition. The future we envision is often shaped by forces beyond our control, political, economic, and social factors that can derail even the most carefully planned and deeply desired outcomes. The paradox is that, while we can work tirelessly to create a better future, the course of history and the challenges we face often prevent that future from materializing. Yet, even in the face of unfulfilled dreams, the very act of striving for a better future shapes our present and provides the foundation for future generations to continue the work that was started. The paradox of the path that wasn't taken speaks to the complexity and unpredictability of human choices. In life, we are often presented with multiple avenues, each offering its own possibilities, risks, and rewards. The decisions we make shape not only our personal journeys but also the collective future of society. Yet, it is the paths we don't choose that sometimes have the most profound impact. These alternative routes, though never pursued, cast long shadows on the present, influencing our actions, beliefs, and even our sense of identity. That throughout history, the paths not taken have shaped the outcomes of wars, revolutions, and political movements. From the unfulfilled dreams of space exploration to the failed promises of post-colonial independence, the road not traveled often becomes a source of reflection and regret. It serves as a reminder that decisions, whether made or avoided, are never without consequences. Even the smallest choice can alter the course of events, for better or for worse. However, the paradox also reveals that the road not taken is never truly gone. Its echoes persist, influencing our perceptions and guiding future decisions. It may not be the path we chose, but it becomes part of the collective memory, prompting us to reconsider, reevaluate, and sometimes course-correct. In this way, the paths we don't take are just as integral to our growth and understanding as those we do. They shape the future, providing new lessons, new possibilities, and sometimes, even the answers we never knew we were seeking.